the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, the title is hard to come up with. This is true revenge. Shen Fei, who had quietly appeared within Wano country, looked upon the dilapidated villages, the emaciated people, and the constant cries of starving children. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh. For most people, revenge meant at most killing the person involved, or even killing an entire family, including their relatives and friends. Such acts were not uncommon. But to take revenge on an entire country, and to do so for over 20 years, Kurazumi Orochi was the first person Shen Fei had ever seen or heard of. Shen Fei considered himself not a magnanimous person. If there was a grudge, he would definitely seek revenge, unless he was unable to do so. However, he admittedly learned from Kurazumi Orochi's methods of revenge. He truly learned from them. After glancing at the impoverished villagers, Shen Fei sighed softly and left. He wasn't here to rescue the civilians of Wano country. This kind of savior-level work was better left to the protagonist, Luffy. Shen Fei came to Wano country for two reasons. First, to personally visit for easier navigation, and second, to admire its swordsmanship. Wano country is home to powerful swordsmen, including great swordsmen like Ryuma. It's also home to numerous renowned swords, including the Supreme Blade and the Great Blade, which are found in Wano country alone. Back when Kazuki Oden was still around, with the 9 red scabbards, their power rivaled that of a single Yonko group. The cats and mice of Zu Island were all under Kazuki Oden's command, and they had demonstrated the ability to fight head-on against one of the 3 calamities of the beast's pirates. Kazuki Oden himself even injured Kato, the strongest creature. If it weren't for Kato's subterfuge, the outcome of that battle would have been far more uncertain. Shen Fei certainly hadn't come here for the Supreme Blade. While the Supreme Blade was indeed a rare and renowned sword for the people of this world, for Shen Fei, possessing a weapon crafted from vibranium alloy meant nothing. Of course, selling for money is a different story. Even if a vibranium weapon is superior to the Supreme Blade, its fame makes it far less valuable than the Supreme Blade. The value of a Supreme Blade is roughly equivalent to that of a devil fruit. Of course, this is only a theoretical price. In a real transaction, the price would certainly be much higher. Take Hawkeye's Supreme Blade, the Black Blade Knight, for example. If it were sold, it would easily fetch over $1 billion. Shen Fei came to Wano country for its swordsmanship. Wano country's flower capital, the capital of Wano country, is now under the jurisdiction of Kurazumi Orochi, one of the few places in the country that still boasts prosperity. Shen Fei didn't bother to spy on Kurazumi Orochi, but instead went straight to search for Wano country's swordsmanship manuals. These manuals were once highly protected, but that was when the Kazuki clan ruled Wano country. Now, under Kurazumi Orochi's rule, he paid no attention to them. In reality, apart from Shen Fei, few people were interested in these manuals. Swordsmanship is simply the technique of exerting force. Before Shen Fei's time travel, numerous martial arts techniques were available online. Many of these moves were, in fact, genuine, but lacked a proper technique for applying them, making them seem like mere shams. In his previous life, Shen Fei had actually encountered martial arts masters. Though these weren't the exaggerated feats of the pirate world, those who could defeat 10 or even shatter a wall with a single punch. While powerful, they were practically useless in the face of modern weaponry. They could only serve as bodyguards. The saying poor in literature, rich in martial arts is no mere rhetoric. To practice martial arts, one must devote considerable time to practice, otherwise, achievement is impossible. Therefore, aside from those with wealth and access to mining, the average person's busy lives often lack the time for martial arts training. Even Shen Fei, now, must carve out significant time daily to cultivate the magic of Kamar-Taj, hone the power of the Operation Fruit to awaken it, cultivate physical skills, and study and experiment. Without money, this is impossible. If he wants to slack off, he must at least defeat Thanos. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. His strength must have declined significantly over the years. He deserves to be defeated by Luffy and the others. Although Shen Fei didn't pay much attention to Kurazumi Orochi, he could still hear some news about him, and sometimes he would gaze at him from afar as he enjoyed himself in the hall. Shen Fei cursed Kurazumi Orochi with envy and hatred. He wanted to live the life he lived. Ace passed through here. What exactly is the depth of the new world? In the flower capital, Shen Fei unexpectedly heard news about Ace. Several months ago, Ace appeared in Wano country and stole the clean food of Kurazumi Orochi's men, which greatly angered Kurazumi Orochi and his men. The beast's pirates and Kurazumi Orochi's men joined forces to kill Ace. They pursued him all the way and were about to kill him when a giant suddenly appeared and intervened, saving Ace. Any other faction would undoubtedly be wary of the Whitebird pirates, but this is the territory of the beast pirates, so they wouldn't care about Whitebird. Among the 4 emperors of the New World, the 2 with the greatest conflict are Kato and Whitebird, whose pirate groups and the 2 emperors themselves have clashed numerous times. In contrast, red-haired Shanks and Charlotte Linlin haven't fought the other 4 emperors in years, primarily dealing with those who covet their thrones. Red-haired Shanks, for his part, travels the world, while Charlotte Linlin frequently spreads reports of her destroying nations, bringing disaster to many nations renowned for their delicious cuisine. Is that little as, hearing some people discussing the height and build of the man who rescued Ace, Shen Fei immediately thought of Little Az. Is that how Ace knew Little Az? 1 sword style, 2 sword style. Zoro is quite impressive, having created the 3 sword style, but he's probably the only one who possesses this style. Wano country's swordsmanship is primarily based on 1 sword style and 2 sword style. Basically, no matter what kind of swordsman, they can't escape these 2 styles. After all, humans only have 2 hands. A 3 sword style, like Zoro's, created by biting the hilt of his sword, is a style that suits him alone. Even if Zoro later accepted disciples, it would be difficult for the 3 sword style to spread. Not everyone has such strong teeth. As for styles above the 3 sword style, like the 4 sword style and the 8 sword style, they're basically just for fun, unless someone possesses 4 hands. Wano country curry. This is Xiaoyu. Since we meet, let me help you. Looking at Xiaoyu's hard work, Shen Fei thought for a moment and threw some food, clean vegetables, and some clean water onto her path. The 2nd generation Katetsu, Shen Fei, having done all this, left immediately. Of course, he didn't take the 2nd generation Katetsu. Water flowing upstream is truly fascinating. The entrance to Wano country is a waterfall flowing upstream, filled with a large number of golden fish swimming upstream. The scenery is truly beautiful, but for those who live there, this beauty can't fill their stomachs. Originally, all in nations like Wano country could easily go fishing and catch clean fish, but due to its unique natural environment, even fishing is impossible. As for the other ports, they are under the rule of the beast pirates. Since Shen Fei flew here, he certainly wouldn't have come to Curry first. Curry is the poorest region in Wano country, as it's a place of particular concern to Kurazumi Orochi. Before Kazuki Oden became the daimyo of Wano country, his fiefdom was Curry. Many of his 9 red scabbards were born in Curry. Love for the people extends to their own people, and hatred for the people within extends to their own people. Next stop is Cake Island. Shen Fei glanced at the map, figuring he might as well get there in one fell swoop. He flew towards Cake Island. Beyond Wano country, Shen Fei wasn't interested in what lay beyond the New World. If you don't consider having to provide Charlotte Linlin with life in Wano country is pure paradise. Having transformed his appearance and arrived at Cake Island, Shen Fei felt a deep sense of emotion as he gazed upon the fairy tale-like scene ahead. The flowers along the road sang, and the trees spoke. Food, sorely lacking in Wano country, was everywhere. Along the way, everything from flowers and trees to buildings was made of food. There was even a food amusement park, a candy amusement park made from the licking fruit. It was a dream for children. Patrolling the area were homies. Of course, the building materials were forbidden to be eaten. It would be too easy to send the Big Mom pirates out for disaster relief. Charlotte Linlin's head chef seemed to possess the breadfruit, which could transform anything into bread. This ability alone could save countless lives. Unfortunately, this guy's sole focus is clinging to Charlotte Linlin's influence. He's been clinging to her since she was very young. Now, in the Big Mom pirates, while not second to none, he still holds considerable power. Those with the food fruit should be thrown to Wano country. I wonder how they got so many food-type devil fruits. Confused, Shen Fei tasted all the food along the way. Outside, you'd have to pick up these foods yourself before you could eat them. But in Charlotte Linlin's castle, the food would prepare itself and pop right in front of you, ready for you to eat. The tea would brew itself, ready for you to drink. A must-have for lazy people. That way, I've got the 2 red signpost texts. Shen Fei came to Cake Island. Location was one reason, but the red signpost texts were another. He had previously obtained Kato's red road sign in Wano country. On Onigashima, the base of the Beast Pirates, Kato had apparently gone on a suicide mission again, and his 3 calamities were no longer on the island. Shen Fei immediately seized this opportunity to make a copy of the red road sign. Now, Charlotte Linlin's red road sign was also on his way. Shen Fei knew where the final piece of the red road sign was, but he didn't know where it was. Otherwise, he would have gathered all the pieces of paper Kato, Charlotte Linlin, and the others had been searching for decades. If these 2 pieces of paper were released, they would definitely trigger a scramble among countless pirates on the sea. There would be bloody fights and brains splattered. Will the next episode of The Truth of the World reveal the truth about the red road sign? This is something most pirates don't even know. Only the top figures on the sea knew about the red road sign. Thinking of the pirates who had gone through so much trouble to bypass the 4 emperors and enter the depths of the New World, Shen Fei couldn't help but feel pity for them. Finding Raftel doesn't necessarily require a direct confrontation with the 4 emperors. Just like the Straw Hat Pirates, who stole the red road sign from Charlotte Linlin, Roger chose the same method. Over the years, pirates have bypassed the 4 emperors' territory and ventured deeper into the New World. Only a handful have returned, wandering the New World and joining the quest for the red road sign. The vast majority perished there. There's no record of what lies within the New World's depths. Shen Fei only knows that the Elbaf Titans reside there. Born to be a 4 emperor, how enviable. After acquiring the red road sign and the historical text, Shen Fei glanced at Charlotte Linlin from afar before leaving Cake Island. For some, their starting point is, for others, an insurmountable distance from their destination. When Charlotte Linlin was about 5 years old, she defeated a Titan elder head-on, a feat virtually unparalleled. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei opened the secret door and appeared directly in the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago. Island 1 of the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago was now bustling with activity, with massive construction underway to rebuild the human auction site. While Shen Fei's flyers had many people secretly discussing the situation, few dared to actually cause trouble. Repair it. Once you're done, I'll blow it up again to see who's faster, you or me. Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh as he watched Disco leap up and down, yelling at the workers to hurry. In the pirate world, few people sought revenge. Arlong of the Arlong Pirates, defeated, didn't seek revenge on Nami's village. Crocodile, defeated, didn't return to Alabasta. But for Shen Fei, settling scores was easy. So many slaves have been brought in again, and there are still those who want to buy them. As the saying goes, there are countermeasures to every policy. Even though the human auction site had been destroyed, Disco and his men had still set up a makeshift auction site, primarily using tents. Sigh, Shen Fei could only sigh inwardly at this situation. He wanted to change the world single-handedly, but even if he knew some of the plot, there was no way he could do it. Force me to go on a killing spree. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei was about to appear as Claude, but a sudden thought occurred to him, and he immediately gave up the idea of a direct attack. Could this be a trap? This was the thought that suddenly popped into Shen Fei's mind. Uncertain of the situation, Shen Fei immediately abandoned the idea of a direct attack and instead took a covert approach. The specially manufactured sniper rifle, the Barrett, made its appearance. While the appearance remained the same, the materials were completely different. Chapter 227 New World, Part 1. The security is pretty tight, worthy of the combined efforts of all the human trafficking rings. For Shen Fei, possessing a mirror dimension, even the most rigorous defenses were futile without specific special arrangements. After a thorough inspection, Shen Fei immediately prepared for action. The owners of these human trafficking rings on Island 1 of the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago came from a wide range of factions, including pirates like Doflamingo, members of the Chamber of Commerce, the underworld, nobles from various countries, and even royalty. There were several royal factions, all of which were pro-world government. The Celestial Dragon Kingdom, along with the Goa Kingdom in the East China Sea, was also among them. However, perhaps due to their limited strength, the Goa Kingdom did not directly own an auction house on Island 1, and was merely a supplier of slaves. The Creek Pirates, currently known as the strongest pirates in the East China Sea, were, to some extent, nurtured by the Goa Kingdom and were one of the many pirate groups it traded with. Many of the world government's member states employ pirates. For example, the nobles of the Kingdom of Gold derive their primary income from slavery, not only from the slave trade, but also from the work performed by slaves. Unlike civilians, slaves do not require wages. The Kingdom of Goa, the most beautiful nation in the East Sea, was arguably built on the bloodshed of slavery. Goa's policies have made it impossible for them to live a luxurious life by collecting taxes from the common people. They can only afford such a lifestyle through the slave trade, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to pay their annual heavenly gold. The slave trade sustains many of the world government's member states. Without it, most would collapse. These member states are not afraid of being overthrown, as the world government and the Navy are their backers. If it weren't for Doflamingo's unique background, the Kingdom of Delos Rosa would never have been taken over. The Revolutionary Army's one-sided belief that overthrowing the celestial dragons would bring peace to the world is simply presumptuous. Disco, you should thank Brother Ming. Shen Fei, who was aiming at Disco through the scope of his sniper rifle, thought for a moment and turned the gun away. Because of the existence of observation haki, snipers in the pirate world, especially the masters, rarely use scopes. With modern technology, a sniper rifle that can hit the enemy within 2 or 3 kilometers is already a very powerful sniper rifle, but in the pirate world, there are many snipers who can hit the enemy beyond this range. Under the command of Blackbeard, there is a very powerful sniper, Otakosi Van Oka. Among the 4 emperors, the Red Hair Pirates are the only ones who use the most firearms, and many of their members are armed with guns. Long-nosed Usopp is also a very powerful sniper. In the battle against the Doquixote family, he awakened his observation haki and frightened Sucrose unconscious in one fell swoop, laying the foundation for the final victory. He was even called Desperate Usopp for a time. Bang! As Shen Fei pulled the trigger, the head of a senior executive from another human auction house, who was grumbling to Disco, exploded like a watermelon. Blood, brain matter, hair, and flesh splattered everywhere, much of it landing directly in the mouths of Disco and the others. Ugh! The next moment, Disco and the others began to vomit simultaneously. A moment later, the surrounding guards screamed and shielded Disco and the others behind them. Whoosh! Just as Shen Fei was about to fire a second shot, a sudden burst of golden light shot out, striking Shen Fei with lightning speed. The powerful force made Shen Fei's chest tighten, and his body was involuntarily carried backwards by the force. Kizaru, you actually let the admirals ambush us? This Sengoku guy looks really angry. As one of the 3 admirals, he would ambush the slave auction. Sengoku would never do such a thing unless he was forced into a corner. Given Kizaru's personality, he would never stay around without Sengoku's orders. The Navy has always maintained an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach to the world government's dark side, much like how Garp, even after returning to Goa, never met with Goa's higher-ranking officials. Of course, it's also possible that Kizaru is among those targeted and is lurking nearby. Is that you? You've really caused some serious trouble. Shen Fei, retreating through the air, suddenly saw a golden figure appear beside him. It was none other than Admiral Kizaru. So fast. I underestimated the Admiral's strength, Shen Fei thought suddenly. I didn't expect a unified admiral to be involved in securing the slave auction. It's truly eye-opening. Shen Fei rolled over and landed on the ground to the side. As he came to rest, Kizaru's body also came to a stop, less than 5 meters from Shen Fei, a distance equivalent to his own. Sure enough, there's a trap. Luckily, I'm wearing a full set of armor. Shen Fei was now clad in a single piece of black armor, including his head. Didn't you say I'm behind the slave auction? Then my being here shouldn't be surprising, right? Kizaru looked at Shen Fei with a triumphant expression. Take off your mask. Let me see who you are, the one who has so irritated Marshal Sengoku. Who am I? Just a pioneer who wants to fight against the darkness of this world. I miscalculated this time, but even if I fall, there will be countless more of me standing up. The days of the celestial dragons, the world government, and the Navy holding sway will not be long. You lackeys of the celestial dragons, today I will perish with you, Shen Fei said, suddenly pulling out several grenades and throwing them directly to the ground. Shen Fei's sudden action startled Kizaru, and his body instantly transformed into a streak of golden light, darting high into the sky behind him. For Kizaru, as long as Shen Fei was within his sight, escape was impossible. Under such circumstances, Kizaru would certainly not take any risks. Bang, bang, bang. Several puffs of black smoke rose from Shen Fei's feet. What he pulled out weren't explosive grenades, but smoke bombs. Shen Fei had every modern grenade imaginable: tear gas, stun grenades, smoke bombs, and even a grenade made from cobras that made it impossible to sense the passage of time. Goodbye, Admiral Kizaru, Shen Fei thought to himself. He tossed 10 grenades beneath his feet before twisting and disappearing, apparating. Shen Fei had been about to apparate away upon seeing Kizaru, but when he saw Kizaru wasn't about to attack immediately, he gave up the idea. Luffy, with his limited strength, dared to confront the 3 admirals head-on. While he might not have Luffy's courage, he still had the nerve to face Admiral Kizaru alone in his full vibranium armor. Kizaru's expression changed slightly above him when he saw the black smoke, but he didn't rush in immediately. Instead, he looked around cautiously. Boom boom boom. A moment later, a powerful explosion echoed from the black smoke. The grenade Shen Fei had left behind before leaving was a high-explosive one, intended as a prank, but Kizaru wasn't fooled at all. Natural-type devil fruits, especially Kizaru's Pika Pika, are ineffective against modern weapons unless it's a nuclear attack. Shen Fei knew this, but he still wanted to scare Kizaru. The shockwave from the explosion quickly dispersed the black smoke, and Kizaru immediately focused his attention on it, only to find it empty. Gone? Spatial ability? This is really troubling. Shen Fei's final words, mutual destruction. Kizaru didn't believe it. If it truly was a mutual destruction, even if the explosion had been more powerful, there would at least be some bloodstains at the scene. From the beginning until now, Kizaru's observation haki and his eyes had been focused on the surroundings, but he hadn't noticed any sign of Shen Fei. Therefore, spatial ability was the only explanation for Shen Fei's disappearance. After guessing Shen Fei possessed spatial abilities, Kizaru couldn't help but frown. Of all Esper abilities, spatial abilities were the most troublesome. If they tried to leave, they couldn't stay. Kizaru was already furious at being ambushed by a high-ranking general near the slave auction site, and then he was tricked. How could Kizaru possibly feel better? However, despite his frustration, Kizaru had to accept the reality of failure. After this incident, ambush would be difficult again. With a helpless sigh, Kizaru used Den Mushi to call Sengoku. Looks like you've made a discovery. Have you caught him? Sengoku's voice then rang out from the Den Mushi. Kizaru's ambush near the human trafficking site was a decision Sengoku had to make out of necessity. He faced the world government's 5 elders' accountability, and the Navy was in a state of panic over the leaflet incident. Neither the Navy nor the world government had any information on the enemy. Under these circumstances, the slave auction site was the only option, as Shen Fei's actions had been directed at the slaves. Of course, Sengoku hadn't participated in the reconstruction of the slave auction house on Island 1. Even though the flyers had repeatedly claimed he was the mastermind behind it, Sengoku wouldn't actually participate in the slave trade. Since the ambush had been decided, Admiral Kizaru, the fastest of the group, was naturally the first choice to prevent the enemy from escaping. If Akainu had gone, the Navy might have been left with nothing but a charred corpse. As for Aokiji, he clearly didn't want to go. Even as a Grand Admiral, Sengoku couldn't force an admiral to go. Kizaru's willingness to go was only grudgingly agreed after Sengoku promised him a lot of overtime pay. The enemy did show up, but he escaped. With your strength, you actually let him escape. Is he that strong? Kizaru's words startled Sengoku. He knew the strength of the 3 admirals well. If the enemy had a formidable force of that level, it would be bad news for the Navy. The enemy's strength is still unknown. I haven't fought him, but he seems to possess special abilities. What did you say? Tell me everything immediately. Kizaru's words immediately caused Sengoku to shout. Sengoku preferred a powerful admiral to a dimensional user. For the Navy and the world government, even a 4 Emperor-level warrior could be eliminated if they were determined. However, a dimensional user, especially one hiding in the dark, posed a far greater threat than even the 4 Emperor's pirate groups. That's what happened, Kizaru said, recounting the entire incident. So it seems he truly is a dimensional user, and that's why he's able to move so quickly. Shen Fei's actions had already been filed with the Navy's general staff. Numerous staff members speculated that Shen Fei either possessed a powerful force, allowing him to drop leaflets in so many locations simultaneously, or possess special abilities. Neither of these theories boded well for the Navy. One was a powerful, unknown force, and the other was an elusive dimensional user, both posing significant threats to the Navy and the world government. Shen Fei's actions have mobilized the world government and the Navy, with every clue being analyzed. Never underestimate the world government's power. Just look at the pirate King Roger. After his death, even if it was only a possibility, the world government deduced from various clues that Roger's bloodline still existed. If Ace's mother hadn't possessed an incredible fortitude far beyond that of an average mother, allowing Ace to remain in her womb for 22 months, Ace wouldn't have survived. Even so, it was Garp's arrival that ultimately saved Ace, and even then, Ace's identity was still exposed. It's because Shen Fei isn't from this world, and possesses special abilities in a wealth of technology, that the world government's CP spy organization hasn't found him. Come back first, Sengoku said to Kizaru after a moment's silence. Wait a minute, it seems they're attacking again, Kizaru said, hanging up the Den Mushi and transforming into golden light, soaring towards the makeshift slave auction site. The makeshift slave auction site was now in chaos. Continuous explosions had caused heavy casualties among the participants. Admiral Kizaru, don't think we'll dare take action just because you're here to protect us. We officially declare that anyone who continues to traffic in human beings, regardless of race, is our sworn enemy. We will stop at nothing to make them pay a heavy price. This is just the beginning, a strange voice echoed over the Sabaody archipelago. Combined with the recent appearance of Admiral Kizaru, it was irrefutable evidence. Kizaru's face darkened upon hearing this. How dare you ambush me? You really think I'm easy to bully? On the uninhabited island nearest to Marineford, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he opened a palm-sized mystical gate and attached the explosives to the side of a warship in Marineford's harbor. Mystical gates have many uses. Doctor Strange used them to steal books, and he used them here to place time bombs. Chapter 228 New World, Part 2. Just 10 Vice Admiral ships, let's teach you a lesson. After equipping 10 Vice Admiral ships with time bombs, Shen Fei stopped. Although he could have completely destroyed all the naval vessels docked at the naval headquarters port if he wanted, doing so would have been completely meaningless. Boom, boom, boom. 10 consecutive violent explosions immediately alerted Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, and others at the temporary naval headquarters. They quickly arrived at the port and watched the 10 ships sinking in flames. Aokiji's eyes flashed, and before he could react, the sea surface surrounding the 10 blazing ships froze. Sengoku's face was grim. After a quick glance, he immediately ordered, "Save the people." Following Sengoku's command, the surrounding vice admirals, major generals, and colonels quickly appeared on the 10 destroyed ships and began to rescue the people. Thanks to Aokiji's initial intervention, the rescue effort was swift. Even the 10 damaged warships were removed by the Navy's giant vice admirals, working in pairs. In less than 30 minutes, the port was completely calm again. Of course, this was only on the surface. Behind the scenes, the Navy headquarters had already imposed martial law and organized personnel to conduct searches of the warships in the port and key locations on the island. The speed of the rescue, someone watching the scene from afar through a telescope couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Although he hadn't intended to cause too much trouble for the Navy, the fact that it was dealt with so easily left him feeling very upset. Well, let's put these petty tiffs aside for now. After a moment's silence, Shen Fei gave up on causing trouble for Zanguo and the Navy. These incidents only made Zanguo depressed and occasionally bleed, but they wouldn't cause any serious damage to the Navy. It's time to find a way to continue improving my strength. As long as he had enough strength, he could punch Garp and kick Zanguo, and there would be no need for these petty actions. In reality, these petty actions were merely Shen Fei's way of irritating the Navy's top brass, including Sengoku. Honestly, Sengoku, Garp, and the other 3 admirals were indeed good people, but as the protectors of the celestial dragons, they still fancied a reputation for righteousness. Such a thing was impossible. During the Ohara Demon Slayer Order incident, it was Sengoku who delegated the power of the order, but in the end, Akainu and Spandane were blamed for everything, leaving Sengoku seemingly unscathed. Politically, Sengoku truly lived up to his reputation as a wise general. The most reputable person in the Navy was, in fact, former Admiral Zephyr. The 3 current admirals were all his disciples, as were the vast majority of current vice admirals and even officers at the rank of colonel. Smoker was also trained by Zephyr. This unkillable admiral ultimately met a tragic end and was ultimately disgraced. Shen Fei had many thoughts on Zephyr. This man is a former admiral of the Navy. Even though he doesn't seem to have much power now, he still has pacifists and many followers under his command. If Zephyr could be given a chance to seek revenge personally, he might be recruited. As for Zephyr's broken arm and old age, these are all solvable problems for Shen Fei. By then, if Fujitora and Green Bull were added to his team, he would have 3 Admiral-level fighters. Of course, at this stage, this is just an idea and a conception of Shen Fei. Even though Zephyr was marginalized by the world government, he still devoted himself to the Navy for many years. It was not until Edward joined the Shichibukai that Zephyr began to turn evil. Shen Fei, with some wild thoughts in his mind, once again arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago and was lucky enough to encounter a pirate group heading to Fishman Island. Their ship was also a pirate group coated with Pluto Rayleigh. In the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago, there's a certain group of people you can't afford to offend, the ship coating craftsmen. Reaching 10,000 meters underwater is a serious test of a coating craftsman's skill. That's 10,000 meters down there, and any mishap is practically guaranteed annihilation. Every year, numerous pirate groups are wiped out by this very situation. Whether the cause is substandard coating or damage from sea monster attacks remains unknown, so pirates visiting the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago generally don't skimp on the coating. If this bubble were used to launch an underwater tourism tour in the Marvel Universe, it would definitely be incredibly popular. Shen Fei, riding the pirate group's ship to Fishman Island, stood stealthily in a deserted corner of the deck, gazing at the wonders of the sea beneath the coating. Suddenly, this thought occurred to him. The seafloor seen through a diving device is a far cry from this. Right, time to get some submarines. As the ship continued to descend, Shen Fei suddenly reflected. In the pirate world, the primary medium of communication is ship. Aside from the Navy, other factions primarily use sails. As for submarines, it seems only Trafalgar Law has a small one, which proved crucial in saving Luffy during the Battle of Marineford. Boom! Just as the ship was about to reach Fishman Island, a massive humanoid sea monster suddenly appeared, grabbed the ship, and headed for the other side. It looks like the sea monk Luffy encountered on Fishman Island. The massive figure immediately reminded Shen Fei of the monster. It was a pet belonging to the new Fishman pirates. It was Luffy's enemy, but after being struck by Luffy's friendly fist, it became his friend. It even jumped out to help Luffy and his crew during their escape on Cake Island. The sea monk quickly threw the ship, sending it tumbling into the bubble of Fishman Island before crashing heavily to the ground. Fishman Island is actually a giant bubble, seemingly provided by the Sun Tree Eve. Therefore, unless the Sun Tree Eve is destroyed, the bubble generally remains intact. Because of the Sun Tree Eve's presence, even on Fishman Island, 10,000 meters beneath the sea, some sunlight could be seen. This sunlight was transmitted through the Sun Tree Eve's network of trunks. While it couldn't compare to actual sunlight, it did create a rhythm of day and night on Fishman Island. Get off, you damned lowly humans! The pirates on board were stunned by the ship's fall. Before they could fully recover, they heard angry roars from outside. The ship's bubble was immediately destroyed, and a group of ferocious fishermen, armed with various weapons, surrounded them. What unlucky pirates! Watching the pirates and the fishermen fighting, Shen Fei prepared to quietly depart. These pirates were no good. While on the ship, Shen Fei heard them bragging to each other about how much treasure they had stolen and how many people they had killed. The fear of the victims begging for mercy became their only source of boasting. If it weren't for this sudden incident, Shen Fei would have waited until he reached Fishman Island to destroy their coating and bury them at the bottom of the sea. Turtle shields, are they very defensive? Shen Fei was slightly surprised when he saw a pirate's sword snap immediately after it struck a Murloc's shield. You damned Murlocs, get out of my way! Seeing his men retreating, the pirate captain rushed out in anger, his katana in hand, slashing at the leading Murlocs. Pirates who made it to the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago and Fishman Island were generally quite skilled, otherwise, they would have been captured by the Navy or defeated by other pirate groups along the way. With this, the captain unleashed a brutal slaughter on the Murlocs, even those wielding turtle shields. It wasn't that he was so strong he could sever the shields, but rather that his power was so immense he could cleave them with a single blow. Just as he was displaying his might, several jets of water suddenly flew out from the side, piercing his body. Fishman Karate, watching the fishman leader emerge from the side, listening to their cries, Shen Fei immediately knew who he was. Hottie Jones, the current leader of the new Fishman Pirates, the one who had rallied 100,000 men to challenge Luffy, only to be reduced to 50,000 by Luffy's domineering haki. Domineering haki? Looks like I don't have it anymore. Thinking of it, Shen Fei felt a sense of disappointment. It wasn't that he had much of a desire for it, but rather that it was a trump card ability for knocking down small soldiers. Shen Fei felt it was perfect for showmanship. A single glare could send an enemy reeling. If it wasn't aimed at a large group of enemies, but just one, even a mere marine captain could use it to intimidate. Furthermore, domineering haki represents the qualities of a king, and it was impossible not to feel disappointed when he discovered he lacked it. A mere damned lowly slave, after striking the enemy's strongest opponent with a single blow, Hody Jones cast a fierce glance around, causing everyone, human or Murloc alike, to flinch. This guy isn't even a match for Aaron. After glancing at Hody Jones, Shen Fei headed for the Murloc base camp. Shen Fei hadn't yet devised a plan for dealing with Hody Jones, but upon seeing him, he thought of an item, the killing potion. This was Hody Jones's trump card for dominating Fishman Island's Fishman Street and combating foreign pirates. The killing potion greatly increased a person's strength, but its side effect was a significant drain on their vitality. This drug was particularly effective against creatures like Murlocs. A normal human would likely be wiped out after taking just one. However, Hody Jones devoured the killing potion like candy, devouring it in large quantities, ultimately reducing himself to a frail old man. This item, which trades vitality for strength, also exists in the Kingdom of Alabasta, the Heoshu. In the original novel, 4 guards drank the Heoshu and fought Crocodile to the death, but due to the vast disparity in strength, it proved futile. A stronger version of the blue pill, Shen Fei quickly found the potion in the Fishman base. Hody Jones hadn't carefully stored it. In fact, this potion is standard equipment in the new Fishman pirate group, with nearly every officer carrying a large quantity. Counterattack humanity, turn them into slaves. Hody Jones is overthinking it. Just as Shen Fei grabbed a handful of the potion and was about to leave, Hody Jones waited for the fishmen to return. As the officers began discussing how to form a human slave army to counterattack the surface world, Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh. He was just an arrogant fellow. The 100,000 men he assembled couldn't even defeat Luffy and his crew, let alone reach the surface. With such strength, he still wanted to attack the surface. He needed a powerful emperor of the Fishman tribe first. It's not like the Fishmen don't have powerful members, but unfortunately, none of them belong to Fishman Island. Currently, the strongest Fishmen are probably Jack the Drought. Afterward, Shen Fei quietly left the new Fishman pirates base and headed for Fishman Island. So many mermaids. Sanji would die of happiness if he came here. Looking at the mermaids bustling around, Shen Fei's forehead suddenly jumped, as he suddenly remembered that not all mermaids are beautiful, like that particular grandmother. Sanji's dreams were nearly shattered because of that grandmother. I'm not sure if she can predict that I killed Arlong, but she and Arlong are siblings. And then there's Shirahoshi and his sister. The Fishmen are truly formidable. Genetic mutation is perfectly exemplified among the Fishmen. Consider how petite Princess Otohime is, yet her children, especially Shirahoshi, are so large. Shen Fei could only imagine genetic mutation. If this happened to humans, most would think of their neighbor. But among the fishmen, even if 2 herbivorous fishmen mated and produced a shark type, it was perfectly normal. While both fishmen and mermen are native to Fishman Island, the difference between them is profound, as evidenced by the prices they command in human trafficking. Most fishmen are known for their ferocious appearances, earning them a poor reputation in the human world. There are even rumors that anyone who comes into contact with them could contract infectious diseases. Mermen, however, are different. Most are beautiful, and their legends in the human world are often filled with beautiful stories, much like Sanji's desire for mermaids. This difference in appearance split Fishman Island into 2 factions, with fishmen ruling the Ryugu Kingdom. This was one of the main reasons for the rebellion led by Hody Jones and his group. Of course, there are exceptions, and there are also beautiful fishmen. Princess Otohime is a fishman, and her beauty eclipses that of most mermaids. Seeking, Shen Fei glanced in the direction of the Dragon Palace and headed towards the underwater forest of Fishman Island. This was one of his main purposes for coming to Fishman Island, to obtain the historical texts there. As for Seeking, he had no intention of contacting him for the time being. Time to go back and proceed to the next step. In front of the historical texts, Shen Fei directly opened the secret door and returned to the secret base, ready to explore the New World. Chapter 229 New World, Part 2. I didn't expect this to be the world. Standing in the crowd, Shen Fei was overwhelmed with emotion as he watched the excited 11 or 12-year-old boy with short black hair, a green shirt and shorts, clutching a strangely shaped fishing rod. Jeffries was the boy's name, and he was also the protagonist of Hunter World. The fact that he had arrived in this Hunter World was quite unexpected for Shen Fei. This time, he was incredibly lucky to have landed on Whale Island. After a little inquiry, he immediately understood what this place was. On the entire Whale Island, there were only 2 children of Xiaoji's age, a boy and a girl. While common sense would suggest these 2 were childhood sweethearts, in reality, they were merely acquaintances. Xiaoji was a wild child whose favorite place was the dense forests of Whale Island, surrounded by animals. The fact that there were only these 2 children on Whale Island wasn't because the islanders lacked children, but rather because their children were not here. In some ways, Whale Island was a perfect place for retirement. Upon learning it was the Hunter World, Shen Fei was thrilled. The Nen of this world was a lifesaver for him right now. So, Shen Fei temporarily stayed on Whale Island. As a visitor, he sought to learn Nen through formal means in the Hunter World. The Hunter exam was a good way to do so, and following the protagonist, Gun, would easily allow him to reach the exam location. Shen Fei didn't wait long on the island. 2 days after arriving on Whale Island, Gun reeled in the Swamp King, a large and unusual fish with claws. The Hunter World, similar to One Piece, is a world filled with various magical creatures. Due to someone's love of mahjong, the true nature of the Dark Continent remains unknown, but from Jin's words, one can surmise that it is an exceptionally dangerous place. Even the powerful Ant King, Meruem, is considered a mere B-rank dangerous creature in the Dark Continent. Speaking of which, this Hunter exam was actually held directly on a ship near Whale Island, completely eliminating the need for Gon to search for a location. Was this Jin's deliberate move? If it weren't for his observation hacky not spotting any powerful life forms nearby, Shen Fei would have suspected Jin was watching Gon from the side. Of course, it's also possible that Jin had arrived and hidden himself. Shen Fei vaguely remembered that telepathy had a concealing effect. It wasn't that Shen Fei was being paranoid, rather, while waiting for Gon to catch the Swamp King, he'd researched the Hunter exam online. The first step was to register and then find the location. This wasn't an easy task, as the Hunter exam was open to the entire world, but only had one location. This meant that some who wanted to take the exam had to cross continents, like Killua, who traveled across continents to get there. It wasn't that Shen Fei underestimated Gon. If the exam had been held elsewhere, Gon might not have been able to find the location before the stipulated time. Millions of applicants applied for the Hunter exam each year, but only a few hundred could reach the venue. The reason so many people signed up wasn't because they all knew what a hunter was, but rather because the profession offered so many privileges. It's practically impossible to become a billionaire by simply passing the Hunter exam, obtaining a hunter license, and then immediately selling it, without further ado. Not to mention the numerous privileges that come with a hunter license. This chance to get rich overnight is incredibly appealing to most people. It's fair to say the Hunter exam couldn't compare to the civil service exam Shen Fei took before his time travel. And Mitt, take care. I'll be back after I find Jin. Having caught the Swamp King, Gon couldn't stop her from taking the Hunter exam. Facing Gon, who was excitedly preparing to find his father, she could only pray for his safety. 12-year-old protagonist, Shen Fei was already waiting when Gon arrived at the port. With Gon there, Shen Fei didn't bother searching for answers to the Hunter exam questions or finding the location. When the ship arrived, the two of them boarded, one in front of the other. The deck was packed with people, most of them carrying various weapons. After Shen Fei swept the deck, he found a corner and leaned against it quietly. Xiaoji, carrying his fishing rod, looked around excitedly. After all, this was his first time leaving Whale Island. As the ship sailed, Xiaoji's nose suddenly moved a few times, and then his body jumped onto the sail in an unusually flexible state, and shook his nose vigorously a few times. Then Xiaoji quickly jumped down from it, found the captain on the side, and said, "Captain, a storm is coming." "Oh, how did you know?" the captain said nonchalantly while drinking. Xiaoji pointed to several seagulls flying in the sky and said, "It's the smell of the wind, and they told me." This kid. Xiaoji's words made the captain's eyes flicker slightly, and then he immediately ordered the sailors on the ship to start lowering the sails. Before long, the storm arrived as expected, sending the ship careening through the air and threatening to capsize. Only the captain's skilled seamanship prevented the ship from capsizing. However, the roller coaster ride that followed had the effect of overwhelming most of the crew. Many were thrown directly overboard into the sea, their fate determined by luck. When the storm passed, only 4 people remained, their expressions seemingly unchanged. 3 of them were Gon, Kurapika, and Liario, while the other was Shen Fei. He had already entered the cabin when the storm arrived. "There's a bigger storm ahead." Gon's nose twitched again as the ship passed through the stormy area, and he spoke immediately. "Attention, we are about to enter a storm area that is stronger than before, everyone be careful." As the captain loudly explained the situation, the people on the ship immediately threw out the lifeboat on the ship and jumped into the sea, fleeing far away. The previous storm almost took their lives, and a stronger storm would mean they would be dead. A moment later, except for the 4 people including Shen Fei, there were only the captain and the sailors on the ship, and all the other passengers had escaped. "Aren't you going to escape?" The captain looked at the 4 people including Xiaoji in some surprise. "There is no need for that," Xiaoji said with a smile. Shen Fei, Kurapika, and Liario did not speak. "Very good, you passed," the captain suddenly said loudly. "What do you mean?" Liario finally reacted at this time. "It's simple. I'm a junior examiner employed by the Hunter Association." The captain immediately revealed his name, Shen Fei. If the Hunter Association were to screen millions of applicants, how long would it take? Therefore, the Hunter Association employed many people like the captain as examiners. "What is your purpose in becoming a hunter?" the captain continued, seemingly unfazed by the impending storm. "I want to find my father, a professional hunter," Gon immediately stated. "I don't want to say," Kurapika said bluntly. "That has nothing to do with the exam." Liario seemed reluctant to say either. "The world is so big, I want to see it all," Shen Fei offered a classic excuse. "If you don't tell me your purpose, I'll have to fail you," the captain said, turning his gaze to Kurapika and Liario. Hearing the captain's words, Kurapika and Liario were forced to reveal their respective motives, one for revenge, the other for money. The 2 immediately engaged in an argument over their differing philosophies, then drew their weapons and left the cabin, intending to defend their beliefs in a duel. The ship was already within the storm's reach, but the violent rocking of the ship didn't affect the 2 men's thoughts. Out of curiosity, Shen Fei stood at the cabin door, watching the 2 men face off. Kurapika held 2 wooden swords, while Liario held a small knife that looked like a scalpel. Liario's dream was to become a doctor. However, he couldn't afford the expensive medical school tuition, so he took the hunter exam with a hunter license. You can study at any university in the world for free. You can go to any university you want, no exams required. This is the privilege of a hunter license. Due to the intensity of the storm, a sailor lost his grip and was blown away. Kurapika and Liario, fighting, simultaneously tried to save him, but it was too late. Gon then suddenly rushed out and saved him. What a perfect teamwork, Shen Fei, observing this, returned to the cabin. Not long after, Gon and the other 2, along with the rescued sailor, entered. Kurapika and Liario seemed to have improved their relationship. Here's a tip. If you want to get to the test venue, head towards the tree on the top of the mountain. At the report, when Gon was about to disembark, the captain stopped him and gave him a tip. Gon had no intention of keeping this tip a secret and quickly told Kurapika, Liario, and Shen Fei. There, but the address of the venue is clearly in S.H.I.E.L.D. City. Liario didn't completely believe Gon's words. It wasn't that he didn't believe Gon, but he didn't believe the captain. Because according to the information given before the hunter exam, the test venue is in S.H.I.E.L.D. City, which was completely opposite to the place on the top of the mountain. In the end, Liario decided to take the bus to S.H.I.E.L.D. City alone, while Shen Fei was going to go to the top of the mountain with Xiaoji and Kurapika. When the 3 of them had not walked far, Liario suddenly ran over and said that after considering it, he decided to accompany them. After all, it was a rare companion who had to go through the review together. As they moved forward, Liario soon began to complain. Among the 3, Liario had the worst physical strength. If Shen Fei was not counted, Xiaoji was the strongest. Afterwards, the 4 of them came to a place that seemed to be deserted. Then an old woman appeared in front of everyone with a large number of people. She was the assessor of this level and they needed to answer her questions to pass. Before Shen Fei and the others could make a decision, a man with 2 swords on his back suddenly rushed out and said that he could answer the question first. The old woman's question was a very classic question, that is, if your mother and girlfriend fell into the water at the same time, which one would you save first? Of course I saved them all. Shen Fei muttered so in his heart. The man with the double swords on his back quickly gave an answer, and then with a smug smile on his face, he glanced at Shen Fei and the others, and then walked forward quickly. As a result, before they had gone far, Shen Fei and the others heard a scream, which should be a serious disaster. Shen Fei did not participate in answering this question, because this kind of question was purely a question that some people came up with out of boredom, and there was no fixed answer at all, because everyone's personality is different, so of course the answer would be different. Shen Fei, who was silent all the way, followed Xiaoji and the other two all the way to the leader on the top of the mountain, and then watched the show the whole time. It's amazing that you can actually see the difference between these two monsters. Watching the conversation between Xiaoji and the phantom beast fox, Shen Fei's eyes were fixed on the fox that had turned into its original form, trying to see how Xiaoji could tell that the two had different faces. The same was true for Kurapika and Liario on the side. Because of Xiaoji, Fox looked very happy, so Shen Fei, who had been watching the show the whole time, was able to pass and was taken to Saba City by this family of monsters. As long as the monsters in the hunter world do not hurt people, they can be protected by the Hunter Association. I'm starving. After arriving at the location of the hunter exam, Liario immediately devoured the steak. The hunter exam was held in a small hotel. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they took the elevator to the real assessment location on the 100th floor underground. Shen and his group also got their own number plates. Shen Fei's number plate was 402. At this time, hundreds of people participating in this hunter exam had gathered in the underground hall. Strange, there are only 398 people. Soon after entering the hall, Xiaoji used his extraordinary 5 senses to calculate all the people in the hall. You are wondering about this, Xiaoji had just finished speaking when a strange voice sounded on the side. This is because a few idiots were killed before. The person who spoke was a short and fat man with a wretched look, a rookie killer, Dongba. It is said that he has participated in the hunter exam more than 30 times. I have participated in the hunter exam 35 times. I am very experienced in the hunter exam. You have participated so many times and failed. Is such experience useful? Before Dongba finished speaking, Liario on the side interrupted him. Don't look down on the hunter exam. You must know that those who can come here are masters from all sides, such as that one. A flash of anger flashed in Dongba's eyes, then he regained his composure, and then began to introduce the masters who took the hunter exam this time. For Dongba, who had more than 30 years of experience, many of the people who took the hunter exam were familiar faces. For most people, it was very difficult to pass the hunter exam in one go. The first exam was just to accumulate relevant experience to prepare for the subsequent exams. It must be said that Dongba's intelligence was very powerful. After a while, he told everyone the information about some of the masters of this hunter exam. When Dongba started speaking, some of the people who were being introduced glared at him, but did not make any move to stop him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Reading, Part 1. Would you like some juice? After Dongba shared the information about several tough and powerful characters in this hunter exam, he took out a few bottles of drinks from his shoulder bag and distributed them to a few people. Xiaoji took the drink very naturally. After seeing Xiaoji take it, Kurapika and Liario also took the drink. When Dongba handed the drink to Shen Fei looked at Dongba with a smile before taking the drink. Ah! At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The scream came from a young man in a blue cloak. For some unknown reason, his arms kept disappearing. As his arms disappeared, red blood flowers flew out from the place where his arms disappeared and spread to the surroundings. As the blood flowers spread, the people around him couldn't help but take several steps back. Only a young man with red hair, wearing a red playing card number, stood quietly before him. His appearance, coupled with the markings on his clothes, immediately reminded Shen Fei of who he was, Hisoka. Oh, my arms turned into flowers and vanished. This has nothing to do with me, Hisoka watched as his arms stopped disappearing at his shoulders and fell to the ground, unable to speak in pain. He smiled and said, "By the way, I remind you, next time you bump into someone, apologize properly." With that, Hisoka walked forward. As he moved forward, the people ahead unconsciously made way for him. The previous scene had such a profound impact on those around him that by the time Hisoka stepped aside and stood still, there was no one within a 10-meter radius. What a miraculous telepathy! To the average person, an arm transforming into a flower and disappearing would be a truly miraculous event. But to those who knew and could see telepathy, it wasn't so miraculous. The previous miraculous event was merely the application of telepathy. Although Shen Fei didn't currently understand Nen, he possessed magical powers within him. Hisoka's Nen couldn't be hidden from his eyes, not to mention that Shen Fei knew of Hisoka's Nen abilities. Nen in the hunter world was incredibly powerful, comparable to devil fruits, but without their drawbacks. The magical scene just now was the result of Hisoka's frivolous use of his Nen abilities. Hisoka possessed two Nen abilities, flexible love and a frivolous illusion. Frankly, these two abilities weren't particularly powerful, but like devil fruit users, there were no useless Nen abilities, it all depended on how well you applied them. Hisoka's Nen skills were undoubtedly among the best in this world. His Nen was mastered to such an extreme that even enemies aware of his abilities would inevitably fall into his traps. Shen Fei even suspected that even among the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association, few could defeat Hisoka, with the exception of Jin, of course. That's magician number 44, Hisoka. He could have passed last year. Seeing Gon and the others' gazes fixed on Hisoka, Dongba immediately explained Hisoka's situation. For Dongba, who participates in the Hunter exam every year, Hisoka's participation last year had nearly made him his own target for juice. Later, Dongba, finding Hisoka somewhat intimidating, hadn't given him juice. While Dongba might be a bit of a snob and a bully, he possessed a remarkable ability to sense danger, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived so many Hunter exams. Then why didn't he pass? Liario asked immediately. Passing the Hunter exam was Liario's primary concern, as it connected to his dreams. Because he punched the examiner at the end last year, he was deemed unqualified. For those unaware of the true Hunter's abilities, Hisoka's beating of the examiner, while shocking, didn't particularly register. Only those who truly knew the true strength of a hunter would understand its incredible nature. A true hunter, even one who doesn't specialize in combat, but rather one who specializes in gourmet hunting and other areas, possesses a vastly different strength from an ordinary person. Why would someone like that be allowed to participate in the hunter competition? Because the Hunter Association has the final say on whether an opponent is qualified. If they want, even a demon can qualify. Okay, enough of that. Let's celebrate all of us passing the Hunter exam together, Dongba said, opening a can of drink and holding it up to the others. Seeing Dongba's actions, Gon naturally opened his drink as well. Following Gon's lead, Liario and Kurapika followed suit. Meanwhile, several people around them sneered, their expressions filled with gloating. No one wanted to expose Dongba. Although Dongba's words and actions were unrefined and many looked down on him, being able to eliminate a few opponents early was worth the effort, especially since Gon's group didn't look very old. Shen Fei similarly opened his drink. As Zyuji, Liario, and Kurapika followed Dongba's lead and raised theirs, Shen Fei stepped to his side. As Dongba stood there, stunned and bewildered, Shen Fei grasped his chin and poured his drink into his mouth. After he finished his drink, he opened and drank several more cans in Dongba's hand in his bag. After the sixth can, Shen Fei sensed something was amiss and threw Dongba far away. Just as Dongba was flung more than 10 meters, while still in midair, several consecutive noises echoed behind him, followed by a strange odor that quickly spread throughout the hall. As the odor spread, nearly everyone in the room glared at Shen Fei in anger. Even Hisoka couldn't help but cover his nose. Oh no! I drank too much? Seeing Zyuji pinching his nose and the angry looks from everyone around him, Shen Fei couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He had only meant to embarrass Dongba. This guy, Liario said, clutching his nose and immediately throwing away his drink. While Liario might be a little slow-witted, he was no fool. Dongba's condition immediately made him understand what was going on. Only Kurapika threw his drink away without changing his expression. Compared to Zyuji and Liario, Kurapika had already suspected Dongba. Compared to Zyuji and Liario, Kurapika was more observant of the situation. He certainly saw the expressions of the people around him after they finished Dongba's drink. You brat, As the smell emanating from Dongba's drink grew stronger, someone's anger finally broke free. Dongba, because Shen Fei had drunk so much, couldn't even move to get up. His entire body trembled with the sound of the drink. Just as someone was about to attack Shen Fei, the front door suddenly swung open. The person entered the hall, his nose twitching. Then, upon observing the situation, he immediately spoke. "I'm Satsu, the examiner for the first exam. All you have to do from now on is follow my movements." With that, Satsu immediately turned and left, apparently unable to bear the stench of the hall. As Satsu left, Hisoka and another person covered in strange needles followed, seemingly unable to bear the odor either. The next moment, everyone rushed toward the passage ahead, many turning back to glare at Shen Fei. "Let's go too," Kurapika said, immediately giving chase, followed closely by Gon and Liario. "Boy, do you realize what you just did?" Not far into the passage, the person who had been preparing to attack Shen Fei was waiting for him. Upon seeing him, they immediately rushed forward. "You guys," Gon started, then immediately fell silent as Shen Fei had already defeated all the people charging at him. "Amazing." Liario stared at Shen Fei in amazement, and even Kurapika, standing nearby, watched him warily. "Keep going. I hope you can pass the hunter exam." After defeating them, Shen Fei smiled and waved at Gon and the other two before continuing on his way. Reality and the viewer's perspective are truly different. Shen Fei smiled and nodded as he passed Killua, a white-haired boy on a skateboard, before continuing on his way. He had been following Gon to find the hunter exam location, but now that he was there, and had already eliminated Dongba, the man who had nearly eliminated Gon and the others, there was no need for Shen Fei to stay with Gon and the others. If he had continued to follow Gon, he might have faced Hisoka sooner rather than later. Given Hisoka's personality, he might have targeted him directly. Shen Fei might have been tempted to kill Hisoka beforehand. Whether Hisoka lived or died was actually of little concern to Shen Fei. However, since it was a rare opportunity to enter the hunter world, Shen Fei wanted little to do with other matters besides learning Nen, strengthening his strength, and perhaps even taking a liking to the Dark Continent. On the road behind, Shen Fei lingered at the back of the first group, following at a leisurely pace. These two have truly become good friends. After nearly 100 kilometers, Gon and Killua quickly caught up from behind, seemingly engaged in a rivalry. One from a family of assassins, the other from a mountainous land. It was truly a strange fate that these two could become such close friends. The Shimura wetlands, the lair of the tricksters, are truly fascinating. It seems we don't have time this time, but come over when you have time. Following Satsu, the group quickly entered the second half of the first exam. As for the previous trick played by the ape, it was immediately foiled by Hisoka. The creatures of the hunter world might not have the same vitality as the Sea Kings of One Piece, but they all possess unique abilities. For example, the hypnotic butterfly and the mind mushroom, if properly cultivated, could undoubtedly become formidable weapons. The hypnotic butterfly's sprayed powder, in particular, has a powerful hypnotic effect, making it ideal for crafting into items like sleep grenades. However, this time, due to his hunter exam, Shen Fei could only secretly memorize some of these mysterious creatures, intending to capture them later. Under normal circumstances, only a certified hunter could survive safely in the Shimura wetlands. This Hisoka guy is killing people. How boring. Shen Fei shook his head softly, sensing the screams within the dense fog of the Shimura wetlands. He ignored Hisoka's attempts to exploit the fog for his own amusement and instead followed Satsu, hurrying towards their destination. Few people remained close behind Satsu, and most of them, filled with fear, desperately followed the examiner, Satsu. The calmest of them all was the one covered in golden needles. This guy was probably Killua's brother, Illumi, in disguise. Unlike Hisoka, who would kill for fun, Illumi wouldn't normally kill, and the price of his services was high. This world was truly bizarre. In some ways, it was comparable to the world of One Piece, a world of assassins, yet they could appear openly and even allow the public to visit. Of course, the most important thing was that they pay taxes, and they did so accurately, and they were significant taxpayers. This Hisoka guy actually brought Liario here, groomed his enemies, and then personally destroyed them. This perverted mindset is truly hard to comprehend. Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he watched Hisoka place the unconscious Liario aside. To fight a powerful foe, Hisoka would even help them recover their strength. After the Phantom Troop leader's mind was sealed by Kurapika, It was Hisoka who went to great lengths to find a mind exterminator to help him recover. Unfortunately, due to someone's love of mahjong, Shen Fei didn't see the outcome of the captain's battle with Hisoka, but it was sure to be a thrilling one. Unlike the pirate world, combat in the hunter world relies on sheer physical prowess. It's a world of will and strength, and without wisdom, one can easily be manipulated. Therefore, knowing the opponent's nen ability is crucial in combat. Of course, this is also because one side lacks overwhelming power. If one had, the situation would be different. The saying one force defeats 10 skills is true. Just like the battle between the Ant King and the guild leader was formidable, yet he couldn't even injure the Ant King. The Ant King possessed no special nen abilities, his only strength being his immense power. Ultimately, if it weren't for the poor man's rose, the Ant King wouldn't have died. Over 100 people are missing. Judging from the situation in the Shimelo wetlands, these missing people are in grave danger. Shen Fei was among the first to arrive at the end of the first exam. Behind him, stragglers gradually arrived. Most of them were in a state of disarray, some bearing significant injuries. The only one who remained intact was probably Hisoka, who appeared carrying Liario. Gun and Kurapika arrived shortly after him. "Let's prepare to begin the second exam," Satsu announced immediately after the timer had arrived. With his announcement, a manor suddenly appeared nearby. It had been hidden by Nen, unseen by the group before. Chapter 231, Reading, Part 2. How can this be? This doesn't count. During the second half of the second hunter exam, the structure of the exam had all the participants roaring with anger. No one had passed. The examiners for the second hunter exam were Menki and Buhala, both gourmet hunters, and their exams were all about gourmet food. Buhala's task was to hunt the porcupine boar, a fierce wild boar native to the Biscayne forest. Its meat was also incredibly delicious, a favorite of Buhala. Faced with a ferocious porcupine, many were helpless, and countless were injured or killed by its massive, hard snouts. Only after Zyuoji revealed the porcupine's weakness did the situation improve. Afterward, the participants, perhaps realizing that individual efforts were ineffective, adopted a cooperative approach to hunting the porcupine boar. Because the passing criterion for this exam required presenting the hogs before Buhala was full, only 70 people succeeded. This meant that Buhala single-handedly devoured 70 hogs. This scene prompted Shen Fei to compare Buhala with Luffy. In terms of appetite, Buhala wasn't Luffy's equal. Hogs are vastly larger than normal pigs. Even one, let alone 70, would have been enough for many. Buhala, on the other hand, only experienced a slight bloating after consuming so many. Shen Fei's assessment of this might have been influenced by Buhara's thoughts. After Buhala, it was Menki's turn to pose a question. Sushi, a delicacy found only in a small island nation far to the east. No one present knew how to prepare this dish, not even Hanzo, a bald man from that island nation who claimed to be a ninja. However, he lacked the necessary secrecy and chattered incessantly. Unfortunately, despite being born there, this person wasn't a chef. Hunters are many, but gourmet hunters are just one type, and a very rare one at that. It's not that gourmet hunters aren't talented, but the vast majority of hunters never considered becoming gourmet hunters. If this exam had been for any other subject, it would have been fine, but losing over a food they'd never heard of. Not to mention the other candidates present, even Hisoka and Kilu's brother, Illumi, couldn't help but frown, each pulling out a poker card and a mana needle. For most people, a hunter license is a life-changing item. Take Liario, for example. He wanted to study medicine but had no money. With a hunter license, he could attend any university he wanted, tuition free. But for Illumi and Hisoka, it was nothing. If Hisoka had truly wanted a hunter license, he wouldn't have punched the examiner last year. Hisoka took the hunter exam to see if he could find someone he found interesting. Last year, Hisoka failed to find the key, leading him to beat up the examiner. But this year, he did, and Gon has barely made it into Hisoka's sights. If the hunter exams were turned at this point, wouldn't it mean Hisoka's plans would be thwarted? As for Illumi, he took the hunter exams for Killua and because he needed a hunter license for a recent assassination mission. If the exams were over, Illumi would have to wait until next year or return to his family for a hunter license, which Illumi couldn't accept. The Zoldyck family has a rather bizarre rule: family deals, one of the most sacred Zoldyck rules. You want to fight? Come on. Seeing all the candidates demanding an explanation, Menki's temper flared. She gripped her two swords, ready to charge and chop anyone if a disagreement arose. Menki knew her own judgment had its flaws, but since it was a rule she had made, her pride wouldn't allow her to go back on her word. Just as Menki was about to attack, Buhara immediately intervened. Although he also thought Menki's decision was somewhat unreasonable, as a companion, he was unequivocally on Menki's side. As for Shen Fei's failure, the reason was simple: he didn't want to interfere with the outcome of this exam. While Shen Fei hadn't focused on cooking, his skills were quite good due to his strength and the Operation Fruit. Speaking of the sushi made by Zyology and the others, Shen Fei nearly laughed his stomach out. Ever seen sushi with a whole fish sandwich between rice balls? Zyology and the others did pretty much the same thing. Here they come. Just as the battle was about to break out, Hisoka and Illumi immediately retracted their weapons. The next moment, a figure plummeted from above. Bang! The figure landed directly between the two sides about to clash, sending up a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, an old man in a white G, with a ponytail and a thick beard, emerged from the large crater he had created earlier. This elderly man was none other than Netero, the current president of the Hunter Association, the founder of the Heart Source style Kenpo, one of the 5 greatest Nen users in the Hunter world, and a man over 100 years old. If one didn't know Netero's age, it would be hard to believe this healthy and fit man could actually be a centenarian. This is one of the effects of Nen. Upon learning this world was the Hunter world, Shen Fei was extremely excited. Besides the immense combat power Nen could provide, there was another important reason: Nen's profound life-extending properties. If Kamar-Taj's magic extended life by strengthening the soul, then the Hunter world extended life through the body. By comparison, Garp and Sengoku of the Pirate world, despite their immense power, couldn't compare to the Hunter world in terms of longevity. If the Dark Continent was included, the Hunter world could even be considered far more dangerous. President Buhara breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Netero appear. There weren't many people in the Hunter Association who could change Menki's mind, but Netero was certainly one of them. Menki, according to the association's rules, we shouldn't interfere with your rights as an examiner, but you were a bit impulsive this time. I'm sorry, President. Menki didn't insist on her previous thoughts when facing President Netero. She immediately put away her weapon and apologized to the president. Don't worry about it. Netero smiled and waved his hand, then asked Menki to change the topic. After all, Menki was the chief examiner for the second exam. President, I'm afraid I'll have to borrow your airship this time, Menki said, and then revealed the exam topic she had come up with. As a gourmet hunter, the exam location would naturally be related to food. For example, the Biscayne forest here is rich in porcupine boars, whose meat is more expensive than even 5A-grade meat. No problem. Netero seemed very satisfied after hearing Menki's exam content. He immediately ordered the airship to land and prepare to head to the next exam location. Due to the distance, even at the speed of the airship, it would take nearly 10 hours, just in time for tomorrow morning. The technology in this world is quite interesting. Airships are the primary form of aerial transportation, which is quite suitable for the pirate world. In the pirate world, airplanes are perfectly capable of flying in the 4 seas, but not on the Grand Line. The magnetic field shifts there, making it impossible for aircraft to adapt. It's not that they can't fly, but they can't properly determine direction. However, using an airship is a different story. Marvel's world has airships, of course, but the Hunter world's airships are faster. After all, airships are the norm in this world, while in Marvel, they're just toys. Vegapunk definitely didn't work properly for the world government. Thinking about the technology tree in the pirate world, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. Limb flexion. Watching Killua's skills in the airship's amusement park, Shen Fei couldn't help but be intrigued. This purely physical technique is easy to learn if you know the power generation techniques. However, because Netero was there, Shen Fei could only observe Killua intently, and couldn't display other powers, such as the Opno field. After watching for a while, Shen Fei left. Given Netero's strength, playing with Gon and Killua was probably just a way of teasing a familiar junior. Gon was Jin's son, something Netero couldn't have been unaware of. Jin had also taken the hunter exam at Gon's current age and had since risen through the ranks, becoming a 2-star hunter and one of the 5 greatest Nen users. It was likely that Jin didn't want to apply for a 3-star hunter, otherwise, with his current achievements, he would have been a 3-star hunter. As for Killua, a member of the Zoldyck family, Netero and Zeno's relationship meant he knew him. Those two were sound asleep, though. A day of assessments is exhausting, and not everyone has the energy they have. Most of the people on the airship were resting in their rooms, including Kurapika and Liario. The long run through the underground tunnels, the dangers in the Shimura wetlands, and the battle against the porcupine had already exhausted most of them. They naturally took advantage of this rare opportunity to rest. The next morning, the airship arrived at the summit of Toad Tiger Mountain, the very location Menki had envisioned for the exam. His goal was to obtain grape spider eggs. Grape spider eggs are a rare delicacy in the hunter world, but due to their location on the cliff face, they are extremely difficult to obtain. This time, thanks to the hunter exam, they were able to reach the summit of Toad Tiger Mountain directly. Gazing at the dense, white spiderwebs at the cliff's edge, many began to feel weak in their legs. The cliff's depth was unfathomable, and a fall would be fatal. The strong wind blowing from the cliff's underside further complicated the quest. Watch this, Menki demonstrated. He effortlessly jumped down, grasping the spiderweb at the bottom with both hands. Using the web's elasticity, he easily reached the grape spider eggs, dangling from the silk. He then climbed back up with an equally effortless expression. To obtain grape spider eggs, the challenge was not only to jump down and reach them, but also to bring them back up intact. Okay, you can begin, Menki said, and had Buhara set up a large iron pot to prepare a boiled egg. If it were a 5-star hotel, eating grape spider eggs like this would be a huge waste, but here, this was the only option available. How can we possibly do this? After Menki left, some people stood at the edge of the cliff, staring down, hesitant to move. Gone, let's see who makes it first, no problem. While many were debating whether to jump, Gon and Killer jumped without hesitation. Nice elasticity. Not only the eggs, but these spider silks are also a rare treasure. Spider silk plays a vital role in modern society. The Oscorp group has invested heavily in spider research, but they haven't benefited themselves, and instead, Peter Parker has become Spider-Man. Shen Fei, thinking this, grabbed an egg and climbed up from the side. Now that he was already here, there was no rush. With a secret door, he could come back anytime later. It's delicious indeed. Being a gourmet hunter isn't so bad, after all. After the Thanos incident is over, maybe I can become a gourmet hunter who travels across worlds. As Shen Fei devoured the boiled grape spider eggs, this thought suddenly occurred to him. 70 people took the test this time. After several people accidentally fell through, the unsure ones at the back didn't dare to go down again, resulting in only 40 passing. These 40 then boarded an airship and headed to the next test location, the trap tower. While the previous stages had merely tested physical strength and understanding of the natural environment, this one was a real battle and puzzle-solving exercise. The trap tower was a prison, housing serious criminals. Every hunter exam presented these prisoners with an opportunity to reduce their sentences. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line, Shen Fei nodded to Xiaoji and the others before jumping from the trap tower. The test was simple, reach the bottom level within 72 hours, using any method. Because the trap tower's exterior was accessible, some people initially attempted to climb down, only to be quickly confronted by a massive bird-like monster and fall to their deaths. The trap tower was nearly 100 meters high, and falling from such a height without any protective gear would have been fatal. However, for Shen Fei, this height was nothing. He jumped directly from the outside, unwilling to waste the remaining 72 hours to complete the challenge. Even the bird-like monsters were caught off guard by Shen Fei's immediate jump. Chapter 232, Reading, Part 2. Is this guy courting death? Shen Fei's actions caused the examiners from the Hunter Association, who were monitoring the entire trap tower, to exclaim in surprise. The Hunter examination had been held for over 280 sessions, and trap towers had appeared numerous times in the exams, but this was the first time someone had actually jumped directly out of them. Don't be so ostentatious. As the ground below drew closer, Shen Fei moved his right hand, and the wristband on his wrist immediately launched a stream of spider silk toward the wall. Using the silk, Shen Fei swung through the air. Then, his left wristband fired another stream of silk, repeating this 3 times until he reached the ground unscathed. No wonder Spider-Man loves wandering around the city so much. This feels really good. Landing on the ground, Shen Fei let out a soft breath. As Shen Fei's strength improved, especially after he mastered the moonwalk, Spider-Man's silk had become less common. Furthermore, in the Marvel world, it was difficult to demonstrate such a technique, so he had never experienced the feeling of floating on silk before. This was his first experience. No wonder so many people love bungee jumping, the extreme sport of bungee jumping, beloved by so many, even willing to brave the dangers, truly possesses a unique allure. Next, we just have to wait for their exams to conclude. Shen Fei waited for 3 days, a 72-hour test. Due to traps and the prisoners' deliberate delays, S.H.I.E.L.D and the others only appeared at the last moment, nearly preventing them from failing. The traps held serious criminals, such as those convicted of serial murders of over 100 people. These prisoners often received sentences exceeding 100 years, some even stretching back hundreds of years. This exam offered them a rare opportunity to reduce their sentences. The longer they waited, the greater the reduction. With the exam over, the group headed for the next test location. This was the 4th test, held on Hunter Island, and lasting 7 days. It tested the members' wilderness survival and individual abilities. The number tags each person had worn were finally put to good use. The test was based on a point system. Earning 6 points and surviving 7 days on the island would qualify. It's really interesting. My target is Killua. Looking at the number written on the note in his hand, Shen Fei couldn't help but look at Killua, who was with S.H.I.E.L.D and the others at the moment. The number plate on his body is worth 3 points. If he can seize the number plate of his target, it is also 3 points. In other words, as long as he seizes the number plate of his target, protects his own number plate, and survives to the end, he will pass. Of course, you can also seize other non-target number plates, but these number plates are only worth 1 point, which means you need to seize 6 number plates to pass. If you don't consider Hisoka, Jitaraku, Killua, and Shen Fei, the 4 super limited characters, it is very difficult to get 6 number plates by one person. Those who can enter the 4th hunter exam are all strong. In the absence of Nen, relying only on physical skills, it is very difficult to want to fight one-on-many. It seems that my target is you, Killua. Shen Fei did not hide his thoughts. He directly opened the note and presented it to Killua. For him, whether it was to get Killua's number plate or to seize the 6 unrelated ones, it was a simple matter. Your luck is really bad, Uncle. Killua smiled and shook his head at Shen Fei. Uncle, Killua's words made Shen Fei feel a little unhappy. Not to mention that he now has hundreds or even thousands of years of life. Even if these are not counted, his age is not very old, only in his 20s. Call me brother, Shen Fei said with a serious face. Don't joke, Uncle. Killua waved to S.H.I.E.L.D and others, and then ignored Shen Fei and entered the island. This guy is really not cute. Looking at Killua's back, Shen Fei looked unhappy. He looks very young. Gon's target is still Hisoka. I thought it would change. Shen Fei felt somewhat relieved after taking a look at the targets of Gon, Kurapika, and Liario. He'd been worried they might target Chitaraku. Hisoka, because of Gon and his apparent interest in Kurapika, wouldn't likely kill them. But Chitaraku was different. He was Killua's brother, Illumi, pretending to be him. He might not kill Gon because of Killua, but he wouldn't kill Kurapika or Liario. Speaking of which, for those targeting Hisoka or Chitaraku during this hunter exam, it was truly unfortunate. They finally made it to the 4th round, only to encounter 2 powerful Nen users. Looks like they've all gone into hiding. By the time Shen Fei entered Spectacle Island, he could no longer see anyone else. With 7 days to go, few had actively challenged him on the first day unless they were absolutely confident in their abilities. Shen Fei, who was strolling through a small forest on Spectacle Island, suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind him, shooting towards the back of his head. Shen Fei immediately dodged to the side, and then saw a flash of yellow light, and a needle was nailed to a tree trunk in front of him. Then Shen Fei immediately found out who attacked him. It was a bald guy with many yellow needles stuck in his head and upper body. It was Jitaraku, Killua's brother Illumi. Illumi's ability to change one's appearance has the effect of changing one's appearance, but in Shen Fei's opinion, this change is actually not very useful at all, and the needle is too conspicuous. Hand over the number plate. Jitaraku spoke like a robot, his body still trembling mechanically. Aren't you here for Killua? Shen Fei tilted his head and looked at Jitaraku. After a moment's silence, he spoke. Hand over your number plate. It was a rare encounter with Illumi, and Shen Fei wanted to test his strength. Illumi's strength was among the top in the hunter world, probably comparable to Hisoka, the captain, and the others. Jitaraku's expression remained unchanged after hearing Shen Fei's words, but the next moment, 6 mind needles shot towards Shen Fei in a fan-shaped pattern. As expected of a family of assassins, you're ruthless. Shen Fei moved his left foot, dodging the 6 needles to the left. Then, he immediately rushed forward. As he left his position, 3 more mind needles shot from above. A long-range attack? And with the control effect of these mind needles, he's a real tough opponent. Shen Fei couldn't help but feel depressed as he watched Jitalaku's continuous attack with mind needles. Because it was a mind needle formed from thought, consuming its weapon wouldn't work. Looks like I have to use some strength, Shen Fei thought. He moved his feet, shaving his body, and appeared directly to Jitalaku's right side, kicking him. Bang! Facing Shen Fei's powerful kick. Jitalaku blocked it with his right arm. Although it blocked Shen Fei's blow, the overwhelming force from the kick sent Jitalaku flying backwards, and he fell heavily to the ground. Is this mind? It's somewhat similar to armament haki. The hard touch on his leg didn't surprise Shen Fei too much. Strictly speaking, mind and haki do have similarities. Both are life forces, just cultivated through different systems. Now you can give me your number plate. Shen Fei didn't press his advantage. He and Illumi held no grudge. On the surface, the Zoldyck family, guided by the assassin code, seemed to have little affection for each other, but in reality, that was simply their way of getting along. Shen Fei hadn't known about this family before, but now, they're practically obsessed with Killua. While Illumi can be cruel to Killua, even inserting needles into his mind, it's all for his safety. Fleeing from a strong enemy may seem cowardly, but it's the best way to save your life. The Zoldyck family are assassins, not heroes. I didn't expect to encounter an accident here. Jitaraku's voice changed as he climbed to his feet. As he spoke, the needles on his body began to vanish, revealing his true form, a handsome man with long black hair and a pair of dark, yet emotionless eyes. In the entire hunter world, handsome men are rare. Perhaps only the leader can compare to Illumi in terms of looks. While Jin is also handsome, he still pales in comparison to these two. Gon, Killua, and Kurapika are currently too young to compare to them. It seems you don't want to hand it over. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Illumi, Shen Fei immediately understood that Illumi was ready for a fight. Bang! Unleashing a powerful burst of psychic energy, Illumi's right foot moved, causing the ground around him to collapse. He bolted towards Shen Fei like an arrow, his fist smashing into his head. In a battle between psychic abilities, beyond their unique abilities, the total amount of psychic energy is crucial. The Hunter Association has a formula for calculating this. It uses 3 units, maximum aura, potential aura, and manifest aura. This calculation is incredibly complex, and while a few possessing unique psychic abilities would use it to determine their effectiveness, most others would ignore it. After all, combat isn't just about psychic energy, it's also about strategy. Even the powerful Ant King was still outmaneuvered by humans. This is like the Deo power in the One Piece world, used by CP9 for internal qualification assessments and not for use in formal combat. Boom! Illumi charged quickly, retreating just as quickly. Facing Illumi's full-strength punch, Shen Fei held back. His opponent was a formidable assassin, and holding back would be courting death. A punch, drenched in black armament haki, met Illumi's fist directly. The moment their fists collided, Shen Fei heard several crisp cracks of bone fracture. Illumi's entire right arm was shattered by Shen Fei's blow. Luckily, I'm not dead. Seeing Illumi lying unconscious on the ground, having crashed through several trees, Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering he was still breathing. He didn't want to antagonize the Zoldyck family unless necessary, considering they possessed Aluka, a powerful, almost omnipotent entity. Even if Shen Fei questioned the possibility that Aluka attacking him would be prohibitively costly, it wasn't impossible. Furthermore, if Killua gave the order, it seemed like the cost wouldn't be significant. Because it has been so long, Shen Fei did not dare to casually confirm the conditions for using Aluka's abilities. Besides, no one dared to say that Aluka only had the abilities he had revealed so far. After all, he seemed to be from that mysterious dark continent. As long as Illumi was not dead, things would be simple. Illumi looked seriously injured at this moment, but in fact, it was nothing. As long as he could find the healing Nen ability, he could be cured. Besides, even if the healing Nen ability was very rare, with Aluka here, he could recover with a wish. Killua, I'm going to do you a big favor this time. Without Illumi's interference, Killua's chances of passing the hunter exam would be much greater. With this in mind, Shen Fei carried Illumi's body and sent him to the port. One was to allow someone to heal him, and the other was to allow him to withdraw from this hunter exam. Uncle, you really want to take my number plate? I don't mind it, but I can't let you take it like this. I advise you to take a few more number plates. Hiding in a small valley on Spectacle Island, Killer saw Shen Fei but didn't pay him any attention. He continued to sit there playing with his number plates. The number of number plates in his hand indicated that he had killed quite a few people. Of course, these kills were probably just knocking them unconscious. After meeting S.H.I.E.L.D, Killer had become very restrained in killing, not killing unless absolutely necessary, and this was because S.H.I.E.L.D didn't like it. Pure friendship. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei appeared directly behind Killer, gently touching Killer's head with his right hand. As his palm pressed against Killer's head, Killer's whole body tensed, but he didn't make any unnecessary movements, only a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Little kid, don't be so naughty, or you'll be disliked, Shen Fei said, reaching out to take the number tag from Killer's chest. After receiving the number tag, Shen Fei instantly returned to his original position, directly opposite Killer. I didn't expect that uncle is such a master. Killer looked at Shen Fei in shock. Born into a family of assassins, Killer was known for his strong perception, but before Shen Fei attacked, Killer hadn't sensed anything. However, Shen Fei didn't show any hostility, which Killer sensed, so he didn't immediately start to run away. At your age, you're also very powerful. At this stage, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't possibly defeat Killer. Not to mention S.H.I.E.L.D, even S.H.I.E.L.D, who practiced Nen, couldn't defeat Killer. Nen was powerful, but it was useless when the power gap was too big. For the next few days, Shen Fei and Killer hid here and didn't go out. Killer was a little worried about S.H.I.E.L.D, but because of their previous agreement, he didn't intend to go looking for him. Chapter 233 Reading, End. It's finally over. After the 7 days were up, Shen Fei and Killer left the valley and headed for the harbor. Looking for death, as they approached the harbor, Shen Fei and Killer heard a cold snort from the front, followed by several screams. When Shen Fei and Killer arrived at the scene, they saw Hisoka, wearing a playing card logo, slowly walking forward, leaving behind 10 corpses. Each of these 10 people had a blood-stained playing card embedded in their vital parts. Joining forces to ambush here? It's a good choice, but unfortunately they chose the wrong opponent. Looking at Hisoka's back and the 10 corpses, Shen Fei could guess what had happened. While casualties are not unavoidable in the hunter exam, not everyone is a murderer, intent on killing. For example, Killua, Kurapika, and Liario merely steal the number plates, not killing anyone. Liario, in particular, may appear ferocious, but that's just a facade. As someone with the ambition of becoming a top-tier doctor, Liario deeply resents taking lives. Those whose number plates have been stolen naturally refuse to see their hunter exam end. So, they team up and ambush the returning hunter exam participants on their way back, seizing the number plates from those returning. The hunter exam isn't over until they've actually reached the dock. Even if they've earned enough points to pass, some will attack and snatch other number plates, hoping to eliminate others. Each additional elimination boosts their passing rate. If they can eliminate everyone but themselves, they're guaranteed to pass, no matter what means they use. Just like Killua's second year in the hunter exam, he defeats everyone at the starting point and takes all the number plates. Poor Penzi, his second hunter exam ended just like that. Of course, unlucky too was Toba, a tireless warrior determined to break the record for most hunter exams. He competed in nearly every one. With Toba having failed over 30 consecutive attempts, he could only rank second overall. Above him, there was a true master, number 1. Given these circumstances, with the exception of Gon, Liario, Kurapika, and Killua, all the other candidates took the exam alone. In this situation, facing a combined attack of 10 would be a formidable challenge. Of course, those who took the exam were no fools. Many anticipated this situation. To ensure a safe return, many chose to wait for the others at the exit, conferring a plan to team up and overcome this final stage. For example, right now, Shen Fei's observation haki detected 4 people lurking nearby. This time, they didn't need to wait any longer. Hisoka had cleared the way. Following Hisoka's departure, the first person to emerge was the bald, self-proclaimed ninja, Hanzo. He kept calling himself a ninja, but his patience seemed far less than that of a true ninja. "Uncle, you go ahead. I'll wait for Gon here." After Hanzo emerged, Killua asked him about Gon's whereabouts. After hearing Hanzo's reply that he hadn't seen Gon approach, He decided to stay and wait. Hanzo then immediately returned. Following Hanzo's departure, the three hidden individuals nearby also emerged, heading towards the harbor. Without prior coordination, even those harboring the desire to eliminate the others wouldn't act rashly, lest they be caught off guard. Alright, Shen Fei didn't comment on Killua's desire to wait for Gon. He nodded and left immediately. Not long after Shen Fei arrived at the meeting point, Killua, Gon, Kurapika, and Liario returned. Of the four, only Killua and Gon were still wearing clean clothes. Kurapika and Liario's clothes were torn and covered in scars, revealing the pain of a tough battle. Gon's clean clothes were simple, he had no intention of stealing anyone else's number plate. Furthermore, his adventurous spirit, inherited from the Fury clan, led him to set his sights squarely on Hisoka's number plate, number 44. Hisoka's immense strength brought out Gon's adventurous spirit, just as he had previously done when he'd fished for the Swamp King on Whale Island. Unfortunately, Gon was so focused on Hisoka that he didn't realize he was also a target. It's fair to say that if Hisoka hadn't been so amazed by Gon's skill and fished his number plate away with his fishing rod, Gon would have been eliminated from the hunter exam. Time's up. As time ticked by, the group boarded the airship, preparing to head to the next exam location. Hisoka's expression suddenly changed, his eyes flickering over the survivors, a hint of excitement in his expression. The reason for Hisoka's change of heart was simple: someone who should have been there wasn't. Illumi's disguise, Jitaraku. Illumi's disguise might have fooled Killua, but not Hisoka. Did Illumi get eliminated? Who did this? This is so exciting. Illumi and Hisoka met when Illumi encountered Hisoka during a mission. The two engaged in a fight, but after realizing neither could defeat the other and that the conflict wasn't significant, they called it quits and made peace. Although Illumi was a rare nen expert, he wasn't Hisoka's target. Illumi was a killer, and his fighting style was vastly different from Hisoka's own. Hisoka longed to battle a master of nen, seeking a bloody, spectacular battle. He could wait for Gon's growth, then battle in the sky arena, seeking the effect of offering his hand, then executing a desperate comeback. This kind of battle was something Illumi couldn't offer Hisoka. Illumi, like him, had been eliminated from this exam. It certainly wasn't his own decision, so the only reason was that someone else had eliminated him. How could Hisoka not be interested in someone who could eliminate Illumi? Furthermore, such a master was hidden among the candidates, undetected by Hisoka. I'll find you sooner or later, deep within Mount Kirukilu, home to the S.H.I.E.L.D clan in the Bartokyo Republic, in a room filled with advanced equipment. Illumi, having been brought back to the clan's compound, lay in a hospital bed, the right side of his body wrapped in bandages. As the leading assassin clan in the underground, the S.H.I.E.L.D family boasts not only formidable nen abilities but also exceptional technological prowess. In today's world, lacking a grasp of modern technology can be a significant disadvantage. The second in command of the S.H.I.E.L.D family, Miji, excels at using advanced technology to kill people. He can even remotely kill from his home via his computer. Many of the S.H.I.E.L.D family's modern weaponry are his creations, and he's highly skilled in both modern weaponry and cold weapons. The yo-yo behind Killua was specially crafted for him by Miji. What's going on? Who did you run into? Two figures stood by Illumi's bedside, one a middle-aged man and the other an elderly man. They were none other than Silva and Gino of the S.H.I.E.L.D family. When word reached the S.H.I.E.L.D family of Illumi's serious injuries and coma, several butlers, along with Silva himself, were dispatched to retrieve him. Silva and Gino were well aware of Illumi's strength, and precisely because of this knowledge, they were deeply shocked. With Illumi's strength, it was impossible for him to end up so severely injured and unconscious unless he encountered one of the 5 great nen users. Furthermore, Illumi was only going to take part in a small hunter exam. When Illumi was brought back, the S.H.I.E.L.D family had obtained the hunter exam list through their channels. With a notable exception of Hisoka, the others were no match for Illumi. And while Hisoka was formidable, he couldn't possibly inflict such severe injuries on Illumi. "It's a strange guy," Illumi said, recounting his story. "It's him." As Illumi recounted his story, Silva and Gino immediately knew who it was. "I see. Rest well. I'll take your mission for you." After confirming Shen Fei's identity, Silva nodded gently and left with Gino. Illumi suffered such a serious injury. While the S.H.I.E.L.D clan's medical facilities were highly advanced, coupled with Illumi's own nen abilities, recovery would have been quick. 100 days to heal a broken bone wouldn't have been effective in this world. However, even if it hadn't taken too long, Illumi couldn't complete her mission. She didn't have a hunter's license. As a legal, tax-paying assassin, the Zoldyck clan didn't have the same unbridled freedom as some assassins. They had to abide by certain rules. For example, Almi needed a hunter's license this time so she could enter a place only accessible to authorized hunters, even though she could easily infiltrate that place. A legitimate identity demands legitimate rules. This was how Netero schemed against Jin foolishly. With Jin's strength, reaching the Dark Continent would have been simple, but that meant going through unofficial channels. Going through official channels is a very complex undertaking. 4 conditions were required: permission, means, qualifications, and a contract. All 4 were essential, which was why Jin hadn't been able to reach the Dark Continent until he had to shamelessly join Bi Yang's team. Silva prepared to carry out Almi's mission, while Zeno returned to training. As for Shen Fei, the Zoldyck family couldn't take any action against him. After all, Almi wasn't dead. The Zoldyck assassins had strange rules, devoid of any thought of revenge. They would hire Silva to kill Zeno, Almi, or even Netero, if offered the price. Of course, they could, but the price was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Silva and Zeno had previously sought to confirm Shen Fei's identity, both for Almi's sake and to strengthen the Zoldyck family's intelligence network, lest they receive a mission involving Shen Fei based on their intelligence. If such a scenario were to occur, it would be a huge loss for the Zoldyck family. Just like Silva's previous mission to assassinate number 4 of the Phantom Troop, while successful, Silva had also been forced to clash with the leader several times. Given the captain's strength, Silva had fought him so many times without any real benefit. According to Zoldyck clan rules, he'd suffered a significant loss. This wasn't to say that knowing the captain's secrets meant Silva wouldn't accept a mission to assassinate Spider Brigade number 4. Rather, Silva would have offered a higher price. For someone like Shen Fei, with advanced intelligence, the Zoldyck clan could demand a high price if someone offered to kill him. While Silva was on a mission for Almi, Shen Fei and his group arrived at a luxurious hotel owned by the Hunter Association. This was the location for the 5th and final exam. Guild President Netero appeared before everyone, surveyed them, and announced the rules for the final exam, a one-on-one match. The goal was to force the opponent to surrender without killing them. I think you noticed me. Was it because of Almi? As the group drew lots, Shen Fei recalled Netero's thoughtful glance and immediately guessed it might be because he had defeated Almi. The others didn't know Alumi was participating in the Hunter exam, but Netero certainly knew. How stubborn. Fortunately, you're the protagonist. Shen Fei quickly put Netero's thoughts aside and focused on the match. Xiaoji's opponent was Hanzo, the bald ninja. Although Xiaoji was physically strong, he was still far inferior to Hanzo, a grown man, and had no power to fight back. However, even with a beating, Xiaoji gritted his teeth and refused to give in, prompting Hanzo to hit him harder. Of course, this heavier blow only broke Xiaoji's arm. The rule of forcing someone to surrender without killing them seemed complicated, but it was actually easy to circumvent. Just threaten to cripple them, and most people would surrender. Hanzo's attack only appeared to be ruthless, but in reality, he was holding back. If he had really gone all out, he could have used limbs or eyes as a threat. Especially eyes, no one wanted to go blind. Finally, Hanzo admitted defeat due to Gon's stubbornness. In fact, Hanzo also had the means to throw Gon. After all, he was a ninja. But Gon was only a child of 11 or 12 years old at this time, and Hanzo couldn't get over the fact that he used such a heavy hand on such a young child. In addition, Hanzo was moved by Gon's strong will. The protagonist's will is very contagious. Gon was only facing Hanzo, while Luffy was facing the 3 admirals alone. Bakura, you're unlucky. Looking at his opponent, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. It was very simple to deal with Bakura. The opponent was good at bows and arrows. As long as he threatened not to admit defeat, he would break his right arm, and Bakura would quickly admit defeat. Refusing to admit defeat is only suitable for the protagonist Gon. Others who want to imitate it are simply courting death. Chapter 234 Biscuit, Part 1. Is Hisoka preparing to confront a leader here? Shen Fei couldn't help but wonder as he whispered something in Kurapika's ear before conceding defeat. Hisoka's words were whispered softly, even using telekinesis, but Shen Fei didn't miss them. Hisoka's words were simple. He told him the Spider Troop would appear in Raccoon City on September 1st. Although Kurapika's current strength was vastly different from the Phantom Troops, Hisoka was optimistic about Kurapika. convinced that he possessed both immense strength and wisdom far superior to ordinary humans. In reality, it was merely a casual act on Hisoka's part. After all, his response was a simple one. Even if Kurapika didn't live up to his expectations, Hisoka wouldn't lose anything. Killua then easily won the battle. Born into a family of assassins, Killua possessed numerous methods for forcing his opponent to surrender. Only Liario's battle proved arduous. The two men's strength was evenly matched, and it wasn't until exhaustion that Liario emerged victorious through sheer determination. The battle continued, with even the loser having a chance to turn things around. By evening, 7 qualified candidates appeared. Thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, 2 individuals who shouldn't have qualified did so, unlike in the original novel. Bakura ultimately failed, and in his resurrection battle, he encountered Hisoka and suffered a decisive defeat. The next day, in the hotel conference room, the qualified candidates casually took their seats. Soon, President Netero and the bean-faced man appeared. The bean-faced man presented 7 hunter licenses and 7 documents to the 7 candidates. President Netero offered no further words, simply congratulating everyone on their passing. He glanced at Hisoka and Shen Fei and then left. After President Netero left, the bean-faced man explained the privileges of the hunter license and reminded everyone present not to lose it, as it would not be reissued. According to the Hunter Association's records, the majority of hunter licenses lost each year belonged to newly qualified newcomers. After the meeting, Gon, bandaged, and Killua set out to see Kurapika and Liario off. At Killua's questioning, Kurapika recounted what Hisoka had said to him. Although the September 1st auction in Raccoon City was over 6 months away, Kurapika needed to act sooner if he wanted revenge. Liario, on the other hand, was eager to return home and enroll in medical school with his hunter license. With a hunter license, he could enter any university at any time. Finally, the group agreed to meet in Raccoon City on September 1st. After Liario and Kurapika left, Hanzo arrived. He first apologized for injuring Gon and then invited him to visit him if he had time. Hunter license? Do you read it here? And what is this? The unknown. The rich with hunter licenses represent the unknown. This is the Hunter Association's motto, exploring the unknown. After receiving his hunter's license, Shen Fei, curious, used the power of his opera fruit to investigate. While it looked like a regular magnetic card, it possessed a mysterious power. It seemed to be more than just telepathy, a mysterious symbol lay within. Hey, uncle, where are you going next? Shen Fei fiddled with his hunter's license when Killua and Gon approached, having already said goodbye to everyone else. What about you two? Shen Fei didn't immediately answer Killua's question, but instead questioned them. We're going to the Sky Arena. Uncle, are you going? Killua immediately shared the conclusion of his and Gon's discussion. Since Illumi wasn't causing trouble, Killua wouldn't be taken home. Killua is a go-with-the-flow type, going wherever Gon went. It just so happened that Gon, having lost to Hanzo and running low on money, was looking for a place where he could hone his skills and earn some money. Killua knew where to go, the Sky Arena. Upon learning about it, Gon immediately agreed. Sky Arena? I need to make some money, so let's go together. After thinking for a moment, Shen Fei decided to go to the Sky Arena. As the world's largest arena and the 4th tallest building, Shen Fei was naturally very interested. Hearing that Shen Fei also wanted to go, Xiaoji and Killua both smiled. Killua had changed a lot compared to before he met Xiaoji. Killua wasn't so easy to smile before. Fighting City. The Sky Arena was located in a fighting city. Anyone who came here was generally interested in fighting. Over 1 billion people flocked to the city to watch the competitions every year. On average, over 4,000 challengers registered for the Sky Arena every day. The reason for this frenzy was the profit. If they could make it all the way to the 200th floor, the prize money would be around 200 million, a sum that most people would never earn in their entire lives. Reaching the 200th floor would bring both fame and fortune. Registration is so haphazard. The order department is such a mess. In the Sky Arena, there's no distinction between adults and children. As long as you register of your own accord, even the youngest can enter the arena. Back when Killua was around 6 or 7, he fought here for 2 years, only leaving after reaching the 200th floor. He spent all the 200 million yoni he earned during that time within a year, and that was just on candy. Killua is truly impressive. Any other child wouldn't be able to spend 200 million on candy. The 50th floor, the first match for the 3 was quickly arranged. and they were all sent to the 50th floor simultaneously. This was a privilege reserved for true masters. Ordinary players would have to fight their way through each floor one by one. In the Sky Arena, below the 50th floor, the fighters were mostly able-bodied, average-sized individuals. To reach the 50th floor, one had to at least have some martial arts training. After that, the 100th, 150th, and 199th floors were primarily contests between top fighters. Because of the Sky Arena's immense fame, many fighters flock here to compete, believing it's the quickest path to fame. Even those seeking no fame but simply training come here, for it boasts true martial arts masters. Above the 200th floor, it's said to be packed with powerful warriors, even those with psychic abilities. Because the existence of Nen must be concealed from ordinary people, the battles above the 200th floor sometimes exceed human limits. So, how do you explain this? Psychic abilities are less of a concern than revealing Nen. Gon lost. It seems he hasn't undergone the special training of the S.H.I.E.L.D clan, and his strength isn't up to par yet. After the 100th floor, Gon's winning streak was broken, as he lost to a formidable martial arts master. Kilo and Shen Fei were still maintaining their winning streak, a result that left Gon looking deeply disappointed. "Gon, look what I got." One day, Shen Fei and Gon were training in a training room when Kilo rushed in, excitedly brandishing 3 tickets. The atmosphere of combat in the Sky Arena is so intense that the training facilities are naturally well equipped. Those who frequent the Sky Arena year-round often book out a training room for their training. After Gon lost, Kilo went to book one. He was no stranger to these things. "What is it?" Gon, who was doing squats with a barbell, looked at Kilo curiously. "It's Hisoka, he's here too," Kilo exclaimed. Kilo's ticket was for live viewing of the battles on the 200th floor and above. This was one of the Sky Arena's revenue streams. Compared to the battles below the 200th floor, the battles above the 200th floor were more appealing, and every such battle was broadcast live on the various screens. Hisoka, hearing Hisoka's name, Gon immediately tossed his barbell aside. Gon's reason for training was to return Hisoka's number plate, which he had received during the 4th exam. Yes, this guy is really powerful. He is above the 200th floor. The 200th floor, what's the situation there? I don't know about that. I fought to the 200th floor back then, but I didn't care because I wasn't interested. Kilo was a little embarrassed to talk about what happened back then. There was no prize money for fighting on the 200th floor. It was a battle for dignity and honor, so Kilo just left it here. But since Hisoka is interested there, we must go there this time to take a look. Yes, there should be a chance to fight Hisoka there. It's a good opportunity to take a look at Hisoka's strength. According to my previous research, Hisoka is very strong here. With that, the 3 of them stopped training. After taking a shower, they left the training room, ready to watch Hisoka's match tomorrow. The S.H.I.E.L.D family's butler? Speaking of which, the S.H.I.E.L.D family is really strange. Why don't they teach Kilo about Nen themselves? Shortly after the 3 of them left the training room, Shen Fei noticed that the 3 people who had been following them had caught up again. Shen Fei had sensed them as they arrived at the Sky Arena and disembarked from the airship. Kilo was, after all, the son of the S.H.I.E.L.D family. His current strength was limited, so of course he had people secretly protecting him as he traveled. The S.H.I.E.L.D family was a family of assassins, and a publicly taxed assassination family, so they naturally had many enemies. These people might not be able to kill Silva or Illumi, but Kilo was still too weak at the moment. The S.H.I.E.L.D family was more than just a few publicly visible S.H.I.E.L.D members. They also had numerous butlers, many of whom were formidable Nen masters. Becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D family butler was no easy feat. These butlers were selected from the S.H.I.E.L.D family's own school. The S.H.I.E.L.D family owns a private school, and the vast majority of its students are orphans adopted from various locations by the S.H.I.E.L.D family since childhood, so loyalty is generally a given. Ladies and gentlemen, the next day, the arena on the 200th floor was packed, and even the major screens throughout the city were crowded with people. Today's match is between Magician Hisoka and Gunner Jamie, the young red-haired female host announced loudly, and a young man dressed like a cowboy slowly walked onto the stage. Shortly after his arrival, a puff of smoke lifted, revealing Hisoka's proud entrance. First, let's watch these 2 fight in the Sky Arena. After the host finished speaking, a clip of the previous battle between Hisoka and Jamie appeared on the giant screen high up in front. Release system. The clip of Gunner Jamie's battle made Shen Fei immediately guess what his telekinesis ability was. Fighting on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena prohibited any weapons. Not to mention guns, even a bazooka could theoretically be a problem. Furthermore, Gunner Jamie didn't carry a real gun, his weapons were actually his fingers. However, footage of the fight suggests the weapon was likely a pistol, unlike the Spider Troops member who wields his fingers like a Gatling gun. Hisoka, this time I'm going to avenge last time. Gunner Jamie's expression immediately changed upon seeing Hisoka, evidently having suffered a significant loss at his hands. I'm not interested in you, but since you challenged me, I'll play with you, Hisoka said, a deck of cards suddenly appearing in his hand. Begin. Following the referee's selection, Gunner Jamie immediately formed a pistol with his right hand and unleashed a telekinetic bullet. To the ordinary people around, the telekinetic bullet was invisible, they only saw Jamie's right hand forming a pistol shape and his mouth miming the sound of a gunshot. Bang! The bullet missed Hisoka, blocked by the cards he fired. Since ordinary people can't see telekinesis, the cards seemed to be struck in midair and then landed on the ground, a strange sensation. As Jamie kept talking, Hisoka continued tossing cards. Soon, dozens of cards landed between them. Flexible love. This Hisoka guy is up to something again. Why doesn't he use condensation? Looking at the pink threads of mind clinging to the cards on the ground, Shen Fei couldn't help but wonder. In fact, this question had already crossed his mind when he first saw the hunters. Knowing Hisoka's ability to read his mind, why didn't he use condensation? Even if he used condensation, it seemed he couldn't fully see Hisoka's mind threads. Schrodinger's mind threads, Shen Fei thought to himself, and a smile suddenly broke out on his face. Flexible love, while seemingly insignificant, is a real nuisance in Hisoka's hands. Without condensation, every movement of Hisoka could potentially be a release of his own mind threads. Just like in the field right now, Jamie had 3 places on his body connected by the freely retractable love, but he seemed completely unaware. In this situation, if Hisoka wanted to, he could instantly kill him, but Hisoka was playing around. Move over. Just as Zyuoji and Killua were concentrating on watching the game, Shen Fei suddenly felt someone else sitting next to him. When he saw the person sitting next to him, he couldn't help but be startled, because the newcomer was a very cute lolly with golden twintails. Chapter 235 Biscuit, Part 2. Biscuit. When the adorable girl with the golden twintails caught Shen Fei's eye and flashed him a lovely smile, Shen Fei immediately turned his head to focus on the competition field. However, at this moment, he secretly called out a name. In the hunter world, Shen Fei might not remember the names of other people, but Biscuit was different. When she first appeared, Shen Fei thought she was the heroine, as she looked about the same age as Zyuoji and the others, and was also quite powerful. It was not until her identity and age were revealed that Shen Fei was shocked. What is she doing here? Is she here to teach Nen, not Yungu? Watching the battle between Hisoka and the other, Shen Fei wondered what Biscuit was here for. If it's her, she's quite lucky, although the cultivation of Nen is mainly self-reliant, as the saying goes, a master leads the way, but the practice is up to the individual, but a good teacher can help you avoid many detours. Compared to Yungu, Biscuit is obviously stronger, not to mention that he is Yungu's master. Biscuit was also a 2-star gem hunter. Generally speaking, someone who had just passed the hunter exam wouldn't be sent out to develop their Nen abilities. It would be a waste. Star hunters, let alone 2-star hunters, had made significant contributions in some area. Hisoka is truly amazing. What a trick. Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head as he watched Hisoka's opponent lose himself and thought over his question. To dwell on an opponent unrelated to the battle was simply courting death. But he couldn't completely blame them, it was human nature. Not only him, but the audience, including the referee and host, all began to ponder the answer to Hisoka's question. Even Killua seemed to be caught up in Hisoka's question, while Gon simply ignored it. In some ways, Gon, with his stubbornness, was a bit like Hisoka's nemesis. Bisky, standing nearby, smiled faintly at Hisoka's question. With Bisky's strength and experience, he certainly wouldn't fall for Hisoka's trap. That's worth learning. Hisoka's combat experience was a valuable asset for Shen Fei, especially his practice of throwing a pre-planned math problem before a fight, using it as a precognition or other ability to influence the opponent's state. Enemies caught in Hisoka's trap were quickly eliminated by the playing cards on the ground, their bodies covered in them. The Sky Arena strives to minimize death during combat, but that's just how much? If someone dies in battle, they die. The Sky Arena also offers a deathmatch mode. Choosing this option eliminates the need for a referee. The fight ends with the death of one player, not even serious injury. The Sky Arena's mortality rate is very low below the 200th floor, but significantly higher above that level. How did this guy Hisoka do it? After the victory, the group left the arena. Killua pondered Hisoka's tactics throughout the entire journey. Unable to grasp them, Killua shouted in exasperation. Killua's anger wasn't for himself, but for Gon. To return the number 44 plate, Gon and Hisoka had to fight. If he didn't know Hisoka's abilities, the fight would definitely be very disadvantageous for Gon. Don't worry, Killua, I just need to keep getting stronger. After seeing Hisoka's strength, Gon not only didn't feel desperate, but instead felt more motivated. Instead of hoping your opponent gets weaker, it's better to get stronger yourself. After returning, Gon threw himself into training with even greater enthusiasm. During this time, Killua taught Gon some training methods and techniques belonging to the S.H.I.E.L.D family. Of course, they weren't assassination techniques, but combat techniques, mainly techniques for exerting and releasing force. Gon's talent was very good. Looking at all the people who took the hunter exam, he was the only one who had no combat skills at all. Kurapika and Liario had been preparing for the hunter exam for a long time, but Gon just participated directly. It's not as good as the 6 styles. Speaking of which, if you practice the 6 styles, you could probably do some serious business with the S.H.I.E.L.D family. The S.H.I.E.L.D family's taijutsu skills are certainly not weak, but this world is, after all, primarily focused on nen, and taijutsu is merely the foundation for nen cultivation. In contrast, the world of One Piece is purely taijutsu. Although Gon told Killua not to worry about Hisoka, for Gon's sake, Killua continued to gather information on Hisoka, hoping to find his weaknesses. Strange, Bisky hasn't shown up. Isn't she here to teach nen? Looking at the book in his hand, Shen Fei couldn't help but recall that he hadn't seen Bisky since the last time he saw her. Even when he occasionally used his observation haki to check for anyone watching, he'd spotted no one besides the butlers. Bisky's continued absence had Shen Fei growing increasingly anxious. Without nen, the true function of the hunter license was unusable. The free public facilities it offered were merely superficial benefits. Its true purpose was to access the Hunter Association's official website. This is the main reason why hunter licenses are so valuable. Using telekinesis to create virtual worlds is incredibly powerful. Jin and his companions even used it to create a game world, Greed Island, a real-world game world. Even Shen Fei, now with virtual games like Oasis, is very interested in this technology. Combining telekinesis with Oasis technology could create something even more amazing. Compared to others who have always relied on telekinesis to fight, Jin is undoubtedly ahead of many. Xiaogu, I didn't expect you'd already accepted a disciple. Bisiji, who Shen Fei missed, was sitting on a sofa in another hotel, beaming at Zhaxi behind Yungu. Teacher, why are you here? Yungu was delighted to see his teacher. He hadn't seen Bisiji in a long time. That old man asked me to come and teach people about telekinesis. Bisiji's smile immediately faded. Bisiji had been searching for gems in a ruin when Netero called her over. Oh, right, it's a good thing you're here. They've given you the job. It's a rare opportunity to come here, so I'd like to take advantage of it and make some money. Yes, Yungu reluctantly accepted the task his teacher had given him. So it's them. After hearing Biscuit's information about Gon and the other two, Yungu's face suddenly dawned with realization. He wasn't familiar with Shen Fei, but Gon and Killua were now the most prominent figures below the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Killua, in particular, had an undefeated record, and with his age, it was hard not to attract attention. Killua had actually drawn more attention a few years ago, but the Sky Arena was a place where one generation replaced the old, and after Killua left, he was quickly forgotten. Generations change much faster there than with celebrities. Although Shen Fei had also been undefeated, his age meant he wasn't particularly well known in the Sky Arena. Because Shen Fei's intervention prevented Killua from being captured and taken home, Killua didn't face Toki. By the time Yungu brought Toki to the Sky Arena, Killua and the others had already reached the 100th floor, while Toki was still lingering on the 60th or 70th floor, so he certainly wouldn't encounter Killua and the others. With Toki's current strength, reaching the 100th floor would be easy if he used his nen. However, Yungu was here to train Toki, so he strictly forbade him from using nen. Sure enough, betting on Hisoka is very profitable. Shen Fei smiled as he looked at the ever-increasing number on his bank account. Even though he had plenty of money, this was like finding free money, and Shen Fei certainly wouldn't refuse. The prize money in the Sky Arena was nothing, the real money came from the offside gambling. Especially in competitions above the 200th floor, if one had good vision, a single match could easily earn hundreds of millions. Of course, if one didn't, the result would be a fight on the rooftop. Professional hunters aren't short of money, but it depends on who they're competing against. Look at Jin, who casually gives away tens of billions of Jinni as if it were just a few hundred yuan. Who knows how rich Jin really is? Shen Fei didn't bet on all of these competitions, he was mainly betting on Hisoka. Ha. While Shen Fei was happy, Bisagi was also very happy. With her vision, the chances of losing for someone she had a good eye on were extremely small. It's already the 200th floor, and he hasn't appeared yet. What's going on? Gon's strength was increasing very quickly. While most people's strength increases gradually, Gon's was leaps and bounds. As his strength improved, Gon immediately felt the urge to challenge Hisoka. Kilo had always been unconditionally supportive of Gon's ideas, so the three of them simultaneously obtained tickets to the 200th floor and entered via the elevator. Without knowing about the existence of Nen, Gon and Kilo's assessment of Hisoka's strength wasn't entirely wrong. Just like the supernovas of the pirate world, upon entering the new world, they all boasted about defeating the four emperors. Back then, they could hardly imagine the true strength of the four emperors. Had Luffy not experienced a brutal beating at the hands of Kizaru in the Sabaody archipelago and witnessed a battle of Marineford, he would likely have rushed into the new world and prepared to challenge the four emperors. What's this? Hisoka, what have you done? Entering the corridor leading to the information disk on the 200th floor, Gon and Killua were immediately met with an overwhelming pressure, so overwhelming that they couldn't even take a single step forward. The sudden pressure, coupled with the sight of Hisoka leaning against the wall in front of them, his right hand extended, made Killua immediately realize that this incident was connected to Hisoka. You are not qualified to enter this place yet. Return, Hisoka said calmly. Qualifications? What do you mean? What qualifications do you need? You'll know soon. Now get back, Hisoka said, amplifying his telekinetic energy, causing Gon and Killua to tremble and sweat to drip down their bodies. Is this telekinesis? Shen Fei was having no trouble. Hisoka didn't waste his telekinetic energy trying to suppress him, but he didn't move forward either. Simply watching quietly from the side. Just as Gon and Killua, their eyes determined to recklessly move forward, a voice suddenly interrupted them. Are you crazy? Are you looking for death? Damn you, Goo. You can't even handle something so simple. As they spoke, Bisky, a girl with golden twin tails, approached. The telekinetic energy that permeated the corridor had no effect on her. It wasn't that Bisky was powerful, but rather that Hisoka didn't use his telekinesis on her, just like Shen Fei did to the side. Alright, follow me now, Bisky said to Gon and the other two. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Killua said with a look of dissatisfaction. Shut up, little guy, Bisky said and hit Killua hard on the head. Okay, put away your aura, Bisky said and turned his gaze to Hisoka. That won't do, Hisoka said with a half-smile. Come with me, I'll tell you what the qualifications are. Hisoka disagreed to stop his aura, and Bisky didn't care. After all, Hisoka meant well. If Hisoka hadn't stopped him, and Gon and the other two had really registered and then went to the competition, that would have been really troublesome. Can't you tell us now? Gon said from the side. Do you think this can be explained in a few words? What will happen if we don't register now? Killua said and looked at the waitress who led them over. Since Gon and the other two stopped, she had been waiting on the side without saying a word because Hisoka had signaled to her not to speak. Contestant Gon, the waitress quickly explained the situation. Gon didn't mind, as it was his first time here. If he gave up this time, he could always try again. But Killua couldn't. He'd already given up once before, and if he gave up again this time, he wouldn't be able to log in. Is it too late before midnight? Killua immediately looked at Bisky. The old Killua wouldn't have cared about anything above the 200th floor, but now it piqued Killua's interest. We still have 6 hours, Bisky thought for a moment, glancing at the time, before speaking. Whether you make it or not is none of my business. It's up to you, okay, Gon, we're leaving with you. With that, the group followed Bisky to Yungu's hotel. Xiaogu, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to look for them? Why haven't you tried to find them yet? Do you know they almost landed on the 200th floor? Upon returning to the hotel and seeing Yoon-gu, Bisky immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Hearing Bisky say this, Yoon-gu exclaimed in surprise. What? Tell me, why? Bisky continued to ask. I say, if you have anything to say, can you please wait until later? We are in a hurry now. Can you please tell me what happened before and what the qualifications are? Just as Yoon-gu was about to speak, Kilo suddenly interrupted them. Chapter 236 Biscuit, Part 2. You teach them about Nen. Kilo's words immediately reminded Bisky of their primary concern, but Bisky immediately passed the task of teaching to Yoon-gu. With that, Bisky walked over to the sofa and sat there, flipping through a beauty magazine. With Bisky's strength and Nen abilities, cosmetics couldn't compare, let alone as a Nen expert. Bisky had no use for such things. But even if she didn't need them, it didn't stop her from enjoying them, just like she enjoyed reading handsome men's magazines, purely out of admiration. Mr. Yoon-gu, what is Nen? Bisky's action prompted Kilo to speak, but Gun stopped him, and Gun immediately addressed Yoon-gu. Well, forget it, I'll tell you what Nen is. Yoon-gu then explained what Nen was, the ability to manipulate life energy, freely controlling the energy emanating from one's body. Human potential is immense. Theoretically, anyone can learn Nen, unless they're dead. While explaining what Nen is, Yoon-gu also explained why he'd previously taught Gun and Kilo the false 4 elements. The 4 elements are the 4 steps to cultivating Nen, including the entanglement and training. Yoon-gu previously taught Gun and the others the tongue-pointing training. Strictly speaking, it wasn't false, but simply wasn't fully explained. Yoon-gu hadn't previously taught Gun, Kilo, and Shen Fei Nen because he was assessing their personalities. Because Nen is so destructive, he always assesses them before truly teaching them. Of course, the results of this assessment vary from person to person. A normal worldview of good and evil isn't particularly suited to the world of Nen users. And what's with this world? Where does a normal worldview exist? This is a world where assassination families can exist openly and pay taxes. The so-called assessment depends primarily on the professional hunter's own perspective. If they're compatible, he'll teach them all the Nen skills. If they're not, at most, he'll teach them the basics, leaving it up to them to decide. In the original novel, Yoon-gu only taught Gun and Kilo the 4 elements, but Kurapika's teacher taught him the constraints and oaths, information unknown to most Nen users. Nen's destructive power is immense, and it's also extremely difficult to cultivate. It's impossible for you to master it before midnight. Give up, Yoon-gu said, demonstrating the destructive power of Nen. He picked up a book and tore a piece of paper from it. The wrinkled paper instantly straightened in his hand. The next moment, Yoon-gu threw the paper forward, slicing a corner of a Coke can. The paper, sliced through the can, continued forward until it struck the wall, half of it sinking into the wall before stopping. A moment later, the stretched paper softened. Gun and Kilo's eyes narrowed at the sight. This was no ordinary piece of paper, it was a deadly weapon. So how did Hisoka stop us from moving forward? Kilo asked again after a moment. Well, that's very simple. As Yoon-gu finished speaking, Kilo's face immediately changed, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying, and his figure quickly retreated. This is a Nen energy field. It's useless against those who have Nen abilities, but it's a deadly threat to those who don't, Yoon-gu said, retracting the Nen energy field he had released from his body and carefully explaining what it was. You all have excellent talents. There's no need to rush. You will definitely master Nen in time. There's no need to rush now. There are people who have mastered Nen there. Those who don't have Nen abilities will be baptized by the newcomers there. Yoon-gu continued to persuade Zyuji and Kilo to give up their plan to land at midnight. Yoon-gu then explained the situation of fighters above the 200th floor. The difference in strength between those with and without Nen was immense. Every year, many fighters reached the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, but few truly survived. The power gap was so vast that a casual blow from a Nen user would be unbearable for ordinary people. Those above the 200th floor who were physically disabled but possessed Nen had actually fared better. Their bodies had withstood the Nen attack, allowing them to master Nen, though the cost was high. I remember you mentioned a way to successfully land, Kilo said, looking at Gun, who remained silent but with a determined gaze. He immediately turned his gaze to Bisky, who sat nearby. Kilo didn't really care whether he could land this time, but since Gon wanted to, he was certainly committed. Kuro, tell them, Bisky said to Yoon-gu, without even looking up from his magazine, quietly flipping through it. But, okay, Yungu wanted to say something more, but after taking in Biscuit's attitude and the determined looks from Gon and Killua, he immediately explained a method for quickly mastering Nen. It involved relying on other Nen users to forcibly open your pores. This method allowed for rapid Nen mastery, but it was also extremely dangerous. Many disabled Nen users within the 200th floor had learned this way. The Chimera ant behind them also learned this method after taking a punch from Gon. Come on, despite Yungu's detailed explanation of the drawbacks of forced Nen training, Gon and Killua showed no sign of changing their minds. What about you? Yungu said, looking at Shen Fei, who had been sitting silently since entering. I'm not in a rush. Let's practice normally. Gon wanted to challenge the Hisoka, and Killua wanted to accompany him, but Shen Fei didn't need that. Practicing normally would make it much easier to teach others in the future. Forcing Nen training, once he'd mastered it, who knew how to do it? As for landing in the sky arena, Shen Fei didn't care at all. Besides, he still had one more chance. At worst, he could fight again and get another chance at the prize. That was 200 million yuan, no small sum. In the hunter world, the poor truly perish in poverty, while the rich perish in wealth. Boom. After Yungu's telekinesis opened the pores in Gon and Killua's bodies, powerful life energy materialized around them. This rich energy startled Yungu Biscuit. Watching this, paused and focused on Gon and Killua. Fully sensed the life energy around you, and then strive to control it, Yungu explained. As Yungu spoke, the life energy around Gon and Killua began to slowly flow and slowly contracted into their bodies. For ordinary people, life energy is equivalent to lifespan. Exploding telekinesis like before is a waste of lifespan. Similarly, using telekinesis to fight is, in a sense, a battle at the expense of lifespan. Of course, all this is theoretical. In reality, no one can perfectly control their life force and prevent it from dissipating. If they could, they would have achieved immortality long ago. Even the most powerful Nen users can only slow down the depletion of their life force, effectively prolonging their aging. Not to mention Nen users. Even the mighty Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer, and Odin, the God King of Asgard, could achieve this, otherwise, Odin wouldn't have died of old age. Before long, the life force surrounding Gon and Killua vanished, trapped within their bodies. They used this energy to strengthen their bodies, becoming stronger, preserving their youth. Biscuit's Lolita appearance stems from Nen. Ordinary people simply can't fully tap into their body's full life force, just as they can't harness soul energy. Nen, however, allows them to harness this life force. This ability to harness life force to strengthen the body and slow aging was a powerful advantage for Shen Fei at this moment. It could be said that the hunter world was no less impressive than the pirate world Shen Fei had previously visited. The masters of the pirate world are undoubtedly those with immense vitality. Their physical skills can devastate the world, so how could they not be formidable? However, the lifespans of most pirate masters are only slightly longer than those of ordinary people. It's fair to say that if Nen were brought to the pirate world, even Raftel wouldn't be able to match it. Combined with the physical skills of the pirate world, this ability is truly a formidable force. For Shen Fei at this moment, it's a double, no, quadruple, increase. Nen, combined with the physical skills of the pirate world, and the magic from Kamar-Taj, Shen Fei is cultivating both body and soul. This isn't 1 + 1 = 2, but a punishment, not 1 multiplied by 1, but 2 multiplied by 2. To gain access to the sky arena through Hisoka's Nen field, Gon and Killua have been practicing entanglement. This process of coating the body with life energy improves defense, achieving an effect similar to armament haki. While they were practicing entanglement, Yungu was also teaching Shen Fei how to tap into his own life energy and open his Jing pores. Time's up, Gon, let's go. Yes, Killua. As the clock neared midnight, Killua and Gon immediately stopped their training and prepared to log into the sky arena. Remember, you can only log in, you must not request a challenge. If you want to fight, you must at least master all your Nen abilities. As the two prepared to depart, Yungu repeated his earlier instructions. At this point, Gon and Killua had only mastered entanglement. They were no match for the sky arena's Nen masters. Above the 200th floor, there were always people who kept an eye on the newcomers, using any means necessary to battle them and increase their victory count so they could challenge the floor owner. Above the 200th floor, only the floor owner could truly achieve both fame and fortune. A successful challenge would be like an ordinary celebrity becoming a global celebrity in an instant. Shen Fei scoffed at these people's ideas. Using all sorts of tricks to win without improving one's own strength, and attempting to challenge the floor owner was simply courting death. The Sky Arena's residents are all formidable, boasting masters that even Hisoka would have liked to challenge. This year's residents are particularly renowned, including Kuroro Silu, whose name Shen Fei spotted on the residents list. It was then that Shen Fei discovered the leader was actually a Sky Arena resident. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, thanks to someone's love of mahjong, Hisoka and the resident engaged in a fierce duel within the Sky Arena. Their battle was not merely a test of powerful nen abilities, but also of supreme intelligence. Ultimately, the resident outmaneuvered Hisoka, transforming him into the toilet god of war, who dispatched 2 phantom troop members. A resident like this would only result in a horrible end if they attempted to use unconventional tactics against him, but these individuals lacked Shen Fei's intelligence, or rather, his intelligence. Let's change rooms. Isn't this one too small? Shen Fei suggested after Gon and Killua left. They then moved to a presidential suite. Yungu's previous room wouldn't have been small if it were just Yungu and S.H.I.E.L.D, but now there were 4 more people. While the Sky Arena would allocate luxurious private rooms free of charge to fighters who reached the 200th floor, Gon and Killua definitely wouldn't stay there because they were training in Nen. The Sky Arena's floor owner had a significant advantage: they could dominate an entire floor. From the 230th to the 250th floor, there were 21 floor owners. With 21 floors to themselves, if they won the biennial Battle Olympics, they could dominate the top floor for 2 years. Another consecutive victory would extend their dominance. The Sky Arena's generosity was truly impressive, worthy of being an arena backed by V5. Boom. In an uninhabited valley southeast of the Sky Arena, Shen Fei stood within it. The life energy that erupted from his entire body created a crater with a radius of nearly 30 meters, centered on him. Considering his own strength, Shen Fei headed directly to this uninhabited area after discovering he could harness his life energy to open his Jing pores. While Shen Fei was new to Nen compared to Gon and Killua, his knowledge and physical skills were unmatched. Combined with Haki, maybe I could even try my hand at fighting the 4 emperors. A faint smile crossed Shen Fei's face, sensing the shift in his own strength. Biscuit is from the Heart Source School. Perhaps I could learn the Hyakushiki cannon from her. Then, Cannon vs. Taibutsu, who knows who will prevail? Thinking of Sengoku's Devil Fruit and Netero's Hyakushiki cannon, Shen Fei couldn't help but imagine Netero vs. Sengoku. Netero's current strength was certainly no match for Sengoku, but if he were allowed to train in the pirate world for a few more years, he would undoubtedly be a 4 emperor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Biscuit, and every world has its share of gifted prodigies. The reason these individuals can't advance isn't because they can't, but because the world limits them. Take Yoriichi Tsudakoku from Demon Slayer. If you were to go to the pirate world, he'd be a formidable swordsman, a 4 emperor. The same goes for characters like Netero and King. It's not that there aren't stronger warriors in the hunter world, but rather that Netero has reached his current ceiling, and without external support, further advancement is difficult. Shen Fei genuinely considered bringing Netero to the pirate world. It would be a shame for this veteran, who had spent his entire life at the pinnacle of martial arts, to die in this world. Furthermore, if Netero were to appear in the pirate world, wouldn't that be a powerful addition to their team? The pirate world is already teeming with powerful warriors, so adding Netero wouldn't be a big deal. Of course, even if he truly wanted to bring Netero to the pirate world, it wouldn't be now. For now, Shen Fei's focus was on cultivating his Nen abilities. Today, let's test your Nen attributes. As Gon, Killua, and Shen Fei all learned Nen and the 4 elements, Yungu brought out a glass of water with a green leaf on top and placed it in front of their table. Before this, Yungu had outlined the differences between the 6 categories of Nen: enhancement, release, transformation, manipulation, manifestation, and trait. The Mizumi style is the current mainstream method for testing Nen attributes, adopted by virtually all schools. It's not that there aren't other methods, but they're far too tedious and complex, lacking the convenience of the Mizumi style. The Mizumi style can directly test all 6 categories of Nen attributes at once, while other methods require testing one by one. Tomo, demonstrate. Following Yungu's words, Tomo placed his hands around the glass of water and began to activate his Nen. A moment later, the green leaf inside the glass moved slightly. It's the manipulation category. Who's going first? Yungu said, nodding at Tomo before turning to Shen Fei and the others. I'll go first. Gon immediately walked over. Scholar S.H.I.E.L.D placed his hands around the cup and cast his aura. The next moment, the water began to overflow. It's a strengthening type. It doesn't look like anything has changed. After Gon, Kilo came next. However, after using his aura, Kilo saw no change in the cup and turned to look at Yungu, a puzzled look on his face. You can try tasting the water, Yungu said with a smile. Sweet. Kilo immediately touched the water lightly with his smooth white index finger and then put it in his mouth to taste it. It's a transformation type, Yungu continued. Has the taste of the water changed? Kilo said, giving his place to Shen Fei. What attribute could it be? With this thought in mind, Shen Fei gently released a little energy from the palms of his hands. Crack. The changes that followed were far beyond Shen Fei's expectations. The entire cup cracked with a click, and the water, green leaves, and the cup outside suddenly turned into crystals all over the sky, disappearing with brilliant colors. This scene stunned Yungu, S.H.I.E.L.D, Killua, Zyao, and even Biscuit on the side. What's going on? After a moment, Killua came to his senses and asked immediately. It's a special type. Yungu finally reacted and looked at Shen Fei in surprise. The number of special type Nen abilities is extremely rare. Even in the Hunter Association, such Nen users are rare. The rarity of special type Nen users among Nen users is just like the rarity of Nen users in the entire human society. Following Yungu's words, Zyao, Killua, and S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but look at Shen Fei. Alright, now is not the time to develop your Nen abilities. You're laying the foundation. Continue your training, Yungu said, and instructed the 4 people to practice the first 3 of the 4 major practices, Chanjilion. As for Fa, they should not practice it for now. Fa is the ability to project Nen energy. If one's own Nen energy is low, practicing Fa is meaningless. Instead, Lian is the most important thing. Lian is the technique of nurturing, maintaining, and cultivating Nen aura. After all these years, you still haven't made any progress. After a while, looking at the 4 people still practicing in the room, Bisiji threw away the magazine in his hand. Teacher, Yungu looked at Bisiji with a puzzled look. Bisiji ignored Yungu, his eyes scanning Shen Fei, Zyao, and Killua for a moment. When he saw S.H.I.E.L.D standing nearby, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. You should stop for now. Rest well today. Starting tomorrow, the 3 of you will practice with me. This 3 people naturally referred to Shen Fei, Zyao, and Killua, not S.H.I.E.L.D. Teacher, Yungu continued to ask with a puzzled look on his face. There's nothing wrong with your training plan. It's perfect for S.H.I.E.L.D, but it's a bit too conservative for the other 3. Such training is a complete waste of their talents, Yungu said, and then left. Inside the room, S.H.I.E.L.D lowered his head with a gloomy expression. In terms of the time he was exposed to Nen, S.H.I.E.L.D was undoubtedly the first, but by then Shen Fei and the other 2 had already caught up, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D feeling deeply disappointed. S.H.I.E.L.D, don't worry too much. There are always geniuses in this world, only 1 in a million. And you're not bad either, only 1 in 100,000, Master, that's not much of a comfort. S.H.I.E.L.D had a simple personality. Surrounded by geniuses like Zyao, he might be disappointed, but he never felt jealous. Hisoka's method of judging Nen attributes based on personality, while effective, wasn't 100% accurate. It couldn't be applied to S.H.I.E.L.D because, according to S.H.I.E.L.D's personality, he should be a reinforcement type, but in reality, he was a manipulation type. Aren't you supposed to be training? Why are you here to watch Hisoka's match? The next day, the group sat in the stands, watching Hisoka and his opponent, Castro, standing in the arena ahead. Gon, aren't you going to challenge him? Then watch carefully, doesn't this guy know how to use condensation? In the stands, Shen Fei sighed softly as he watched the threads of thought Hisoka wielded around his body, and the unperceived Castro. Condensation is a crucial technique in a battle between 2 Nen abilities, especially against Hisoka. Not being able to use it would be tantamount to courting death. Besides not being able to use condensation, Castro had also made a fatal mistake, his enhancement ability. He forced the materialization ability into a combination of himself and his clone, transforming the Tiger Bite Fist into the Tiger Bite True Fist. This certainly increased his power, but it was putting the cart before the horse. If he had focused on the enhancement ability, his strength would undoubtedly have been even greater. It's not impossible to cultivate other types of Nen. Look at Bisky. He's a transformation type, but Magical Beautician Cookie can't fight with his transformation type abilities. In real combat, Bisky relies on his well-tempered physique. However, cultivating across different types depends on talent, and one shouldn't cross too far. There's a chart for the 6 major Nen types. Strengthening type cultivation, followed by transformation type and emission type cultivation, is orthodox, just like Gon's game of rock paper scissors. Fist, scissors, and paper represent strengthening, transformation, and emission, respectively. But Castro's crossover went straight to materialization and manipulation. This was thanks to his ability to cultivate clones, but he must have focused all his energy on these, neglecting his own core type. To cultivate all types of Nen, one must have a specialty type, like Kurapika's Red Eyes. Do you know why Castro lost? After the match, Bisky led the 3 back to the presidential suite to watch the battle replay. Hisoka's performance was strange. Is it because of his Nen? Killua spoke first. That's right, this is what I'm going to teach you today. Concentrate your energy on your eyes. Today's assignment is to discover what Hisoka's Nen ability is. Biscuit explained the technique for cultivating concentration and then returned to his handsome magazine. Concentration, however, is not easy to practice. The eyes are very vulnerable, and concentrating energy there requires a great deal of control. Many Nen users don't use concentration in battle, not because they don't want to, but because they don't know how. Advanced Nen techniques, concentration, state, circle, hidden, solid, hard, flow, and so on, are not mastered by every Nen user. These advanced techniques are what separate the best Nen users from the least skilled. If you know these techniques, you're a member of the Phantom Troop. If you don't, you're a Yin Beast. There are Nen threads, 13 in total. Hisoka invent stretchable Nen threads, which should be a transformation type ability, Shen Fei quickly explained. But the method behind concealing the severed hand must be another form of Nen, one that has a visually deceptive effect. Shen Fei, speaking with a tone of speculation, described Hisoka's abilities, the freely retractable love and the illusion of frivolity. Soon after, Killua and Gon could clearly see the number of strands of Nen emitted by Hisoka. In battles between Nen users, concentration is crucial. From now on, once I raise my finger, you must use concentration. Look carefully at the number on my finger. If anyone is slow, Bisky didn't utter the rest of the words, but coupled with his somewhat sinister smile, it gave Gon and Killua a bad feeling. 1, 4, 12, the room then intermittently echoed with the 3 voices and someone's screams. You will train here for the next period of time. I've seen your landing times, and the next period is plenty. To the east of the Sky Arena lies an archipelago. That day, Bisky brought the 3 to an uninhabited island within the archipelago for a period of closed training. The 4 elements are skills that must be practiced daily. Bisky has added advanced techniques, such as Ken, a further development of entanglement. Ken is actually an advanced application of entanglement and Leon. Strictly speaking, advanced techniques are the combined application of the 4 elements. For example, entanglement and Leon can be used to cultivate Ken, but they are also techniques for cultivating circle. Joe is an advanced application of entanglement, and Yin is an advanced application of Zhu. Condensation and Yin are 2 opposing techniques. For example, Hisoka's freely retractable AI often incorporates Yin during combat. Bisky's training is far more rigorous than Yungu's. An average person wouldn't be able to complete her training, even geniuses like Gon and Killua. However, thanks to Bisky's Magical Beautician Cookie's Nen ability, a half-hour massage is equivalent to 8 hours of deep sleep, allowing Gon and Killua more time to practice. Furthermore, Bisky has added techniques that Gon and Killua began practicing after encountering Catwoman and Kate's mishap. From today on, your mother and I will practice alone, you and I will come here. After practicing for a while, Bisky divided the 3 into 2 groups. Gon and Killua trained according to her plan, while Shen Fei was trained by her personally. The previous period of training had exposed Bisky's true identity and age. The fun during this period was that Killua would sometimes be rude and call Bisky a muscle mother-in-law, and as a result, he was beaten up by Bisky for a while, and then he became much more obedient. Bisky had no special thoughts about hiding her true identity. The reason why she appeared in front of people with the image of gold and twin tails, in addition to pretending to be cute, was also because of the need for training. Bisky practiced Netero's Heart Source School. This school did not pay much attention to the special effects of Nen ability, but paid special attention to the basics. No matter what kind of Nen ability it was, if your own strength was not good enough, it would be impossible to exert the effect of Nen ability. Look at the leader, standing alone against two Zoldyck clan masters. His thief's ultimate was completely ineffective, but even so, he held his own against the two masters, holding his own for a short while. Shen Fei, on the other hand, was training with Killua and Gon. While he wasn't yet fully unleashing his full potential, the strength he displayed was far superior to Gon and Killua's. Under these circumstances, it was clearly unsuitable for him to cultivate his fundamentals against these two. Nothing is more crucial to improving one's strength than actual combat. Those honed muscles may not look beautiful on a woman, but with Biscuit's current strength, Hisoka wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him. In actual combat, Shen Fei also didn't bring his full strength to bear, displaying roughly the same power as Biscuit. Even so, Biscuit was astonished. As the fighting continued, Biscuit gradually reached its full potential, and the sight of their battle only intensified Gon and Killua's training. During the actual combat, Shen Fei consulted Bisagi about developing his Nen ability. Bisagi gave him his full support. Because Shen Fei was a special type, Bisagi wanted to see what kind of Nen ability Shen Fei could develop. Is this my Nen ability? Is it because of the surgery fruit? As time went by, Shen Fei gained a better understanding of the Nen ability he had developed, and the results he saw made Shen Fei very excited. Copy, no, it should be analyzed. Chapter 238 Phantom Troop, Part 1. I didn't expect it could be this effective. It's truly magical. Biscuit's face was filled with astonishment as Shen Fei's telekinesis slowly materialized. This figure was a perfect replica of magical beautician Cookie, the only difference being their hair. Biscuit's magical beautician Cookie had long pink hair, while Shen Fei's was short black. Shen Fei hadn't concealed the effects of his telekinesis from Biscuit. After all, it wasn't something that needed to be hidden. After learning of his abilities, Biscuit began collaborating with Shen Fei to develop them, and the first subject was, of course, Biscuit's magical beautician Cookie. Magical beautician Cookie's abilities belonged to the transmutation type. While they looked very similar to the manifestation type, they were actually transmutation type, vastly different from Castro's clone. While transmutation and manifestation type abilities share some similarities, they differ fundamentally in that manifestation type abilities involve qualitative change, meaning that the objects manifested truly exist. The transformation type merely alters the form of Noon. Hisoka's freely retractable love and Maki's Noon threads are similar transformation type abilities, as is Netero's Hyakushiki Cannon. In fact, not only can the materialization and transformation type abilities create various forms, but the release type can also create similar beings. The difference lies in your ability to develop them. Noon power is incredibly magical. Magical beautician Cookie, while seemingly a real person, is actually merely a form of Noon. Her power is to massage and heal others through her Noon. Shen Fei possesses a unique foundation in the transformation type, namely the magic circle of the magician. Kamar-Taj's magic circle also involves various forms of shaping. Therefore, Shen Fei possesses advantages not only in the transformation type but also in the materialization type. Combined with his in-depth analysis of the Paranomy, it's safe to say that no one in the world can surpass him in the materialization type. As a specialty type, he possesses mastery of all 6 categories of Noon power. Such a magical ability, it's really great. Killua and Gon were envious after learning about Shen Fei's ability of Nen. After that, Shen Fei began to use his ability to massage Killua to test its recovery effect. With Shen Fei's knowledge of biomedicine and understanding of the human body, he quickly mastered the massage melody of magic beautician Cookie. It's only about 80% of the effect of Biscuit's ability, which is not bad. Although the experimental results did not reach 100%, Shen Fei was very satisfied. Anyway, he would not use this ability often. The success of the experiment meant that he could learn other Nen abilities through his Nen ability and copy other Nen abilities. This was a rare opportunity, and Shen Fei also analyzed Killua's Nen ability in order. As for Gon, there was really nothing to analyze about the strengthening system. I don't know if special abilities can be analyzed. It would be great if I could find someone with special abilities to work with. Kurapika? His Nen doesn't seem to be effective. Kurapika's Nen ability fully utilizes all Nen abilities, which is completely useless to Shen Fei. The captain's abilities, but he doesn't seem to cooperate. What about Nobu from the Hunter Association? To achieve the best analysis results, the other party's cooperation is also crucial. Just like when he replicated Biscuit's ability this time, without Biscuit's perfect cooperation, Shen Fei would have been unable to replicate it so quickly. The same goes for Killua. Besides this, there's another crucial factor in analyzing an opponent's Nen: experiencing it firsthand, connecting it with your own Nen, not relying on imaginary thoughts. Just like Hisoka's flexible love, Shen Fei knew its effects, but to replicate it, he had to have Hisoka personally connect with his Nen. As for whether there are other issues that require attention, Shen Fei is not sure yet and will have to wait and see as his Nen abilities continue to develop. Generally speaking, this Nen ability could be considered the Nenshi version of the surgery fruit. Besides being able to replicate other people's Nen abilities, Shen Fei's Nen analysis also offers another potential developmental skill, that of a Nen exterminator, capable of analyzing and dispelling the Nen they are targeting. While special Nen abilities are already extremely rare, a Nen exterminator is even more so. The entire Hunter Association only has one Nen exterminator, and a low-ranking one at that, which goes to show just how rare they are. You've been doing well lately. Take a day off today, because Gon and Killua have been training so diligently. Bisky, in a rare act of kindness, allowed the group to return to the Sky Arena for a day of rest. However, Shen Fei believed the main reason for this break was Bisky's desire to return to modern urban life. During their training, the four of them had been living and eating on this unnamed island. Perhaps, upon returning to the modern city, Yungu had also given Zixi a day off, allowing the three of them to go out and play together, since Gon and Killua were relatively young. Greed Island, this game is really expensive. Jin must have made a lot of money from it. Shen Fei wasn't wandering around, he was using his computer to research Jin's game, Greed Island. Shen Fei already had a virtual reality game, but it was still very different from Jin's game. Virtual reality, even if it resembled reality, was only virtual, while Jin's game was played in the real world. Shen Fei's interest in this game stemmed not only from the technology it contained but also from the various telepathic abilities it possessed. Greed Island was based on telepathy, and with his telepathic analysis, if he entered the game, he might be able to analyze the telepathic abilities within. This was confirmed by the fact that he could use Greed Island cards in real life. A bounty of 17 billion for the game software, and another 50 billion for the level clearing record. Just asking for one card inside. This guy is seriously rich. The information he obtained from the Hunter official website using his Hunter license gave Shen Fei a rough estimate of the price of Greed Island. Shen Fei was considered wealthy now, but all his money combined couldn't even afford a single Greed Island game. Of course, this only referred to his earnings in the Hunter world, not including his assets in other worlds. Raccoon City, it seems he really did go there. The information on the Hunter official website clearly indicated that the Greed Island game would be auctioned at this year's Raccoon City auction. You two, who made you agree to this? Shen Fei was just browsing the Hunter official website, trying to see if he needed anything when he heard Bisky yelling outside. Shen Fei immediately left. I'm sorry, teacher. Outside, Bisky stood angrily before Gon and Killua, who bowed their heads. To his side, Chicky bowed his head and apologized to Yungu in front of him. Then Shen Fei figured out what happened. It was his day off, and Zixi was curious about the places above the 200th floor, so Zyuoji and Killua took them to their room on the 200th floor. As a result, when they were leaving, they were targeted by three famous rookie killers on the 200th floor. These three people captured Zixi and asked Zyuoji and Killua to challenge them to a battle. In order to save Zixi, Zyuoji and Killua agreed. The main reason here was that Killua restrained his murderous nature. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could have killed these three people and saved Zixi without any harm. But who made Killua change because of Zyuoji? Even though the three people captured Zixi to threaten them this time, Killua did not kill him. For Killua now, unless Zyuoji is in danger, he doesn't care too much about others. Teacher, Yungu was about to say something, but was immediately stopped by Bisky. Well, since you've already applied, go ahead. But remember, if you lose, don't blame me for being rude. This battle was also a good opportunity for Bisky to test the results of Gon and Killua's recent training. No problem, I'll definitely give them a hard time, Killua nodded with a smile. We'll talk about it after you win. For now, go train, Bisky said, ordering the two to start training. I've taken a quick look at the battle of those three. They're no match for Killua and the others. This is a great opportunity to make money, Shen Fei said to Bisky during dinner that evening. Because of Bisky's request, and to put pressure on Killua and the others, they weren't allowed to know their opponent's Nen abilities in advance. When Nen users fight each other, knowing their opponent's abilities and not knowing them are two completely different things. Really, the mention of making money immediately piqued Bisky's interest. As a renowned 2-star gem hunter, Bisky's wealth was far inferior to that of other hunters of his level. Look at Jin, a fellow 2-star hunter, who could give away billions of Jin without a wink. Biscuit wasn't stupid or broke, but most of it had been converted into gems. As a legitimate professional hunter, Biscuit obtained all the gems legally and never resorted to force, completely different from a certain spider troop. That's right. 6 matches in total. If they win all of them, they can earn at least billions. The 3 rookie killers, along with Gon and Killua, requested 3 matches each, allowing each of them to increase their victory count by 1. The victory count for the 200th floor is tied to challenging the floor owner. 10 wins on the 200th floor qualify 1 to challenge the floor owner. However, before those 10 wins, 4 losses must be counted, forcing them to start all over again. These 3 rookie killers have been working hard for this goal. Although Shen Fei believed that even if they gained the qualification to challenge the floor owner through such means, they would only be giving away heads, they couldn't resist the belief that they could defeat the floor owner and reap both fame and fortune. Unfortunately, the real-life Sky Arena's ops aren't comparable to those in the movie. Captain Krallo is one of them. Because Gon and Killua are complete rookies. Having never participated in a single battle before, and considering the miserable experiences of the rookies on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, their odds are quite favorable. After all, no matter how they're locked in, the rookie killer trio has already competed in numerous matches in the Sky Arena, and their prowess has already earned recognition from some. Gon defeated Guido with a floor-lifting tactic. It's truly incredible. The next day, to everyone's astonishment, Gon achieved victory using his unique tactics. Lifting the floor was a complete disaster for Guido, who had lost both legs and had only an iron rod to support his lower body. These 3 guys should go get Maki to treat them. Maki has no business sense. Of the over 100 players who had landed at the Sky Arena, half suffered from various disabilities, having been through the initial baptism. A few tens of millions for an arm is a piece of cake. With Maki's telekinetic abilities, she could easily handle it. With so many people, they could easily rake in over 10 billion. If I opened a hospital that rehabilitated the disabled, it would surely be very profitable. No wonder nanomedical technology is so coveted. Nanomedical technology in the Marvel Universe has already begun to be put into practice. Shen Fei's wealth is now comparable to others. With the Stark Group's strong support and Shen Fei's efforts to secure the participation of top families, the situation has finally calmed down. There's no way around it. Such a lucrative industry can't be monopolized by one person. Even Stark's arc reactor can't do it, and the same is true for Shen Fei. If Shen Fei chooses to take it all in, fighting, even war, is likely. Capital will do anything to gain wealth. Although Shen Fei isn't afraid of these people, he won't be able to maintain peace unless he demonstrates his strength to intimidate them. Those people can control the country. To avoid trouble, Shen Fei had no choice but to cooperate. Of course, these consortiums wouldn't just take the money and do nothing. Shen Fei subsequently received numerous benefits, most notably orders from the military. The military had a large number of disabled soldiers, and thanks to the efforts of these consortiums, the military had to allocate a portion of its budget to treat them. Furthermore, the vice president's daughter's disability had been cured. Shen Fei now had some influence within the Western world's upper echelons, but that was all he could do. His status meant he couldn't reach the true core of the West. Shen Fei didn't mind this. After all, the Marvel world was just one of many worlds he could visit. As Zyuoji once again demonstrated his floor-lifting tactics, defeating Lilbelt, it seemed as if Zyuoji was taking this tactic to its extremes. The 3 rookie assassins were all defeated by Zyuoji's floor-lifting tactics. The punch he landed against Hisoka later also seemed to rely on this tactic. Killua's victory was much easier than Gon's. In terms of pure strength, Killua might not be as good as Gon, but in terms of overall strength, Killua is undoubtedly much stronger than Gon. I'm rich. Biscuit was very happy after winning 6 consecutive battles. Chapter 239 Phantom Troop, Part 2. You bastard, What did I say before? 6 victories had earned Bisky a fortune, but even so, after Gon returned, Bisky glared at him furiously. This was because Gon had agreed to fight with Hisoka. More accurately, Hisoka had agreed to fight with Gon. Before Gon and Guido fought, Hisoka had stated a condition: if Gon could win against Guido, he would agree to fight with Gon. Hisoka was extremely pleased with Gon's performance. After all, Gon at this point in the story was far stronger than he was at this point in the original story, even stronger than when he emerged from Greed Island. If Gon weren't still young and had plenty of room to grow, Hisoka might have faced Gon in a life-or-death battle. Hisoka's perverse aesthetic led him to decide to destroy Gon at his peak, a move perfectly in line with his values. Just like his usual habit of playing poker towers, Hisoka would destroy the towers once they were complete. Seeing Zyanoji's stubborn eyes, Bisagi didn't say anything more, but just told Zyanoji to be careful when fighting tomorrow. Zyanoji's eyes said it all: this battle was inevitable. Zyanoji, who was a strengthening type, was simple-minded. Once he made a decision, it was difficult for him to change his mind. Just like his first battle with Guido in the original work, he directly took Guido's B-blade attack with his body, and ended up being hospitalized for nearly 2 months. Fortunately, Zyanoji could recite by then, otherwise he would probably be disabled like those who were baptized. The next day, the audience was very lively for the battle between Hisoka and Zyanoji, because Zyanoji's performance in the previous 3 battles made many people even hope that Zyanoji could create another glory and directly defeat Hisoka. "Teacher, you are leaving." At the entrance of the hotel, Yungu, his disciples Yixi, and Shen Fei were also here. They were here to see Bisagi off. "We've already wasted too much time here, and I have nothing left to teach them. From now on, it's up to them." Generally speaking, those sent by the Hunter Association to train new hunters only teach the 4 elements, just like Yungu in the original novel. Although he had high hopes for Gon and Killua, he only taught the 4 elements ending, and didn't mention the others at all. Bisky had spent so much time teaching them because he didn't want to see Gon, Killua, and Shen Fei waste their talents. Among those who passed the Hunter exam this time, the only ones who truly devoted themselves to teaching Nen were Bisky and Kurapika's teacher, Sukin. Kurapika was able to defeat Eugen head-on after only less than 6 months of Nen training, thanks in large part to Sukin. Without the oath and constraints of Sukin's teachings, Kurapika would never have achieved this level of skill. Of course, this also had something to do with Kurapika's desperate desire for revenge. Revenge requires strength, and neither Gon nor Killua had the drive to pursue Nen at all costs. Liario's situation was even more problematic. He hadn't even completed the 4 elements yet. It wasn't that Liario's talent was truly lacking, but rather that he simply wasn't focused on cultivating his Nen abilities. He was completely focused on studying medicine. However, despite Liario's unwavering desire to become a doctor and save lives, the Nen abilities he awakened weren't medical. While Nen could be omnipotent, there were certainly medical Nen abilities. Such as Maki from the Phantom Troop, whose Nen was particularly effective against trauma. Among the 12 earthly branches, there was a poison hunter whose Nen ability specialized in the preparation of poisons, as well as a virus hunter. If Liario could awaken similar Nen abilities, his medical studies would be significantly more effective, just like Shen Fei, whose current level of skill was largely due to the surgery fruit. For Bisky, the outcome of Gon and Hisoka's battle, whether Gon won or lost, was a good thing for him. It was through this that he could understand the gap between himself and his enemy and grow. Hunters always have to forge their own paths. Given this, Bisky didn't want to watch the fight. "By the way, the old man told you to go to the Hunter Association when you have time," Bisagi said to Shen Fei before leaving. "I'm leaving too. Please tell them both for us." After Bisagi left, Shen Fei prepared to leave as well. He had even less interest in the battle between Gon and Hisoka. What was the point of watching a battle when the outcome was already known? Even though Gon's strength had greatly increased compared to the original novel, there was still a significant gap between him and Hisoka, so the outcome was predetermined from the beginning. No problem, Yungu didn't ask Shen Fei why he couldn't watch the match before leaving. He simply nodded gently, indicating that he would pass on the message. "Millionaire Bartra, you're truly a love-struck person. You're lucky to have met me." Shen Fei couldn't help but smile as he looked at the message on his phone. He could have made a profit by betting on the battle between Hisoka and Gon, but after obtaining information about Millionaire Bartra through the Hunter official website, Shen Fei changed his mind. The magnate Bartra is undoubtedly responsible for Greed Island's current price surge. His constant bounties on the Hunter website have driven its value ever higher. When Greed Island first appeared, even at auction, it would have fetched just over 5 billion. Now, the bounty is 17 billion for the game software and 50 billion for the game completion record. And that's just the bounty. If it were auctioned, the bounty could nearly double. But if I do that, wouldn't that be like ruining the bounty hunter's business? A single game completion record is worth 50 billion. This price has driven many bounty hunters crazy. Even though Greed Island's game carries life-threatening risks, many bounty hunters still join in. Completing the game offers a chance to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Not everyone can be as reckless as Jin, giving away tens of billions without blinking an eye. Even for a non-user, 50 billion is a staggering sum. Did you see how many people in the original novels went to great lengths to obtain the clearance record? Forget 50 billion, even 1 billion is a considerable fortune for the average non-user. As for making money in the Sky Arena, it's not something everyone can do. The saying gamblers lose all the time is true. Shen Fei only made a lot of money by leveraging his foresight. If a battle were fought between non-users without Shen Fei's knowledge, the outcome would be uncertain. Raccoon City, located on the westernmost coast of the Alubi Mountains, is a prosperous city. This prosperity is primarily reflected in the 10-day underground auction that begins every September 1st. Organized by the 10 old men. Treasures from around the world are auctioned off at this time each year. In addition to the major mafia forces, numerous wealthy individuals also flock here, with the tycoon Bartra being a regular annual presence. This is because the game Greed Island can only be acquired through this auction. Although it wasn't September 1st yet, it was only a fortnight away. The tycoon, Bartra, had already arrived in Raccoon City a month earlier and booked a hotel. Besides him, the hotel was occupied by his professional bodyguards. This man, incredibly devoted, had been working tirelessly to save his girlfriend after she was in a car accident. Bartra's girlfriend had been in a coma and hadn't recovered to this day. While injuries from car accidents are generally not difficult to treat, his girlfriend was clearly unlucky. Despite Bartra's best efforts, he couldn't revive her. As a last resort, Bartra placed his hopes on a card in the Greed Island game, the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, a card said to heal any injury. Whether it was illness, disability, or even a near-death injury, the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D could restore them to their original form. In the original novel, Gun's broken arm, after battling the bomb demon, was healed using the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. Sadly, even with Bartra hiring numerous professional hunters, no one was able to pass the level until S.H.I.E.L.D entered. This leads one to wonder if Jin deliberately set up this game for S.H.I.E.L.D. Luckily, I have the Philosopher's Stone, otherwise I wouldn't dare take this job. Looking at the heavily guarded hotel ahead, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. With Bartra's wealth, he must have hired numerous professional hunters to treat his girlfriend, perhaps even a mind-dispelling specialist. But their failure to save her meant she must be in serious trouble. Of course, this hiring certainly didn't apply to Jin, or he would have cured her long ago. There are some people Bartra couldn't afford, even with his wealth, let alone someone who is even more wealthy than Bartra. However, it's more likely that Bartra doesn't have access to Jin's level. There's no information about Jin online, and even on the official Hunter website, there's only a name. Even if Shen Fei possessed Red Queen, the artificial intelligence, it wouldn't work. Red Queen's AI is severely limited in this world. The Hunter world's technological development lags far behind Marvel's, but due to the existence of Nen, some online sites are completely off limits to Red Queen. After all, Red Queen lacks Nen. This is arguably the strongest defense. To penetrate such a defense, someone would need computer-based Nen abilities. Do you have information about Greed Island? Bartra eagerly asked upon seeing Shen Fei in the living room of an exceptionally luxurious room on the 10th floor of the hotel. Behind him stood 4 heavily armed bodyguards. Shen Fei knew from a quick observation that they were Nen users, but their strength was uncertain. I do have information about Greed Island. Bartra was a truly wealthy man, his status far higher than even the 10 old men of the underground. It wasn't that the 10 old men were incompetent, but they were underworld. Even if these things were legal in this world, they were still inferior to those of the truly powerful. How much money do you want? I'll transfer it immediately, Bartra said decisively. It wasn't that Bartra was stupid. As someone with hundreds of billions of dollars in wealth, he couldn't be foolish. On the one hand, he was deeply worried about his girlfriend. Even if he'd spent all his money, her health would continue to decline. On the other hand, if Shen Fei came here to defraud him of his money, he had every confidence he could capture him. He was just a novice hunter, after all. A hunter's license offered many privileges, but they were useless against a wealthy man like Bartra. Just like Shen Fei, who had originally intended to use his license to meet Bartra, it proved useless. This forced him to use the information on Greed Island as an excuse to meet Bartra. The money issue can wait. I do have information on Greed Island, but that's not why I am here to see Mr. Bartra. I'm here today because I have a way to treat your girlfriend. What did you say? Shen Fei's words caused Bartra's expression to change immediately, and the 4 bodyguards behind him released their telekinetic energy. So weak. Even such a wealthy man doesn't have a true Nen master around him? That's right. With such power, who would be willing to be just a bodyguard? Shen Fei shook his head inwardly, sensing the Nen aura of the 4 bodyguards. Bartra's strongest Nen master was a bounty hunter named Juzijula, a 1-star bounty hunter. This one was probably the weakest of the star-level bounty hunters, unable to even handle a single bomb demon. However, even this one was by Bartra's side primarily for the 50 billion bounty, not as a true bodyguard. Mr. Bartra, I'm sure you know about Nen. Among Nen abilities, mine is quite unique, specifically for healing. I'm very confident in its ability to treat injuries. If you trust me, Mr. Bartra, you can allow me to treat your girlfriend. If unsuccessful, I won't take a penny. However, if the treatment is successful, in addition to the reward, I have one condition that Mr. Bartra must agree to. Shen Fei spoke, radiating his Nen aura, immobilizing the 4 bodyguards behind Bartra. These 4 were even weaker than Guido and his men in the sky arena. Shen Fei didn't even need to take direct action, his Nen aura alone was enough to intimidate them. Here, Shen Fei didn't need to hide his strength. Bartra fell silent as he looked at the 4 trembling bodyguards behind him. Whether you want me to help with the treatment is up to you, Mr. Bartra, Shen Fei said, pausing his Nen aura and turning to leave. The 4 men, freed from Shen Fei's Nen aura, saw each other sweat, their eyes filled with shock. I can agree to your terms, Bartra finally spoke as Shen Fei walked to the door and opened it. There's no time to lose. Let's go check on the situation, this way, please. To ensure the best possible protection for his girlfriend, Bartra had already moved her here when he arrived in Raccoon City. This year was his last hope. Chapter 240 Phantom Troop, Part 2. As expected of a wealthy man, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh as he entered a room on the upper floor of the hotel, filled with high-tech equipment and staffed by numerous doctors and nurses. Rich people are simply different. Even though he was now incredibly wealthy, he had never enjoyed such treatment. Among these doctors and nurses were not only ordinary people but also Nen users. Bartra had done his utmost for his comatose girlfriend, but unfortunately, his girlfriend was in dire straits. A normal car accident injury would have been treated long ago with Bartra's skill, but his girlfriend was in the worst condition. Bartra's girlfriend had been in a coma for over a decade, her condition steadily deteriorating. It was only because of Bartra's immense wealth that he had been able to keep her alive until now. However, human power was limited, and by now, delay was no longer possible. Therefore, he had come to Raccoon City with the determination to make a last-ditch effort. In the original novel, Bartra's determination is evident when he snatches up all 7 Greed Island consoles at an underground auction. To acquire each of these 7 consoles, he spent nearly 30 billion yen, totaling over 200 billion yen for 7. Kilo's brother, Mickey, even put up all his own funds and even borrowed 15 billion yen from his father through trades, but still lost a bid. Ultimately, Bartra only secured 6 consoles, with 1 stolen by the Phantom Troop. The body and brain appear fine. It seems the problem may lie in the soul. Shen Fei didn't immediately begin treatment, but instead reviewed the thick medical records. The records showed that every test he could think of had been performed, and even some he hadn't considered. This is a world of Nen, and while those with medical Nen are rare, they are not unheard of. Although the tests were ineffective, they did save Shen Fei a lot of trouble. Did they ask Hydra, one of the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association, for help? Is it because they can't afford it, or is there no record of it? Perhaps they can't contact him? If they can ask Hydra, there's no reason why they can't find Jin. After reading the medical records, Shen Fei suddenly pondered this question. Among the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association, Hydra Yorkshire is a rare 3-star hunter, and a difficult-to-treat hunter. 3-star hunters are the highest rank in the Hunter Association, promoted only by achieving several historic discoveries or world-shattering feats. There are fewer than 10 hunters of this rank in the entire world. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei put down the medical records, walked over to the head of the woman lying on the bed, and placed his palm on her head. This is indeed the worst-case scenario. The situation detected by the Operation Fruit was exactly as he had suspected. Even with Shen Fei's Kamar-Taj magic, there was no special way to treat the problem of the soul. It's true that Kamar-Taj's magic primarily deals with the soul, but it primarily targets oneself, not others. Imagine someone experiencing a health problem and seeking treatment in Kamar-Taj. Instead of the Sorcerer Supreme healing them, they must cultivate Kamar-Taj's magic themselves to gradually recover. Fortunately, I still have one last trick up my sleeve. A sorcerer's problem can be solved with his soul. After a brief silence, Shen Fei immediately took out the Philosopher's Stone and began carving the Divine Word. Besides the excitement of arriving in the Hunter world, the existence of the Divine Word made Shen Fei's journey even more worthwhile. The Hunter Divine Word is similar to the runes and runes Shen Fei now possesses, possessing strange powers. A boxer in the game Greed Island can use the Divine Word to enhance his divine powers. Yungu can use the Divine Word to create the Rope of Oath. The item Jin left for Gong was simply a random assemblage of iron blocks, but even then, Killua's full-strength attack couldn't damage them in the slightest. While in the Sky Arena, Shen Fei, in addition to cultivating his mind, also studied the Divine Word. While his current grasp wasn't very complete, he had some knowledge. Bisiji and Yungu both knew the Divine Word well. While not completely proficient, they were quite good. If anyone in the Hunter world possessed a deep understanding of the Divine Word, it would undoubtedly be Jin. Shen Fei even suspected that Greed Island was created by Jin and his companions using the Divine Word. It was hard to imagine how powerful Jin's mind could have been to create such a massive island, complete with its monsters, NPCs, and plot. Even Oasis, for example, required massive servers and electricity to maintain it. Of course, Shen Fei's drawings of the Divine Word were completely useless, serving only to conceal his use of the Philosopher's Stone and to demonstrate the immense expense he had incurred in saving lives. It really is an immediate effect. With the use of the Philosopher's Stone, the woman on the bed finally raised her eyebrows. After a long moment, her eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of lifeless, confused eyes. After being in a coma for over a decade, this was quite normal. Maya. As she woke up, Bartra, watching the entire war through the glass, tears welled in his eyes glued to the glass with excitement. Got it, Shen Fei thought, using telekinesis to make himself appear frail. After all, to claim Bartra's 50 billion bounty, he couldn't be less professional. Bartra, she's awake. If she's extremely weak from her long coma, she'll need to replenish her body for a while, but I don't think that's a big deal for you, Mr. Bartra. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bartra was so excited by his girlfriend's awakening that he didn't know what to say. Bartra, you're welcome. We each get what we need. I have great respect for someone as devoted as Mr. Bartra. Because he feigned weakness, Bartra let him stay at the hotel for the night. Meanwhile, Bartra immediately dispatched a medical team to carefully examine his girlfriend's condition. This is 50 billion. I wonder what her request was. The next day, though Bartra looked a little haggard, he appeared remarkably cheerful. I'm interested in the Greed Island game. My only requirement is 2 Greed Island consoles, and please don't leak the news of my rescue, Shen Fei stated his demands directly. A doctor who could save countless lives that countless experts had failed to save would undoubtedly be in great trouble if the news leaked. Just like Marvel's Doctor Strange, he was renowned for his exceptionally high surgical success rate, earning him countless requests, including even Stark. For those seeking fame, this was a shortcut to fame, but Shen Fei didn't care about fame. As for money, with a bounty of 50 billion, while it still fell far short of what the truly wealthy in this world could afford, it was more than enough to spend. No problem, Bartra agreed immediately. With his girlfriend revived, Bartra no longer needed the Archangel Psy. At this moment, he simply wanted to quickly sort out all the chores and spend some quality time with his girlfriend, who had finally woken up. There's no need for so many. Since Mr. Bartra doesn't need them anymore, I have a few friends who want them. Let's take 3. Looking at the approximately 30 Greed Island consoles laid out before him, Shen Fei once again marveled at Bartra's generosity. There were only 100 Greed Island consoles released by Jin and his companions, and here were 30 of them. It was clear how much effort Bartra had put into acquiring the Greed Island consoles over the years. Even if one console previously cost over 5 billion, the price of 30 of them would have been staggering. Fortunately, without Bartra's price hike, even if the price of Greed Island consoles didn't drop, it wouldn't rise too quickly. At most, one should be 10 billion. Shen Fei said this as he took the 3 consoles, said goodbye to Bartra, and left the hotel. Let's get Jula and the others back. After Shen Fei left, Bartra immediately had his men log into the Greed Island game and summon Jula and the others he had previously hired. He also announced that the bounty was no longer valid. It's safe to say that roughly half of Greed Island's players are currently working towards Bartra's bounty. Some enter the game motivated by the bounty, while others simply want to see if they can pull off the quest. After all, the game is about completing it, and if they could earn a 50 billion bounty along the way, no one would object. The bounty's cancelled. Jula returned quickly. Upon hearing Bartra's words, Jula was stunned. His team had been working hard in the game for years for this bounty, and they were almost there. They'd already obtained over 90 of the 100 limited edition cards, leaving only a few rare ones. Sorry, Maya woke up suddenly. A vegetative patient who had been in a coma for over a decade suddenly awakened. While it was abrupt, it wasn't unprecedented. Jula could only lament his bad luck. I'll leave the matters in that area to you, and also about compensation for those people. Bartra was a man of great integrity. While bounties like these were usually based on luck, he still planned to offer compensation to those hired. And it wasn't cheap. Jula's team, for example, would receive 5 billion, while other ordinary members would receive between 100 million and tens of millions. Of course, those who were solely interested in the bounty, not hired by him, would receive no compensation. Jula's service to Bartra wasn't just for the bounty, it also paid him a salary. What do you mean the bounty's cancelled? What's going on? With the bounty cancelled, most Greed Island players were furious. Even though some of them were offered compensation, many were still upset. After all, compared to 50 billion, that small amount of compensation was nothing to them. This was especially true for a trio on the verge of completing the game. These 3 were the infamous Palmers, known for slaughtering countless players in the game to obtain the cards. They were now targeting a group of players rumored to have a rare card, and were planning to bust them all and monopolize the card. Then news of the bounty being cancelled hit, and they realized years of their time had been wasted. Unlike the others who could receive compensation, the Bomber Trio had no way of claiming it. Let's go out and see what's going on. After a moment's deliberation, the Bomber Trio decided to leave the game and investigate. Of course, some left the game permanently, while others wanted to continue. After all, even without the bounty, clearing the game and leaving the game world with 3 cards was a significant reward. The Bomber Trio didn't give up, nor did Jula's bounty hunter team. After all, they were almost there. Giving up now would be a waste of all their efforts. After Shen Fei obtained the console, he immediately found a hotel in Raccoon City and booked a luxury suite. It wasn't that he didn't want the presidential suite, but the suites were almost fully booked, and the remaining ones were reserved for those of higher status. Inside the hotel room, Shen Fei immediately used the power of the Operation Fruit to explore the console. Although it was protected by noetic energy, it was only a minor effort for Shen Fei. Just like armament hacking can protect against the cutting of the Operation Fruit, it's not a 100% defense. It depends on the strength of both parties. If the strength is stronger than the accumulated armament hacking, it will still be cut. The same is true for noetic energy. With continued training, in the hunter world, if measured purely in telekinesis, only the unborn Ant King could rival him. If calculated using the Hunter Association's telekinesis energy figures, Shen Fei's maximum aura would be at least over 100,000. The divine word, Shen Fei said. So, the Hunter official website can use telekinesis to channel a person's spirit. It's probably not just telekinesis that's at work here, but perhaps the divine word as well. Inside the console, Shen Fei discovered divine words scattered throughout, not just on the casing but also on the circuit boards. These divine words formed a single entity, making the entire console incredibly sturdy, making it difficult even for a master of telekinesis to destroy it. Both the console and the game card have divine words. I wonder if there's any way I can exchange them with Jin for the knowledge they contain. After recording the divine words, Shen Fei restored the console to its original state. Hunters in the hunter world follow a system of equal exchange for information and knowledge. The Zoldyck family's trading system is also a form of equal exchange. I wonder if Gon and Killua are here yet. They don't need to buy a game console this time. A Greed Island game console can be played by multiple players. For Shen Fei, one console is enough. He requested a few more so he could take them apart and see what was inside. This combination of mind reading, divine words, and circuitry is rare. Chapter 241 Phantom Troop, and so much money for just a catalog? High society is truly a completely different world from the average person. Shen Fei shook his head slightly, looking at the thick catalog he'd paid tens of millions for. This catalog featured every item from the Raccoon City auction, complete with images and detailed descriptions. While the price was a bit high, it was a valuable asset for anyone interested in bidding on items at the auction. The auction organizers could pocket a fortune just from the catalog alone. And that's just the sales at the official auction. If you include the items that aren't to be seen publicly, it's no wonder the Raccoon City auction draws so many people every year. The hall is truly immense. There are always things that, even if widely known, can't be publicly displayed, like human body collectors. These items can't be auctioned openly. As time passed, September 1st finally arrived. Raccoon City was flooded with tourists. The wealthy came to attend the auction, while the less well-off came to make money. This time of year was a golden opportunity. The second-hand market, in particular, was bustling with vendors. Raccoon City's auctions were like market day. The annual Raccoon City auctions weren't just for the behind-the-scenes organizers like the 10 old men, who would auction off their treasures. They also accepted commissions from outside parties. For those with treasures or heirlooms, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity. However, not all treasures were eligible for auction. For those less sophisticated, the market was a great place to buy. Of course, there were many fakes, so it all depended on discerning taste. Don't miss this if you're passing by. Don't miss this if you're passing by. This gem is worth 3 million. You deserve it. While strolling through the market, Shen Fei was surprised to hear a familiar voice, Lily's. Shen Fei pushed his way through the densely packed crowd and made his way to the innermost area, where he spotted Liario, Killua, and Gon. Gon was arm wrestling with a burly, muscular man. Gon looked incredibly exhausted, sweat dripping down his face. He seemed to have exerted immense effort to achieve victory. After Gon's victory, a young man immediately rushed over to him. So they're trying to scam you out of money here? Shen Fei immediately understood what was going on. With Gon's strength, arm wrestling with these ordinary people wouldn't be enough to make him sweat. A conditional auction was a form of auction in the professional market, and Liario seemed to be using it to make money. He was quite clever, but this method of making money could only yield a short-term profit at best. After all, the others weren't fools. While many might initially try to make a small fortune, seeing so many others fail in Gon's poor acting, fewer fell for it. They showed up. That's right. Tonight is the first day of the auction. Just as Shen Fei was about to approach Killua, he scanned the crowd and paused. He saw 4 figures appear on his right. They were members of the Phantom Troop. Maki, Xiaodi, Phaeton, and Franklin. It's a shame they were so brutal. Of the 4, Shen Fei's main focus was on Maki. She looked petite and charming, but she was a rose with thorns. Xiaodi exchanged a few words with the 3 people on the side before immediately walking out, paying the bill, and sitting across from Xiaodi. This time, Xiaodi didn't have to pretend. Sweat actually formed on his forehead. Killua's gesture immediately made him laugh. Xiaodi's performance was much more natural than before, and he had no idea that she wasn't pretending. After a long stalemate, Xiaodi finally won by a narrow margin. After Xiaodi left, Xiaodi wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a few deep breaths. In the previous arm wrestling match, neither side had used Nen, relying solely on their own strength. For Nen masters, years of using Nen to strengthen their bodies make their physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people, even without it. You're pretending so well. What happened last time? Killua whispered in Gon's ear immediately after Xiaodi left. He's not pretending this time. His strength is truly immense. Gon stared at Xiaodi's back. Gon knew the extent of his own strength, and the idea of such immense power in a seemingly ordinary girl was truly astonishing. Is she the world arm wrestling champion? Killua wondered quietly, watching Xiaoti's back. I'll do it. Shortly after Xiaoti left, several people rushed out to challenge Gon. One of them, a young man with glasses, took the initiative. Everyone around had witnessed Gon and Xiaoti's arm wrestling match, and many assumed that Gon was practically at the end of his rope, which was why he had held out so long against an ordinary girl. Many of the spectators were also thinking about this. After all, it was like getting 3 million gems for free. I didn't expect to lose. What a shame. I really wanted that gem, Xiaoti said with a look of regret after returning home, shaking his wrist. Why didn't he use his left hand? Maki asked, puzzled. Oh, I saw he used his right hand. I forgot. Maki's words immediately reminded Xiaoti that his left hand was stronger than his right. In the Phantom Troop's arm wrestling competition, Xiaoti had ranked 12th. Although the Phantom Troop only had 13 members, considering the level of the Phantom Troop's members, 12th was already very impressive compared to the others. Do you want to go back and compete again? The tall Franklin suggested. No, the captain's mission is more important. Xiaoti shook her head. Although Xiaoti's memory was not good, the situation was different when the captain was involved. That's right, we're thieves. If we want something, we just rob it. Phaeton's cold voice echoed in the ears of the three people, and as he spoke, the four of them left the place. Maki's psychic abilities are quite good. I should find an opportunity to learn from them. Watching the four people leave, Shen Fei suddenly had an idea. Maki's psychic abilities, combined with the Operation Fruit, would definitely be more effective. Killua, what are you guys doing here? With this thought in mind, Shen Fei walked directly towards Killua. Even though he was interested in Maki's psychic abilities, he didn't intend to follow him just yet. Uncle, you're here. Killua smiled and waved his hand upon seeing Shen Fei. You idiot. Shen Fei had given up hope of correcting Killua and Gon's way of addressing each other. We're making money, Killua answered Shen Fei the next moment. As time passed, more and more people failed, and soon no one wanted to challenge Gon. Seeing that no one was competing, the crowd mostly left, with only a few who wanted to take advantage of the situation remaining in the distance. After realizing that no one was coming up, Killua and the other two immediately ended the conditional auction, found a hotel, and began to eat. Making money? You made a lot in the Sky Arena before. Where's that money? Inside the hotel, Shen Fei looked at Killua and Gon curiously. Although they had made a lot of money from the conditional auction, it was nothing compared to what they'd earned in the arena. I lost it all gambling online. Killua's face immediately turned sour at the mention of the money he'd made in the Sky Arena. It's all Killua's fault. He insisted there was money to be made there, and ended up losing it all. Gon grumbled softly. I was just trying to make enough money, but I didn't know my luck was so bad. Killua, hearing Gon's complaints, immediately retorted. Over 2 billion, lost it all online. Only the two of you could do that. Hearing Killua and Gon's back and forth, Shen Fei smiled helplessly and shook his head. Any other child would have been spanked by their parents for losing that much money, but these two didn't care at all. After all, they had earned it themselves. Online gambling is practically impossible to make money from unless you possess exceptional computer skills. Although I made a lot, it's still far from what you need. Liario, after counting his earnings, frowned, apparently trying to find a way to make more money quickly. What do you need all that money for? Will this auction have what you need? Shen Fei asked with a smile. Yes, it's the next clue that will lead Gon to his father. It's said to be in a game called Greed Island, but it's so expensive that even Brother Miji hasn't reproduced it. So you want to buy this? No, I have it. Really? Shen Fei finished speaking when Gon and Killua immediately stood up, slamming their hands on the table with delighted expressions. Yes, I got the game a while ago. I'll take you to see it after dinner. Thanks, Uncle. It's our treat today, Killua said, immediately adding more dishes. Gon and Liario breathed a sigh of relief. This is Greed Island. It's truly bizarre. Gon, take out the game card. Inside Shen Fei's hotel room, Killua immediately extended his right hand to Gon, who was standing beside him, looking at the Greed Island game console. Here you go. Gon immediately took out a game card that Jin had left him and prepared to insert it into the console. Wait, don't rush this. First, tell me how much you know about this game. Shen Fei immediately stopped Killua and asked. We only know it seems to have been created by Gon's father, Jin. What's wrong with this game? Killua said, putting down the console. You can't be so reckless. Let me tell you what I know about Greed Island. This game is played by real people, and it's life-threatening. Shen Fei explains some basic Greed Island facts. How can such a magical game be achieved? As Shen Fei finished, Liario looked at the console with curiosity. It uses telekinesis. Don't tell me you haven't learned telekinesis yet. Shen Fei's gaze shifted to Liario. Nen, of course I know. It's just the 4 elements, right? I've already mastered it, Liario said with a smug look on his face. Hey, Liario's words drew a strange look from Gon and Killua. What's wrong? Liario looked at Gon and Killua with a puzzled expression. This is just the basics. What have you been doing all this time? Killua immediately demanded information on Liario's Nen training. These are just the basics. Never mind. I'll show you the rest when I get a chance. Looks like Liario's experience is normal. Liario's experience learning Nen mirrored the experiences of many successful hunter exam candidates. They hand you the 4 elements, guide you through the process, and then tell you to practice on your own. The instructor then leaves. It's even worse than Yungu's. In the original story, Yungu at least taught Ning. It's even worse than Kurapika's teacher, who later seemed to become his companion. I'm not in a rush about that. I'm studying hard right now. Liario's current strength was so poor, not only because his teacher was unqualified, but also because he didn't work hard. Liario had originally planned to slowly learn Nen later. I tell you, if you have the chance, it's best to practice Nen first. You want to be a doctor, right? Some Nen abilities are very helpful for doctors. Shen Fei briefly explained what Nen abilities were, but Liario had no idea. In Liario's understanding, Nen was just about increasing one's strength. As for combat, which Liario considered a fight, he had no interest in it at all. Is it that amazing? Liario said, glancing at Gon and Killua. After seeing them nod, he nodded thoughtfully. Once you enter this game, it's very difficult to exit quickly. Some people can't even get out, having given up hope. If you want to enter, it's best to take care of your affairs outside first. Don't be fooled by Killua and Gon, along with Zetsu, and the Bombers, who can exit easily. In reality, exiting requires a card, and these cards are difficult for some to obtain. Many of Greed Island's 100 game consoles have been seized by these people, with the game software locked away. Newcomers can't enter, and those inside can't leave, leaving them unused. Lend me this to study. While Gon and Killua were studying the Greed Island game, Shen Fei was examining the metal plate engraved with the word God that Gon had brought out. It was Jin's gift to Gon, who wanted to keep it as a souvenir. Shen Fei couldn't claim it, so he could only copy the word God first. Chapter 242, The End of the Brigade, Part 1. This is a real vacuum cleaner, hiding in the mirror dimension. Shen Fei watched as the vacuum cleaner materialized by S.H.I.E.L.D quickly cleaned the bloody and brutal hall, leaving it pristine as new. He couldn't help but sigh in emotion. For the past 6 months, Shen Fei hadn't just been cultivating his Nen abilities, he'd also been connecting to this world's mirror dimension. This magic of Kamar-Taj was a true voyeurism tool. If Sanji knew about it, he'd probably do anything to obtain it. In a sense, it was even more enviable than the transparent fruit. Of course, Shen Fei would certainly scorn such uses. He wasn't that kind of person. It had to be said that the Phantom Troop was truly formidable. Over 500 people in the auction hall were wiped out by Franklin's single-handed volley. Nen users employed by various underground factions were ripped apart by his volleys without resistance. They were truly mobile, humanoid Gatling Buddhas. Shen Fei had no intention of saving the people in the hall. The first day's auction was entirely attended by members of underground factions, and the items being auctioned were all items not to be seen by the public. Most of them were human organs, like the flaming red eyes of the Kuruda clan, the mummy of an ancient queen, and the skulls of an ancient ethnic group. These were still considered normal. What was even more incredible was that an actor's toilet paper was among the items, fetching a hefty price. It even came with DNA verification. Someone would pay a fortune for something like this, leaving Shen Fei at a loss for words. It sounded unappetizing. And this toilet paper wasn't the only one, there were many similar items. It was undeniable that no matter the world, there were always those with unusual interests. Just like in the Marvel Universe, some people were obsessed with serial killer items, so too were there organ dealers in the world of One Piece. What the hell is going on? Was the operation leaked? After clearing the battlefield, Phaeton, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the others immediately rushed to the basement vault on the 3rd underground floor. The vault door had been opened by the knight, who had used his telekinesis to control the guards, revealing nothing inside, only empty boxes. Nobunaga's men immediately suspected someone within the brigade had leaked the information, leading to a brief argument. Some on Nobunaga's side suspected the new recruit, Hisoka, of leaking the operation, but Xiaodi and Phaeton, trusting their leader's judgment, refused to recruit an undercover agent. Carrying the fate of others, that's a powerful power. Shen Fei paid no attention to their words. In fact, he couldn't hear them, as they were separated by 2 dimensions and sound couldn't be transmitted. He stared directly at the knight, contemplating his telekinesis. As a bandit group, the Phantom Troop had a well-balanced telekinesis system: tanks, support, logistics, intelligence, medical personnel, and even the ability to instantly escape the battlefield. The leader's ultimate thief's power includes the ability to teleport. For a thief group to gather so many powerful Nen users, Leader Kuroro's abilities are truly formidable. Unfortunately, the Phantom Troop's actions are incredibly brutal, wiping out entire families at will, regardless of age. It's safe to say that everyone in the Phantom Troop deserves death. Unfortunately, due to the Phantom Troop's immense strength and elusive nature, the Phantom Troop's members, aside from the first 4 being killed by Zoldyck Silva, have suffered very few casualties. After killing the first 4, the Zoldyck family abandoned assassination missions, citing them as unprofitable. When the first 4 were assassinated, the leader sought out Silva not to avenge them, but to intimidate Silva and make the Zoldyck family wary of accepting future missions. In fact, the captain's actions proved to be very effective. After that, the Zoldyck family basically stopped accepting missions involving the Phantom Troop. Of course, the Zoldyck family is an assassination family after all. If someone offers a high enough price, they will still take action, just like the 10 old men invited Zeno and Silva. For the Zoldyck family, as long as the price is high, not to mention the troop, even Netero will take action. Of course, getting the Zoldyck family to assassinate Netero would probably require an exorbitant price. In fact, this exorbitant price simply means that they don't want to accept the mission. However, the Zoldyck family is an assassination family after all. They can't just announce to the outside world that they dare not accept such an assassination mission. Although everyone knows what is going on, knowing is one thing, and being able to publicly disclose it is another. Against such a troop, Shen Fei has no qualms about taking action, but now is not the time to do so. The events in the auction hall were quickly discovered by the underground security guards outside. While no bodies were found, the sudden disappearance of over 500 attendees in the auction hall, with so many people gathered, clearly indicated something was amiss. Furthermore, the 10 elders and the leaders of the various factions had received intelligence that something was about to happen. Nyan, the eldest daughter of the Nasra family, possessed the ability to predict the future for a month. Many of the underground leaders had sought her out for predictions regarding this auction. Damn it! Shoot them down. The security guards, watching the hot air balloon overhead, fired their weapons relentlessly. Unfortunately, due to the altitude, the bullets didn't threaten the members of the brigade aboard. A sniper rifle shot right to the forehead, yet it didn't cause the slightest damage. Truly worthy of being the brigade's top tank, in the Godo Desert east of Raccoon City, a fierce battle ensued between the brigade's Wojin and the pursuing members of the underground forces. Single-handedly, Wojin slaughtered 2 groups of nearly 300 members, leaving a bloodbath. The modern weapons wielded by the underground forces presented no threat to Wojin. Whether pistols, machine guns, sniper rifles, or even bazookas, Wojin withstood them head-on. Despite the destruction of his white village shirt, Wojin emerged unscathed. Such prowess makes Wojin a rare talent, even among the many reinforcement-type masters. With the numerous members of the underground forces annihilated, the master under the command of the 10 old men finally emerged, the Yin Beast. It's a striking appearance, but it's too ugly. The earthworm within the Yin Beast, perhaps because it needed to burrow underground, was completely naked. 10 old men, each with a Nen master under their command, made up the current Yin Beasts. Their reputation within the underground world far surpassed that of the Phantom Troop, but unfortunately, great reputation often doesn't guarantee great power. Poor Yin Beast, his Nen is quite powerful, but why all that nonsense? And his Nen foundation is so poor. Shen Fei, who was watching the battle from the other side with Kurapika and the others, shook his head slightly as he watched the leech being killed by Wojin's bite. After dispatching the leech, Wojin took a deep breath and unleashed a lion's roar, instantly killing the porcupine that had trapped his right fist. Super Destruction Punch. After dispatching the porcupine, Wojin raised his right fist, gathering immense energy and slamming it into the ground. With a resounding boom, the surrounding ground shook. A crater nearly 10 meters in diameter appeared beneath Wojin's body, and the earthworm that had been pulling at his left arm was crushed beneath the ground by the blow. The Super Destruction Punch is Wojin's ultimate move. Its power is comparable to that of a missile. Wojin's ideal is to one day make this punch as powerful as an atomic bomb. To achieve this ideal, Wojin has been practicing hard. The leech, porcupine, and earthworm were killed backwards. The remaining sick dog tried to escape, but unfortunately, its speed was no match for Wojin, and it was directly smashed in the head by a punch. The sick dog's death was actually his own fault. The sick dog's telekinesis made its teeth extremely sharp, and even Wojin's strength could not resist it. If he had started to bite Wojin's head, it would not be impossible to kill Wojin. Unfortunately, they wanted to enjoy the fear on the enemy's face under their telekinesis, which gave Wojin the opportunity to turn the tables. Knowing that there were several people in the brigade playing cards, they continued to play. If the Yin Beast didn't die, who would die? This ability is disgusting. While the 4 Yin Beast's Nen abilities were powerful, they were a bit too much. Shen Fei simply disdained them. He had only one goal, the Yin Beast with special abilities, whose Nen abilities were somewhat similar to those of Pim Particles. Kurapika's abilities are perfect for sneak attacks. We could learn from them. The victorious Uzumaki was just discussing with the knights and others how to deal with the poison in his body when he was suddenly entangled in chains and carried away. Kurapika's entire plan was to conceal his ki through yin, silently wrapping it around the recently defeated Uzumaki, then instantly materializing, and then taking Uzumaki away in a car. Caught off guard, the rest of the troop, even the fastest Phaeton, could only watch helplessly as Uzumaki was carried away. Only Maki reacted swiftly, using his Nen needle to wrap his ki around Kurapika's chains. Maki's thoughts, if one disregarded their strength, could circle the 6 continents, no shorter than the chains of some saints. There's really no way around this guy, Uzumaki. Let's go save him. Confident in their strength, Nobunaga and his companions didn't worry about Uzumaki's life. With that, Nobunaga and his companions sprinted forward, quickly finding a car belonging to members of the underground forces. The 5 of them boarded one and pursued Uzumaki. With their combat experience, they had already activated their condensation technique the moment Uzumaki was captured, and naturally, they had observed Maki's movements. 5 people per car, plus Franklin's bulk, Maki and Zyode sat in the front driver's seat, while Phaeton, Nobunaga, and Franklin sat in the back. Shen Fei, on his flying broomstick, followed the others slowly overhead. Compared to a flying skateboard, a flying broomstick was much quieter. Are they here? After Maki and the others' car could see Kurapika and the others, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the hood of the brigade's car. A brown cloth, large enough to cover the car, descended from the sky, enveloping it. As the cloth landed, the moving car slowly shrank, transforming into a sachet no bigger than a fist. It was quite miraculous. Got it, the young man in sunglasses was about to pick up the sachet when his expression suddenly changed. He looked around and saw 4 figures standing in front of him. At a fast speed, the young man in sunglasses saw this scene, his face changing. For the first time, he realized that the enemy before him was unlike any he had encountered before. Let me out, let me out, the sachet on the ground was wriggling, and Nobunaga's voice could be heard from within. Nobunaga's position is just too bad. Phaeton glanced at the sachet on the ground with a smile, then glanced to the side. 5 strange figures appeared behind the young man in sunglasses. It's his bad luck, Zyode said expressionlessly. Nobunaga sat in the middle of the back seat. By the time Phaeton and Franklin opened the door and rushed out, it was too late for him to escape. What amazing abilities. The auction treasure should be in his possession. Don't kill him, Phaeton said, a sinister smile crossing his face. Who's going to attack this time? Wait a minute, I remember there were 10 yin beasts, 6 here, and maybe 4 before. So who's using the chains? Zyode suddenly interrupted Phaeton. It looks like someone else captured Wojin. Don't hesitate, act now, Maki said, a thread of thought appearing in his palm. It all depends on who's faster. Maki's words immediately stopped everyone present, and Phaeton rushed out. As Phaeton attacked, Zyode, Franklin, and Maki also attacked, Maki's target being the young man in sunglasses. Is this the brigade? Nothing special. Go. As Phaeton and the others attacked, Yinshao and the others also began to attack. The young man with sunglasses on the side was about to speak up to stop them, but it was too late. Maki had already rushed over and instantly restrained him with her mind. Meanwhile, Phaeton and the other two had also instantly dispatched their respective opponents. Phaeton was the fastest, killing 3 by himself, while S.H.I.E.L.D and Franklin only managed 1. Except for one guy who looks like a human, the others are quite unique. Looking at their bodies, could it be that they gained Nen abilities through baptism? Shen Fei thought as he instantly appeared behind Maki. He grabbed Maki with his right hand and, with a flick of his left, sent Nobunaga's treasure bag flying from the ground towards him. Who is it? Faced with this sudden attack, Maki quickly noticed. Among the members of the brigade, Maki had exceptional intuition, but unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. Although Maki was aware of Shen Fei's presence, the next moment, Shen Fei's right hand had already grabbed Maki by the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. As Maki fell unconscious, the thoughts on the young man in sunglasses immediately dissipated. Before he could even smile, Shen Fei knocked him unconscious. There's one more person to take with you, Shen Fei. Carrying one person in each hand, prepared to leave. Killing Phaeton and the others here was a good idea, but it wasn't the right time yet. Chapter 243, The End of the Brigade, Part 2. Maki, the other 3 members of the brigade immediately noticed what had happened to Maki. The moment Franklin opened his mouth, Phaeton had already rushed towards Shen Fei at breakneck speed, his right palm transformed into a blade, and slashed towards Shen Fei's neck. Among all the members of the brigade, Phaeton was second only to the captain in terms of speed, and his wrist strength was ranked 5th among all the members. Shorty, aren't you slow? Shen Fei smiled softly at Phaeton, who charged at him without a flicker of expression. As he spoke, he tapped the ground with his right foot, took a step back, and then raised his left foot to meet Phaeton's blade. Perhaps the word shorty had angered Phaeton, and with the proximity so close, Phaeton's aura intensified, his eyes turning icy cold. Bang! The next moment, Shen Fei's left foot collided with Phaeton's knife. Powerful energy radiated from the point of collision, radiating outward. Then, with a snap, Phaeton's right forearm was broken. Shen Fei's left foot struck Phaeton's shoulder with such force that Phaeton's body was sent flying backwards at a speed no less than his previous charge. Phaeton's body flew directly towards Franklin. Seeing this, Franklin immediately stretched out his hands to catch Phaeton's body. However, even though he had caught Phaeton's body, the powerful force carried by Phaeton's body still caused Franklin's feet to leave deep marks on the ground for more than 10 meters before he came to a stop. He's quite capable and quite handsome, what a shame. Looking at Phaeton, held in Franklin's arms, Shen Fei shook his head softly. With a tap of his foot, he took off and landed a few times, disappearing in front of the 3 members of the brigade, along with Maki and Owl. Sensing no one else was around, he apparated directly back to Awakens City. Are you all okay? After Shen Fei and Maki disappeared, S.H.I.E.L.D finally realized what was happening and quickly ran towards Franklin and Phaeton. I'm fine. Phaeton's injuries are serious, and so is Maki. Franklin looked at the unconscious Phaeton, his face filled with worry and a bit of bewilderment as he thought of Maki, who had been captured. Let's go back to the captain first, S.H.I.E.L.D suggested. The 2 of them simultaneously forgot about Nobunaga, who had also been taken away. Sure enough, the combination of Nen and armament haki is the winning strategy. After returning to his hotel in Awakens City and leaving Maki and Owl behind, Shen Fei began to reflect on his previous move. The strength and hardness of Nen, combined with the armament haki, was Shen Fei's ongoing training since learning Nen. The results were beginning to show. Phaeton's hardness was indeed considerable, but unfortunately, there was a qualitative gap between his strength and Shen Fei's. Even without Nen, even without it, he could have easily overwhelmed the entire brigade with just taijutsu. Even then, facing Netero wouldn't have been Shen Fei's match in terms of taijutsu alone. The ceiling in the Hunter world was much lower than in One Piece. The powerful vitality of One Piece's taijutsu, combined with the physical strength enhanced by Kamar-Taj's magic, had resulted in an ability that had transformed Shen Fei's strength. This change in strength had him considering whether to test his strength against the admirals when he returned to One Piece. Awake. The masked Shen Fei whispered softly upon seeing Owl awaken in an abandoned building on the outskirts of Awakens City. Who are you, Zio? awakening, immediately took a few steps back, then carefully surveyed his surroundings. He then looked at Shen Fei with a wary expression, though he didn't immediately use his Nen ability. "You're much smarter than the other yin beasts. I rescued you from the brigade. Of course, saving you wasn't free, it came with a price. The price was that I wanted to witness your Nen ability." Shen Fei wasted no time in stating his purpose. He wasn't afraid of Xiao's refusal. If the opponent were a good person, Shen Fei might be hesitant to attack, but against a yin beast, Shen Fei would have no scruples. Unlike the brigade, the yin beasts possessed a resolute will. Even if Shen Fei decided to confront the brigade, he had to admit that it was a decent organization, if not for its excessive killing of innocent people. Shen Fei didn't mind the brigade's theft, even if it was just a killing spree at the Raccoon City auction. Sadly, the brigade doesn't just target such individuals, it often targets innocent people. The tragedy of the Kuruda clan is more than just a single instance of their actions. The brigade's members are unbridled and unscrupulous. They're willing to slaughter anyone they please, even on the streets. Their members have no respect for life, this is their nature, perhaps due to their origins in Meteor City. Shen Fei lamented the existence of Meteor City, but unfortunately, there was no way to change it. The only way to change the current state of Meteor City was to overthrow the current V5. Watching S.H.I.E.L.'s display of Nen, Shen Fei immediately began to analyze it with his own. With S.H.I.E.L.D, the master of Nen, explaining it, Shen Fei's analysis was incredibly fast. In terms of the complexity of Nen, it was even less sophisticated than that of Biscuit's magical beautician, Cookie. This Nen ability was a manifestation type. An incredible large handy wrap. What a miraculous ability. It's a shame S.H.I.E.L.D is so weak. Such an ability would be even more valuable in the hands of someone like the captain or Hisoka. It seems the captain, despite gaining the ability, lost it later due to S.H.I.E.L.'s death. What a shame. Many remarkable Nen abilities exist in the hunter world, often in the hands of lesser-known individuals, as their effects are unpredictable. For example, during the captain's subsequent battle with Hisoka in the Sky Arena, the several Nen abilities he demonstrated weren't particularly powerful, but when combined in his hands, they became a secret weapon against Hisoka. Since you're awake, wake up. There's no point pretending. In the same place, this time it was Maki. Unlike S.H.I.E.L.'s tactful approach, Maki was different. At Shen Fei's words, Maki leaped from the ground and rushed towards him, her Nen threads quickly entangling his body. "You're truly merciless." Shen Fei smiled and shook his head, watching the dense Nen threads surrounding his body, seemingly attempting to rip him into pieces. While Maki's mind threads were powerful, they faced Shen Fei's entire body, causing him no harm, not even a scratch on his clothes. Shen Fei seized this opportunity to analyze Maki's mind threads. Compared to Xiao's incredibly convenient large wrap, Maki's were far simpler to analyze. In fact, even without using his own analysis abilities, Shen Fei wouldn't need much time to achieve Maki's level. Relying solely on his understanding of mind, Maki's mind threads didn't possess any special abilities, they simply transformed mental energy into mind threads. Maki's mind stitching was simply her application of mind threads, a skill that depended on individual ability. "So that's how it is," Shen Fei said with a hint of disappointment, tearing the threads from his body. "But since I've captured her, I might as well test Maki's abilities." Thinking this, Shen Fei pulled out a bound brocade pouch he'd been carrying, opened it, and threw it away. As the pouch opened, the outer wrapping immediately vanished. The wrapping had been formed by Xiao's mind energy. If it wasn't opened by Xiao himself, it would be disposable. Asshole! As the scarf disappeared, a black car appeared in front of Shen Fei and Maki. The moment the car appeared, Nobunaga split the car in half with a sword and jumped out. After being locked up for so long, Nobunaga was extremely angry at this moment. "Is it you, Maki? Move away," Nobunaga, who had escaped from the trap, said, staring at Shen Fei, and took a stance. A circle with a diameter of about 4 meters appeared around his body. One sword style, feeling the circle around him, looking at Nobunaga's stance and the mental energy concentrated on his long sword, Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh, and then slowly walked towards Nobunaga's circle. Nobunaga is a strengthening type. In the brigade, he belongs to the assault team and the rearguard team that cooperates with Yujin. However, his physical quality is much better than Yujin, who is also in the brigade, and Finks has checked it a lot, because he strengthens the weapons of his fingers, which are the high-level skills of mental ability. With a powerful circle, a circle that senses everything within its range, and a swift IAI slash. Nobunaga truly possesses strength. However, don't assume Nobunaga's circle is limited to 4 meters, meaning he's weak. In reality, even if he's not as strong as Kate, his strength isn't much different. Nobunaga's circle is limited to 4 meters because it's within the range of his long sword, allowing him to unleash his full potential. This 4-meter range is essentially Nobunaga's domain. Even if Yujin were to enter this range, he wouldn't be able to withstand Nobunaga's IAI slash. As Shen Fei slowly approached Nobunaga's circle, his aura intensified. Maki, retreating to the other side, watched the action unfold with wide eyes. Snap! As Shen Fei finally entered the circle, Nobunaga struck. A lightning-fast sword strike slashed through the air, slicing directly towards Shen Fei's neck, a surefire blow. However, just as the sword was about to strike Shen Fei's neck, it froze. No matter how much force Nobunaga exerted, the sword remained motionless. How is it possible? Nobunaga stared at Shen Fei's left hand that was holding the blade, his face full of disbelief, because Shen Fei's left hand was not holding Nobunaga's long sword from the front, but from the back of the sword. Nobunaga couldn't have been unaware of what this meant. Is this your special move? It's quite powerful, but what a pity, Shen Fei said, and immediately exerted force with his left hand to break the blade of the long sword. The next moment, his figure appeared behind Nobunaga, and Nobunaga's right arm holding the sword flew out with blood-red blood. Nobunaga, are you okay? Maki on the side was slightly stunned after seeing Nobunaga's arm flying out, and then immediately ran to Nobunaga's side and used his telekinesis to stop the bleeding of Nobunaga's broken arm, and relieve the pain at the same time. Aren't you going to reconnect your arm? Shen Fei on the side threw down the broken blade in his hand and said to Maki with a calm face. Maki glared at Shen Fei without saying anything. He immediately swung out the thread of thought in his hand and pulled back Nobunaga's broken arm that had fallen to the side. Then he immediately used the thread of thought to sew Nobunaga's arm together. I see, it seems that Maki knows a lot about the human body. Shen Fei, who was concentrating on this scene, nodded lightly. Who are you? After the arm was sutured, Nobunaga looked at Shen Fei with fear this time. Who am I? Do I need to say more? Who do you think will come to your brigade? Shen Fei glanced at Nobunaga and Maki, and a sneer appeared on his face. The brigade's enemies? Yes, you know what? I've waited a long time for this day. This time, I'm going to kill everyone in the brigade, leaving no one alive. Now tell me the names of the other members of your brigade and their nen abilities, and I might leave you with an intact body. As Shen Fei spoke, his expression suggested he held an irreconcilable grudge against the brigade. Since he was looking to cause trouble for the brigade, targeting its enemies was a good excuse. The brigade couldn't even count how many enemies they had anyway. Kill them if you want. You want me to betray my comrades? I can't believe it. Nobunaga glared at Shen Fei with disdain, spitting as he spoke. I never thought the brigade, so evil as it is, would even care about their comrades. How funny. If you want to die, I can grant your wish, but the one next to you is a beautiful woman. It would be a shame to see her die like this. Shen Fei surveyed Maki, a sinister smile playing across his face. What are you trying to do? Maki, run away. Shen Fei's words and expression made Nobunaga's face change immediately. He rushed towards Shen Fei recklessly, yelling for Maki to escape. It's too late to escape now, Shen Fei said, and 5 chains immediately appeared on the 5 fingers of his left hand. Then 2 chains flew out and tied up Nobunaga and Maki. In terms of understanding chains, Shen Fei was far superior to Kurapika. Don't forget that many of Kamar-Taj's magics are based on chains. After gaining the ability of Nen, Shen Fei could materialize 5 chains like Kurapika. Of course, his chains were just ordinary chains, without the special effects of Kurapika's. However, with such chains, coupled with his Nen, even without the effect of Zetsu, it would be impossible for the trapped people to escape. Shen Fei's Joe was also very powerful. This place is quite nice. Perhaps we could talk about life, beautiful lady, Shen Fei said, and with a chain he pulled Maki to his side. Then, with a wave of his hand, he tied Nobunaga to a nearby pillar and severed the chains. After doing this, Shen Fei dragged Maki inside the abandoned building. You bastard, stop it, Nobunaga immediately lashed out at Shen Fei. Tell me the names of the rest of the group and their nen abilities, and I'll let her go. After taking a few steps, Shen Fei paused, looking back at the raging Nobunaga with a faint smile. Nobunaga, don't worry about me, Maki cried out before Nobunaga could speak. but Shen Fei quickly restrained her. I'll give you a minute to think about it. Do you want to tell me their names and nen abilities, or wait here for us to talk about life? Shen Fei certainly wouldn't do anything drastic to Maki, but that didn't stop him from trying to scare Nobunaga. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, The End of the Brigade, Part 2. Time's up. What a shame. A minute slipped by, and Nobunaga glared at Shen Fei through gritted teeth. If looks could kill, Shen Fei would be utterly devastated. The information of his fellow troopers and the safety of Maki were paramount to him. If Nobunaga had been replaced with any other member of the troop, they wouldn't have taken Shen Fei's threats seriously, including the female Paknota. In the entire troop, only Maki and Nobunaga were even slightly normal, though only slightly. Having mostly emerged from Meteor City, their personalities, perspectives, and worldviews differed significantly from those of the outside world. Hisoka was considered quite perverse, but compared to the rest of the troop, he was still a far cry from them. Hisoka generally only targeted the powerful, leaving ordinary people safe. But the troop was different. They acted completely at their own whim, and it was hard to say they wouldn't suddenly strike and kill. He doesn't want to talk. What about you? If you reveal the information about the troop, not only will I not touch you, I'll immediately release you. How is that for? Seeing Nobunaga's clenched teeth and a trace of blood trickling from his lips, Shen Fei immediately set his sights on Maki. He untied her restraints, allowing her to speak. Maki, unrestrained, said nothing. She simply glared at Shen Fei coldly, then assumed an indifferent attitude, as if she didn't care a bit about anything Shen Fei did to her. You guys are truly a team, Shen Fei said with a soft sigh. I'll stop teasing you. Do you think I'm one of your phantom troop, unscrupulous? I'm not like you. I'm a good person, Shen Fei said, and with a wave of his hand, chains immediately bound Maki to another stone pillar. Shen Fei had a genuine thought about discussing life with Maki, but it was just a thought. He would never do such a thing. In fact, Shen Fei hated that kind of person the most. He was a pure lover. There are some things I won't do, but I'm not kidding about asking you to destroy the brigade. Now I'll give you a chance. Today I'll only kill one person, and you two will choose who will die first. As he spoke, a katana materialized in Shen Fei's hand. For the mainstream nen users in the hunter world, those who materialize nen usually have special effects. If they want to materialize a weapon without any effect, they don't have to buy a real one directly. Just like Nobunaga, even if he is a reinforcement type, if he is willing to practice, he can also materialize the katana in his hand. The reason for not doing so is that a nen user's nen energy is limited. Wasting nen energy to materialize a weapon with little practicality is very disadvantageous in battle. Under the situation of not reaching the level of President Nitaro, every bit of nen energy in a nen battle is crucial and cannot be wasted. You bastard. After hearing Shen Fei's words, Nobunaga's expression finally relaxed. Then kill me. I'm the main fighter in the brigade. You'll definitely be right if you want revenge by killing me. Maki is just a supporting role. You've seen her ability to read minds before. She's the brigade's doctor and rarely kills. Nobunaga, what are you talking about? Maki shouted immediately after hearing Nobunaga's words. I'm not talking nonsense. You said you were here for revenge and that you're different from us. But Maki didn't do those things. If you kill her, you'll be killing innocent people. In that case, you'll be no different from us. Nobunaga, shut up. I understand what you mean. Since you said that, no problem. I promise I won't kill her, but that's just her. I won't let anyone else in the brigade go, so you can rest assured. After Shen Fei finished speaking, he immediately swung his katana towards the bound Nobunaga, piercing his heart and deeply embedded in the pillar behind him. You said it, keep your word. Nobunaga, whose heart was pierced, did not die immediately. With blood spurting from his mouth, he stared at Shen Fei, as if confirming something. There is no need for me to lie to you at this time. To be honest, I have a good impression of you, but it's a pity that you are a member of the brigade. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly at this time. In the entire brigade, Shen Fei had the best impression of only Nobunaga and Maki. However, having a good impression is one thing, but actually taking action is another. Except for Maki, Shen Fei was a little hesitant, but he would not show any mercy to anyone else in the brigade. I have never regretted my identity in the brigade, I know, so I won't hesitate when I take action. Nobunaga, Maki on the side shouted anxiously and angrily. You're heartbroken, but do you know that the families of those you killed are equally heartbroken? I'm not the only one seeking revenge on the brigade this time. Do you remember Fiery Red Eyes, one of the 7 beauties of that world? Your brigade annihilated their entire clan, sparing no one, young or old, and gouged out their eyes. Now the survivors are desperately seeking revenge against you. Oh, and he's the one who captured Wojin. I'm sure he's been killed by now. Wojin, it looks like we're meeting in another world. It's over. Just as Maki was about to say something, Shen Fei instantly appeared beside her and knocked her unconscious. What a hassle. Looks like I need to learn the incredible convenient wrap as soon as possible. While PIM particles are convenient to use, they're expensive and, secondly, far inferior to the incredible convenient wrap. After all, the convenient wrap can be activated directly using telekinesis, unlike PIM particles, which require opening and closing. The convenient large wrap is a must-have ability for murder and destruction, and of course, it's also essential for moving. Our S.H.I.E.L.D ability is incredibly versatile. Time to go back. I wonder if Kurapika has killed Yujin. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei quietly returned to the hotel. Gone, Killua and Liario were gone. Without having to worry about the wealth needed to purchase Greed Island, Gun and the other two immediately decided to take the opportunity to explore Raccoon City. They could also make some money. Even if they didn't need to purchase Greed Island, they still needed to spend money. Although they currently had millions of dollars, which would have been a significant sum for any other child, for Gun and Killua, this amount was too little. This was someone who could spend billions in a few days. Killua could even spend 200 million on candy. It's easy to imagine how they valued money. Liario was equally interested in making money. After all, his friend's death was due to lack of money. Damn it. Who is that person? I'm going to kill him. At this moment, Yujin, who Shen Fei had assumed was destined for death, was inside the brigade base, slurping a beer and yelling. Yujin, who was supposed to have perished in his duel with Kurapika, had been persuaded to return by the Knight Errant because of Nobunaga and Maki's capture and Phaeton's serious injury. Although he still wanted to seek revenge directly against the Chain Hands, he was eventually persuaded to return. The Knight Errant reasoned that the Chain Hands could easily harass Nobunaga and Maki, compared to their safety. Everyone except Maki and Nobunaga was at the brigade base. The 10 old men haven't received any information about their capture. Someone else might have been responsible, the Knight Errant explained. Yujin was only able to be rescued by the brigade because the Yakuza family Kurapika currently worked for wanted to offer Yujin to the 10 old men, but the Knight Errant had intercepted him. I haven't received any information about this either, Paknota continued. In the troop, Paknota and Zayak are responsible for intelligence and planning related work. Both of them have the ability to obtain intelligence. Every action of the Phantom Troop is not carried out recklessly, but has a strict plan, just like the robbery of the 10 old men this time. Although the consequences are serious, because the troop originated from Meteor City, unless the 10 old men give up their interests in Meteor City, they can only swallow their tears. In the end of the original work, even if the 10 old men were killed, the troop's wanted notice was also revoked. Although Meteor City is not officially recognized, it is very famous among the underground forces. All major gangs, underground forces, and killer organizations have inextricable ties with Meteor City. Look at the Zoldyck family. There are elderly people in their family who stay in Meteor City. At the same time, Killua's mother and Sylva's wife are from Meteor City. The brigade's rules dictate that aspirants must defeat or kill one of their members to join. In reality, this rule is quite flexible, and the reactions of the rest of the brigade differ depending on the person killed. How unscrupulous, Shen Fei sighed softly, watching the convenience store murders on the news and the figures in the surveillance video. The individuals in the video were none other than Shiake and Wojin. They had slaughtered everyone in the convenience store at the time, including customers and the owner, for a total of 13 deaths, 2 of whom were middle school students. Zio should have returned by now. After analyzing Zio's mind, Shen Fei released him. He only needed to slowly analyze and cultivate on his own. He had released Zio so that he could take the treasure back and auction it off again, thus attracting the brigade's members. To ensure the brigade's arrival, Shen Fei not only gave Zio all the treasures but also something even better, Nobunaga's body. Given the brigade style, upon receiving this information, they would undoubtedly seize Nobunaga's body. Shen Fei took the Crimson Eye, which Kurapika needed, and left all the other treasures untouched. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei wasn't afraid of him revealing his identity. He wore a disguise when he made his move. The bounty on each member of the Phantom Troop is 2 billion. Isn't it? It seems the 10 old men are finally willing to spend big. The Zoldyck family should be here soon. As if to show they weren't afraid of the Phantom Troop, the 10 old men immediately increased the bounty on the troop after receiving the treasures and information S.H.I.E.L.D brought back, and resumed the auction that evening. As for the over 500 people who died earlier, no one cared. For these Yakuza, human life was the least of their worries. If someone died, someone would immediately take their place. Even if the 10 old men were killed, the result would be the same. To boost the auction's appeal, the 10 old men even planned to auction Nobunaga's body. It was the body of the Phantom Troop, and even selling it to the troop's enemies would fetch a considerable sum, not to mention the collectors. Over the years, the Phantom Troop has robbed many wealthy individuals, even the National Museum. Of course, the troop only targets smaller nations, those without a say in V5. V5 refers to the strongest nation in each of the 5 continents. Hunter World has 6 continents, and it's called V5 instead of V6 because the 6th continent is a chaotic place without a strong nation, ineligible to join V5, much like real-life Africa. The auction has been reopened, our will has returned, and Nobunaga's body. The troop quickly obtained this information through Paknoda and the Knight. I will kill them all. Upon hearing the news of Nobunaga's death, Uzumaki unleashed a powerful telekinetic force, stomping the ground several meters deep. Even so, Uzumaki remained unsatisfied. If Captain Kuroro hadn't intervened, Uzumaki would have stormed into the hotel where the auction was held and slaughtered everyone inside. Calm down. Whatever you want to do, you will get it tonight. Whether it was for the treasure or Nobunaga's body, the brigade would not retreat. After thinking for a while, Kuroro immediately made a plan. If one man died in the brigade, thousands of men would be buried with him. This was the brigade's tradition. When number 8 and number 4 died, the brigade also took advantage of the situation and went on a killing spree. You can make the move now. According to the price we agreed on before, after giving the order, Kuroro walked to a corner and dialed a number. No problem, Illumi's emotionless voice came from the phone. Chapter 245, The End of the Brigade, and as it started, at nightfall, Shen Fei stood atop a 4-story building across from the auction house. Hearing the constant gunfire and screams from the other side, and watching the flames rising from the auction building, he immediately understood that the brigade had begun its move. It wasn't a stealthy assassination attempt, but a brazen assault. Entering from the main gate were 4 men, Wojin, Franklin, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Shiake. Franklin's full telekinesis power overwhelmed the hundreds of armed bodyguards at the main gate. Even those hiding behind cars or walls were unable to stop his telekinetic blasts. Wojin, relying on his enhanced defenses, ignored the fire from the underground bodyguards and charged forward, ripping anyone who stood in his way in two. The scene was bloody, and before long, Wojin's entire body was covered in blood. As for S.H.I.E.L.D and Zayak, they each dealt with the enemies on either side. Zayak's Nen ability, wielding the antenna of fate, plunged the bodyguards into a frenzy of violence. Phaeton's here too. It seems his previous injury hasn't healed yet. Using his observation haki, Shen Fei spotted the innkeepers storming the back entrance. Phaeton, his right hand bandaged, a sword in his left, disregarded the bodyguards, leaving no corpse untouched. Perhaps venting his frustration, Phaeton single-handedly slaughtered almost all the bodyguards at the back entrance, leaving Finks and the others with him with little chance to fight back. The Nen users stationed by the 10 old men at the front and back entrances were no different from ordinary bodyguards against the brigade members. Their Nen abilities were ineffective against them. Nen users were plentiful throughout the auction hotel. Judging by the number of Nen users within the Nasra family, Kurapika's employ, it's clear that the underground forces are not short of Nen. What they lack are Nen masters like the brigade. The difference in strength between someone with and without Nen is substantial. Even a trained assassin like Killua would feel threatened by someone like Tomoki, who had only recently learned Nen, let alone ordinary people. For those in the underworld, simply being able to use Nen and being immune to ordinary firearms is considered powerful. As for the true strength of the truly powerful, these people simply cannot imagine it. In their minds, firearms are generally considered the most powerful. It's like how ordinary pirates in the world of pirates are unaware of the power of the four emperors. Take the Crick pirates, for example. Captain Crick believes his sheer numbers and superior equipment are enough to make him powerful. Even when confronted by Hawkeye, he misinterprets his abilities as the power of a devil fruit. Of course, the 10 old men have hired experts, including members of the Zoldyck family, bounty hunters, and mercenaries. However, such individuals are unlikely to guard the hotel gates. It's likely that only when the Raccoon invades the hotel will a clash occur inside. A lost movement. While the brigade's members were engaged in a killing spree, their leader, Kuroro, had already arrived on the rooftop of the auction hotel. Standing on the wall, he waved his hands constantly, as if conducting a band on stage. His eyes were cold, emotionless. Night, carry the fate of others. Seeing Eugen already charging into the hotel building, followed closely by Franklin, Shen Fei immediately moved his feet. Using a combination of moon steps and shaves, rushing towards the knight on his right. I have to say, Kurapika's moves offer a clue. Seeing that the knight's main focus was still on the remaining bodyguards, Shen Fei, using invisibility, arrived about 5 meters behind him. The psychic energy in his right hand extended from behind the knight, also imbued with invisibility. After the psychic energy quietly entwined itself around the knight's body, and as the knight eliminated the last resistance and relaxed a little, the psychic energy began to materialize. I got it, Shen Fei thought so in his heart. And with a wave of his right hand, he pulled the knight who was entangled in the chains over. You are the chain hand. No, your chains don't have the effect of force death. The knight who was pulled over did not look panicked, but looked at Shen Fei with a puzzled look. After rescuing Wojin, the knight of course also learned about the process of Wojin's capture and shared this information with the entire brigade. Very smart, you guess right, I am not a chain hand, but it doesn't matter at all now, does it? Shen Fei looked at the knight with a smile. That's true, you know, I usually carry 2 antennas. I know that carrying the fate of others can not only control others, but also put oneself into automatic operation mode. You don't need to explain this. I am very familiar with the capabilities of your brigade, Shen Fei interrupted the knight before he finished speaking. Is that so? The knight began, when a mechanical voice echoed from behind him, auto mode activated, annihilate the enemy with all your might. As the mechanical voice faded, a powerful burst of telekinetic energy erupted from the knight's body. His eyes grew hollow. The knight's telekinetic ability, when activated automatically, transformed him into data. This allowed him to unleash his full potential, and the automatic mode wouldn't cease until the target disappeared. A person's state of mind was always influenced by numerous factors, psychological factors, surroundings, injuries, and so on, but the knight's automatic mode completely eliminated these weaknesses. The knight was reluctant to use this ability because, whether he won or lost, he had no idea. This was partly because, after the automatic mode ended, his body would ache for days, like someone who never exercised and suddenly ran a marathon. Your telekinetic energy has increased significantly, but what a shame. As the knight's powerful telekinetic energy erupted, Shen Fei also increased the telekinesis on the chain, meaning Joe. It's like a Super Saiyan, but that's all. The knight, in automatic mode, was about to move when the chains binding him were reinforced. Despite his powerful automatic mode, Shen Fei still had no chance. This automatic mode is interesting, but you're too weak. After restraining the knight, Shen Fei immediately pulled him to his side, intending to knock him out, but then realized it was useless. In automatic mode, whether the knight was dazed or not was irrelevant. Shen Fei then reached out and removed the needles from his body. As the needles were removed, the knight's powerful mental energy plummeted, like a deflated ball. Is that your mental energy? Interesting. After the automatic mode ended, the knight regained consciousness. Seeing Shen Fei standing beside him, his expression changed. This was something the knight had never experienced before while in automatic mode. Knight, Xiaodi's voice echoed. Shen Fei turned to see Franklin and Xiaodi standing about 5 meters to his left. Perhaps because the knight was in Shen Fei's grasp, they didn't immediately attack. Be careful, he's very strong, the knight warned. Just as Shen Fei was about to speak, he suddenly looked up and saw Wojin, towering over him, swinging his fist at Shen Fei. Don't you care about the knight's life? Shen Fei thought, picking up the knight and moving his feet to the side. Franklin, who had been about to take advantage of the opportunity to attack, stopped firing his telekinetic bullets when he saw the knight was blocked in front of Shen Fei. Just in time, It saves me from having to go looking for you, Shen Fei said, throwing the chained knight aside. He raised his right hand and beckoned Wojin in his direction. You must be the Yujin that Nobunaga mentioned. When he died, he was crying out your name. You killed Nobunaga. Yujin's expression turned furious after hearing Shen Fei's words, his rage so intense that his Naic energy seemed ready to explode. Yujin and Nobunaga had the best relationship within the brigade. In the original story, Nobunaga was furious upon hearing Yujin's death, and now Yujin was no different. Yes, not just him, but also that pink-haired girl, Maki. She's the same. But don't worry, everyone in the brigade will die tonight, Shen Fei said, making a throat-slitting gesture with his right hand. I'm going to kill you, Yujin suddenly roared to the sky, his entire Naic energy condensing into his right fist. The ground beneath his feet then split like a spider web as he charged forward. A super destructive punch, Yujin's most powerful attack. HMPH, facing Wojin's punch, which concentrated all his psychic energy, Shen Fei sneered. He clenched his right hand, his armament haki concentrated psychic energy on it, and his right fist immediately turned pitch black. He stepped back with his right foot and then punched Wojin's super destructive punch. Boom. The moment their fists collided, a violent explosion sounded, and the explosive shockwave spread out from the point of impact. The powerful shockwave made S.H.I.E.L.D. involuntarily step back several steps, and only when Franklin stood in front of him did he regain his balance. At this moment, a figure flew out of their sight like a meteor, but at halfway point, a chain suddenly wrapped around the figure, pulling it back. Wojin, S.H.I.E.L.D., Franklin, and the knight, who had struggled to his feet, stared at the figure held back by the chains, their faces filled with shock. It was none other than Wojin. Wojin's right arm was completely gone, blood pouring profusely from the severed arm. The sight left the three completely stunned. Wojin's strength was unmatched in the brigade, even Captain Kuroro wouldn't dare take Wojin's super destruction punch head-on. Yet, Wojin had been reduced to this state by a single blow. You're using too much strength, Shen Fei thought to himself. With his left hand, he slowly pulled Wojin's chained body toward him. You're the third one, Shen Fei chuckled softly at Wojin, who glared at him angrily. Wojin was incredibly courageous. Even with such an injury, his expression didn't seem to falter. With that, Shen Fei lifted his right foot and stomped down on Wojin's left arm. With a snap, his arm was severed, but even then, Wojin only grunted. PFFT, Wojin suddenly raised his head and forcefully spat at Shen Fei, a mouthful of saliva laced with telepathy. Facing this sudden attack, Shen Fei dodged it by gently shifting to the left. With a bang, the saliva, which Shen Fei had dodged, shot directly through a wall some 20 meters away, leaving a smooth, round hole. Bang! Shen Fei's expression suddenly turned cold, and he kicked Wojin in the chin, sending him flying. Then, two pointed chains on his left fingers pierced Wojin's chest, lifting him up and flinging him towards Franklin and S.H.I.E.L.D. Go! Franklin's decision was resolute. He immediately grabbed S.H.I.E.L.D's shoulders and threw her away. Then, aiming both hands at Shen Fei, he unleashed his telepathic abilities, unleashing a barrage of telepathic bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Fei offered no defense against Franklin's incoming telekinetic blasts, instead resisting them with his telekinesis. Meanwhile, Wojin swung at Franklin again. Bang, bang, bang. Wojin was wielded by Shen Fei like a pile driver. With Franklin's telekinetic blasts hitting him from time to time, his body soon became riddled with holes. Meanwhile, Franklin, crushed by Wojin's body, collapsed into the rubble. As a release-type player, Franklin's agility was the slowest in the brigade, which was why he had let S.H.I.E.L.D. escape first. Puff. As the chain pierced Franklin's head, the conservative member of the brigade finally breathed. Can you escape? Shen Fei smiled softly as he watched S.H.I.E.L.D. fleeing into the hotel building. With a flick of his right hand, he connected the chain to the knight's body and grabbed him. Who are you, anyway? Though the deaths of Wojin and Franklin saddened the knight, he knew now was not the time to dwell on it. He had to determine Shen Fei's identity so he could find a way for the captain to escape. For the riders, everyone else could die, but the captain was determined not to. Kuroro had stipulated that if he died, they could always find a replacement, a policy that a large section of the riders disagreed with. To these people, the captain was the soul of the riders. As long as the captain lived, even if they all perished, the captain could always rebuild the riders. Is that a question worth asking? Of course it's the riders' enemies. They've killed so many people, haven't they considered that someone might seek revenge? It's not just me today, many with grudges against the riders have come. It's all thanks to Ahsoka. Without the intelligence he provided, we wouldn't have known the riders would be here, Shen Fei spoke, dragging the knight towards the hotel building. Bang! Just as Shen Fei was about to enter the building, he heard the sound of shattering glass from above. A figure then fell from above, landing heavily on the ground. A large crater had been created, and the figure inside was a bloody mess. QB, the knight began, and 3 more figures descended from above. It's them. Shen Fei immediately recognized them, Kurapika, Finks, and Phaeton. P.S. Diarrhea, fainted. Sorry. Chapter 246 Greed Island, Part 1. Did Kurapika kill QB? Damn it. I should have thought of that after seeing Eugen. Looking at QB's corpse, Shen Fei couldn't help but feel depressed. Of the many espers in the brigade, the abilities of Zayak and QB were the most useful to him. QB's left hand of God and right hand of devil were particularly useful to him. They were excellent auxiliary abilities, on par with S.H.I.E.L.D's vacuum cleaner. If he hadn't already extracted the ability of the incredible convenient large wrap from S.H.I.E.L.D, he wouldn't have been so indifferent to S.H.I.E.L.D before. Compared to the incredible convenient large wrap, S.H.I.E.L.D's vacuum cleaner was far inferior. On the surface, S.H.I.E.L.D's vacuum cleaner had more internal space than S.H.I.E.L.D's large wrap, but in reality, it was just a difference in strength. With enough noesis, even covering a city with a large wrap would be no problem. Of course, the large wrap wasn't invincible. Like Maki's noesis, the larger it became, the more fragile it became. For example, even a figure of Netero's strength could easily escape even if Al used the large wrap. When the difference in power between Nen users isn't too great, their Nen attributes are crucial. However, if the power gap is significant, Nen attribute restraint becomes less important. Of the 5 greatest Nen users in the Hunter world, 3 are enhancement type, demonstrating the importance of Nen. Netero is an enhancement type. Let him die, forget it. Although Shen Fei desperately wanted to obtain QB's Nen, now that he'd been killed by Kurapika, he couldn't possibly go after him. Knight, what's going on? Shen Fei was feeling depressed over QB's death when Finks and Phaeton discovered Shen Fei and the captured knight. Upon seeing the knight's appearance, their faces immediately changed. Phaeton's failure to recognize Shen Fei was simple. Shen Fei's appearance had changed when he captured Al and Maki, and Al hadn't seen his true face. Later, when he killed Nobunaga, Shen Fei's true form was revealed. Hurry up. Tell the captain to retreat. Disappear, the knight shouted to the two. The knight's words and expression caused Finks and Phaeton's faces to change immediately. They exchanged a glance and nodded. Phaeton immediately rushed toward the hotel building housing the auction, while Finks remained, keeping a close eye on Shen Fei. As longtime companions, Finks and Phaeton knew the knight well. Combined with his words, they immediately understood that the brigade had encountered a formidable foe. The brigade's ability to survive despite such impunity was due in part to their strength, but also to their caution, not recklessness. Just like the brigade in the original novel, after their revenge after Eugen's death, they used QB's power to create the corpses of themselves and their companions, creating the illusion of their own deaths. Furthermore, the captain's immediate intention after receiving Nyan's prophecy was to retreat. If Ahsoka hadn't altered his prediction, the brigade would have been wiped out long ago. And Captain Kuroro's battle with Ahsoka in the Sky Arena underscored the captain's caution. There's no true invincibility in the Hunter world, only caution can guarantee survival. Even someone as powerful as the Ant King, who sat there unscathed despite Netero's full force assault, was ultimately annihilated. While the Phantom Troop is formidable, they can still be easily decimated by unintended consequences. Take Kurapika, for example. His constraints and oaths were specific to the troop, so even with only 6 months of Nen training, he still managed to defeat Eugen in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, if Kuroro hadn't previously hired Illumi to assassinate the 10 elders, he would likely have been killed by the combined efforts of Zeno and Silva. Even with enough money, the Zoldyck clan would still be willing to intervene, even if Silva was deeply wary of Kuroro. Did Kuroro later hire Illumi to kill Hisoka? He's just running away. Isn't that Phaeton? Or is there something hidden in the knight's words? Shen Fei paused, stunned as he watched Phaeton leave. Phaeton was fearless, so his escape was surprising. The only possibility was that the knight's words contained a secret code. But wanting to leave just like that is truly disrespectful of me, Shen Fei thought to himself as he tapped his foot and unleashed a series of shaving attacks, instantly surpassing Phaeton and appearing before him. Get out of the way. Facing Shen Fei's sudden appearance, Phaeton continued his pace. The rapier in his left hand, condensing a powerful psychic energy, stabbed Shen Fei's neck. Have you forgotten me? Just as Shen Fei moved to stop Phaeton, Finks immediately ran towards the bound knight Shen Fei had left behind. However, just as he took a step, Kurapika, standing nearby, stopped him with his chains. Although Kurapika didn't know what was happening, he knew Shen Fei. Although they hadn't met much, they had graduated from the same hunter exam class. Gun and Kilo had also told him about Shen Fei. As for the second part, even if Kurapika didn't know Shen Fei at this moment, he knew from the surroundings that Shen Fei was an enemy of the brigade. They had a common enemy. I don't need your abilities. Shen Fei wasn't entirely sure of Phaeton's abilities, but he could guess they were transformation-type telekinesis, and a powerful one at that. However, Shen Fei didn't need that type of ability. He already had the strength for direct combat, he needed support. Thinking this, Shen Fei faced Phaeton's thrusting sword and, with a telekinetic movement, grasped the sword between his right index and middle fingers. As Phaeton stared in shock, he kicked him in the left arm. With a crisp snap, Phaeton's arm shattered, and his body flew backwards, slamming heavily into a black car, crushing it completely. After sending Phaeton flying, Shen Fei moved his right hand, and the rapier, held between his fingers, instantly shifted its direction and grasped his hand. Kurapika versus Finks. Kurapika seems injured. It should have been 1 against 3, right? Shen Fei watched the battle between Kurapika and Finks, with no intention of stepping forward to help. The brigade was about to disappear today, and this was Kurapika's last chance for revenge. Although he had killed a member of the brigade, it might not be enough to release the hatred in his heart. Huh? He's still standing like this. Just as Shen Fei was about to approach the knight, he suddenly felt a powerful but violent surge of noon energy. Turning around, he saw Phaeton, who had crashed into the car. He had already stood up, his arms swinging weakly at his sides, but the powerful noon energy in his body made the air around him anxious, and the air temperature was rising rapidly. Phaeton's body, trembling, chanted softly, an eye for an eye, a burning fire. Those who never forgive, those whose sins are unforgivable. As he chanted, a fireball, approximately 2 meters in diameter, slowly condensed above the crowd. Judging by the color of the flames and the unusually high temperature surrounding them, this was clearly no ordinary flame, but a high-temperature one. It looks like a large-scale attack. Aren't you afraid of killing your own companions, or are you determined to kill the enemy even at the cost of your own? Seeing the glimmer of joy on Finks and Knight's faces at Phaeton's attack, Shen Fei immediately understood what it meant. The Phantom Troop was brutally cruel to their enemies, but their attitude towards their own people was completely different. Whoosh! Inside the auction hotel building, Captain Kuroro, standing by the glass on the 32nd floor, observed the situation below. A hint of solemnity and gloom crossed his expressionless face. Behind the captain, 4 floating fish of mine swam around the room. 3 people were pinned to one wall. Their bodies were severely mutilated, yet they showed no sign of pain, instead sporting eerie smiles. The fish swimming in a closed-room technique, a form of mind power stolen by Kuroro, can only be used within a confined space. The number of fish swimming depends on the captain's mind power. Is this the end of the day? Let's have a complete riot, Kuroro said, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket. He read the words on it, then waved his hand, causing the paper to crumble into ash. The captain then opened the door and walked outside with a determined look. I can't let you use that trick. Watching the high-temperature fireball looming in the air, Shen Fei moved his feet, instantly appearing in front of Phaeton and decapitating him with a single blow. Boom! As Phaeton's head slowly slid from his neck, the high-temperature fireball exploded in the air. Though it wasn't at its full power yet, its might was still formidable. You can't die just yet. Watching the fireball explode, Shen Fei immediately ran away, his left hand extended. Room, slaughterhouse. Once out of the flames' range, Shen Fei used the Operation Fruit to swap out Kurapika and the knight. He hadn't originally intended to display the power of the Operation Fruit, but he kept it as a last resort. After learning Nen, Shen Fei had developed a tactic combining the Operation Fruit and his Nen abilities. This was a tactic he considered a trump card. Shen Fei wasn't bragging, He was far superior to Luo in utilizing the Operation Fruit, not just in research but also in combat. He even felt he was only one step away from awakening the Operation Fruit. He even suspected that his understanding of his unique nanabilities was due to the Operation Fruit, otherwise, their abilities wouldn't be so similar. The power is truly not to be underestimated. Standing outside the blast radius of the high-temperature fireball, observing the situation inside, Shen Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He had acted decisively, otherwise he wouldn't be in danger, but Kurapika and Zayak would likely be finished. Zayak's death didn't matter. If he couldn't defeat him, his Nen ability wouldn't matter. But if Kurapika were to suffer such a fate, it would be a shame. Of all the hunters, he liked Kurapika the most, and didn't have much feeling for the protagonist, Gon. Shen Fei saw the street and the cars, all drastically altered by the previous intense heat. The cars were practically melting, and the ground, especially at the center of the blast, was a charred mess. The greater the injury, the greater the power of the explosion. This was Phaeton's Nen ability. Perhaps it was his masochistic potential that gave him this ability. Cough cough cough. As Shen Fei surveyed the devastation before him, he suddenly heard several violent coughs. Then he saw the severely injured Finks crawling out from the ground to the side. Finks's decision was quick. Seeing he couldn't escape Phaeton's telekinesis, he used his own energy to create a large crater in the ground and hide inside. Unfortunately, even then, he was severely injured. "He's yours." Looking at the severely injured Finks, Shen Fei glanced at Kurapika before quickly dragging the knight towards the hotel building. "It's really too much trouble to bring you along." Entering the building and finding no one around, Shen Fei immediately knocked the knight unconscious with a single blow. He then pulled out a box, expanded it, and placed the knight inside. "The first thing I need to complete is definitely the large handy wrap." With this in mind, Shen Fei immediately unfolded his circle, preparing to scan the building's interior. Has this been a bloodbath? Using the circle's sensing, Shen Fei immediately headed for the 20th floor. From what he could sense inside, it was the only place in the building where life was present. Nowhere else was a trace of life. Inside a spacious hall on the 20th floor of the hotel building, originally intended for a large banquet, two factions occupied either side of the hall, Silva and Gino of the Zolda clan, and the remaining members of the brigade, led by the captain. Because both sides were wary of the consequences, they didn't engage in immediate conflict. Silva had fought Kuroro before and knew his strength. Furthermore, with the presence of the other members, even with a veteran master of Gino on his side, he didn't dare strike first. As for Captain Kuroro, his goal wasn't to target the two Zoldyck clan members. He had gathered all the members to wait for someone, specifically, Shen Fei. As in the original novel, the captain also gained the Angel's Auto-Note Nen ability from Nyan, who performed a divination for the captain. This divination differed from the original, revealing that every member of the brigade was in danger and had no way to escape. Even if they escaped, the final result would be the same, forcing the captain to abandon his plans. Of course, this also had something to do with the captain's lack of complete faith in the divination. He was biding his time, waiting for Ilmi to resolve the situation so he could hire the two Zoldicks for a high price. If it weren't for the Zoldyck family's rule of not accepting missions from their targets, the captain would probably be negotiating with Silva and Zeno right now. Killing someone and then accepting their hire to kill the first hire wouldn't happen in a true assassination family. I didn't expect to see a Madoka of this level. I'm afraid Netero doesn't even have such a powerful Madoka. Chapter 247 Greed Island, Part 2. I wonder who's coming this time. As Zeno marveled at the vastness of the circle around them, Silva's expression turned grave. A circle is the most intuitive way to perceive a person's strength, especially one that transcends the ordinary. Generally speaking, someone who can maintain a circle with a radius of 40 to 50 meters for a sustained period of time is considered a master of Nen. Those who can exceed 100 meters are truly masters of Nen. Such individuals are rare in the hunter world. In the entire spider troop, only one person has reached this level, Captain Crawlo. Zeno and Silva's combined circle can reach a radius exceeding 300 meters. Their combined radius exceeds 1 kilometer, perfectly encompassing the auction hotel building. In the original novel, the two used this method to locate Crawlo. But now, the circle they perceived easily encompassed the entire hotel building. Its radius, in terms of radius, was already the combined radius of Zeno and Silva's. However, the disparity in strength can't be explained simply by addition. The arithmetic of 1 plus 1 equals 2 simply doesn't apply to strength. While the circle isn't a measure of a NEN user's strength, for example, Nobunaga's 4-meter circle doesn't necessarily indicate weakness, it's merely one of many advanced NEN techniques. Unlike the 4 essential elements, which must be cultivated, advanced NEN techniques require individual practice. Take Uzumaki, for example, who primarily cultivates strength and hardness. However, the scope of the circle is a crucial factor in measuring a person's NEN energy aura. A circle that encompasses the entire hotel building signifies its owner possesses immense NEN power. With this level of NEN, even if their combat skills are limited, they can still crush you with their NEN alone. This is the saying, 1 force defeats 10 skill. If they possess sufficient combat skills, their power is even more immeasurable. Bang! As the hall's door swung open, the entire brigade, along with the 2 Zoldyck members, immediately focused their attention on the newcomer. Upon seeing it was Shen Fei, Gino and Silver were startled. They knew Shen Fei, of course, but they had never imagined he'd reached such prowess. The round technique is the most challenging of the advanced NEN techniques. Generally speaking, few people cultivate it beyond 100 meters. The reason is simple, it's too tiring. After all, the round doesn't directly increase combat effectiveness. Nobunaga only cultivated it to a 4-meter radius, enough to unleash his drawing sword slash. True tracking of the enemy requires many methods, not just the round. The 300-plus rounds, like Gino and Silva, were cultivated because of their work. The Zoldyck family cultivates the round. As a family of assassins, the round is extremely effective at locating enemies, especially in complex terrain. Without the round, the target of an assassination attempt could easily escape. Just like the 2 men in the original novel who faced off against Kuroro, if they hadn't used the circle, given the nearly 1,000 rooms in the entire hotel building and Kuroro's ability to use the hidden form, there wouldn't have been a fight between the 2 sides. They could have simply played hide and seek. Everyone's here. That saves us the trouble. Shen Fei, standing at the entrance to the lobby, glanced at the captain and the Zoldyck clan before slowly entering. With a casual wave of his left hand, the door closed behind him. Captain Kuroro, everyone in the brigade, we finally meet. Shen Fei didn't leave the 2 Zoldyck clan members, Zeno and Silva, but walked directly to a spot near the brigade led by Captain Kuroro. He stopped and looked at the group with a faint smile. Aside from Nobunaga, Yujin, Maki, Phaeton, Finks, Shika, Franklin, and Kyubi, the remaining 4 were all present. The reason for this was because Hisoko wasn't there. Before they knew it, the brigade had lost over half its members, all of whom were its core strength. Of the 5 remaining members, besides Kuroro, the remaining 4, with Pilar left as a combatant, and the remaining 3 as support personnel. Is that you? Kuroro's expression was unusually calm, as if the loss of half the brigade's members hadn't affected him in the slightest. Yes, it's me. No need to waste time. Today, either I kill the entire brigade, or someone in the brigade kills me. I think there's nothing more to say between us, Shen Fei said, and a katana materialized in his hand. Who are you, and why are you against us? This time, it wasn't Captain Kuroro who spoke, but Paknota, revolver in hand. A woman with a cold gaze and a demonic figure, she held the brigade's highest authority, the captain above all others. She would stop at nothing to save the captain. She was also Kuroro's childhood sweetheart from Meteor City. An enemy? I never expected someone from the troop to say such a thing. I'm at a loss for words. But since you asked, I'll let you die now, Ingli. I was the lucky one who survived those you slaughtered. It's only natural for me to seek revenge on you now. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes, a hint of a smile appearing as he looked at Paknota. By the way, I'm not the only one seeking revenge this time. There's another one out there, a survivor of the Kuruta clan. You annihilated them and gouged out their eyes. Now they're seeking revenge as well. I'm sure he's already killed that guy called Finks. Oh, and he killed Kyubi, the Crimson Eyes, Kuroro whispered, followed by an endless silence. The troop had killed so many people over the years, and there was no way they could deny Shen Fei's words, not to mention the existence of Kurapika, their avenger. Now you understand, there's only one outcome today, you die and I live, Shen Fei said as he swung his knife-wielding right hand, poised for a sudden attack. But at that moment, his left hand suddenly produced a Desert Eagle and fired several shots at Kuroro. Kuroro and the others were stunned by the sudden change. Despite their imagination, they hadn't expected Shen Fei to attack in this way. However, the four of them were all experts in telepathy, and they immediately dispersed. Kuroro retreated directly, a book appearing in his right hand, and he flipped through a page, The Thief's Ultimate Intention. There's a way to use it this way, right? Both bullets and telepathic bullets are inert matter. It's normal for Zyodi's vacuum cleaner to suck them up. Not only Kuroro activated his telepathy, but Zyodi and the other two also activated theirs. Paknota's Nen ability is of the idiosyncratic type, much like the opera fruit. Its bullets are harmless, but rather memory-based. However, this doesn't mean Paknota's revolver lacks offensive power. Because of its idiosyncratic nature, it's easy for her to create Nen bullets. The release type of Nen ability has many uses, depending on individual personality and behavior. Gatling bullets like Franklin, Paknota's revolver, or shockwaves like Gon are all possible. Deep study of any of the 6 major categories of Nen can greatly enhance one's power. Geno of the Zoldyck family's Nen is essentially in release type, shape into a dragon. Stand back. At this moment, Kuroro ordered the other 3 to immediately move away from Shen Fei. 6 Nen fish, like fish swimming in a secret room, gathered around him. Once the door closed, the entire hall transformed into a secret room. As Kuroro spoke, 6 mind fish swam towards Shen Fei at breakneck speed, a stark contrast to the slow, leisurely movements depicted in anime. Secret chamber fish, faced with the onrushing fish, Shen Fei immediately dodged. Let's retreat. Geno and Silva retreated to a corner of the hall, a considerable distance from the battlefield. This is the secret chamber fish. Dodging the attacks of the 6 mind fish, Shen Fei seized one with his left hand. His special telepathic ability activated, and the Desert Eagle pistol was retracted into his mind. This gun was a materialized form, not a real one. Release it. Holding the mind fish, Shen Fei dodged the attacks of the other 5 while deflecting any telepathic bullets Paknota fired. I see, Shen Fei said, a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, with a slight force on his left hand, the mind fish in his hand transformed into telepathic energy, dissipating throughout the hall. Forget it, I'd better not reveal it. Despite only briefly analyzing it, Shen Fei had already mastered the chamber fish's entire Nen ability. Unlike Biscuit's magical beautician, Cookie, Shen Fei could easily replicate the chamber fish's offensive, outward-type Nen ability by analyzing it. There's a significant difference between offensive and auxiliary Nen abilities. Jin could instantly master and use the offensive Nen ability that attacked him. This wasn't Jin's Nen ability, but rather his mastery of Nen to pinnacle. While Shen Fei's Nen mastery wasn't as strong as Jin's, he had been practicing Kamar-Taj magic and possessed extensive experience in shaping Nen. Just like Zeno's Nen ability, Shen Fei could use it without analyzing it, simply by shaping the outward-type Nen energy. Not to mention dragons, he could also create tigers, lions, leopards, cats, dogs, and other shapes at will. Following this same method, Shen Fei quickly dispatched the other 5 Nen fish. Eliminate. Shen Fei's actions immediately caught the attention of Kuroro, as well as Zeno and Silva. Shen Fei's method of dealing with a mind fish wasn't to disperse them, but to destroy them outright. This was another function of analysis. In other words, Shen Fei was still a mind exterminator. If he could analyze and replicate, he could also analyze and destroy. Strictly speaking, destroying was even easier than replicating. Zeno and Silva were simply shocked by Shen Fei's identity as an eliminate, while Kuroro's expression immediately turned cold. Generally speaking, eliminates weren't very powerful, and it took quite a while to eliminate a mind. However, Shen Fei was incredibly quick, and his power was also exceptionally strong. With such strength, coupled with his status as an eliminate, today's battle was likely to be even more difficult. Eliminates weren't very effective against enhancement and release type abilities, but they were a disaster against other types of mind abilities, especially specialty type abilities. Normally, the mind fish swimming in the secret room would automatically recover after being dispersed, but that was no longer the case. Unleashing the mind fish here against Shen Fei would only result in their destruction. Not only would it be ineffective, but it would also waste his own mind. Battle Performance Song. Just as Kuroro was contemplating his next strategy, Peeling Left activated his mind power, transforming a spear and mask into his hands and face. Jupiter, using a special sound generated by the spear and the holes in his body through mind, Peeling Left spun rapidly, forming a massive sphere. With unstoppable momentum, it charged towards Shen Fei, tearing the floor apart in its wake. Is the quality of this hotel good? Shen Fei smiled softly at the rapidly spinning peeling leaf, raised his sword, and slashed down. Boom! The powerful sword energy tore through half the hall, completely destroying the floor and ceiling. As for peeling leaf, the spinning body in front of him, the sword energy fell headfirst and split him in two. After splitting his body, the sword energy did not disappear immediately, but instead penetrated the reinforced glass on one side before disappearing into the air outside. It's dangerous. Is this poisonous? Shen Fei, who had dealt with peeling leaf, suddenly retreated quickly. Kuroro, holding a strangely shaped blade with a blue glow, stabbed him repeatedly. The blade of Han, Kuroro's weapon, was one he would never use unless faced with a life-or-death situation. It was a blade that had killed countless people, forged by a murderous demon over 100 years ago. Its fame had led to numerous imitations, resulting in numerous forgeries. However, the blade of Han in Kuroro's hand was undoubtedly the authentic one. Each generation of owners of the authentic Hano knife has been a murderer. Passed down from generation to generation, coupled with countless deaths, the blade has acquired a strange power, the power of thought, or more accurately, the power of resentment. This resentment imbues the Hano knife with a sharp edge, capable of slicing through even the most fortified of weapons. Combined with its poison, it can be fatal without a strong resistance. Kuroro's rise from humble beginnings to this point is largely due to the Hano knife. Between opponents of similar strength, it's incredibly difficult to avoid being harmed by the Hano knife, and not everyone possesses Sylva's resistance to poison. Kuroro's favorite thing is reading, and he learned countless secrets from books. He discovered the Hano knife's location from a book. You're just playing close combat? You really think I learned the 6 styles for nothing? Shen Fei, thanks to Kuroro's repeated attacks, then struck Kuroro's right arm with a single punch, severing it, sending the Hano knife crashing to the ground. Bang! Then Shen Fei punched Kuroro in the abdomen again. The powerful force made Kuroro's expression immediately twisted. At the moment his body flew out, 5 chains suddenly appeared in Shen Fei's left hand and trapped him. Chapter 248 Greed Island, Part 2. Captain, upon seeing Kuroro being captured, Paknota and Zyodi immediately rushed over recklessly. Of all the people in the troop, these two were the ones who respected and trusted the captain the most. Zyodi was naturally forgetful. She might have completely forgotten their recent meeting, but she never forgot the captain's orders. As for Paknota, she would even sacrifice her life for the captain. She seems to be a special type too. Let's keep her for now. As for Zyodi, looking at the two people rushing over, Shen Fei immediately threw the katana in his right hand towards Zyodi. Then, with his right index finger, he materialized a chain, binding Paknota. Puff! The katana pierced Zyodi's body directly, and the powerful force within it carried her body forward until it was nailed to the wall, where Zyodi's body was hung. At this point, the entire Phantom Troop, except for Hisoka, was wiped out. It's all over, Captain Kuroro. Looking at Kuroro in his hand, Shen Fei smiled and knocked him unconscious with a single blow, then knocked Paknota unconscious as well. He then picked up the Hano Satoshi from the ground. After doing this, Shen Fei glanced at the two Zoldycks nearby, then glanced in a direction above the shattered ceiling. After a moment's hesitation, he led Kuroro and Paknota away. Hisoka, Shen Fei looked toward the ceiling. Someone was hiding there. Although well concealed and using their stealth skills effectively, they still couldn't escape Shen Fei's observation haki. In terms of pure intelligence gathering, Nenzan is more detailed than observation haki, but when it comes to concealment, observation haki surpasses it. Of course, there's no way to definitively compare who's more powerful, as it depends on the individual's strength. Just look at Rayleigh's observation haki, which instantly covers the entire island, even discerning the strength of the creatures. If Hisoka had attacked earlier, Shen Fei would have definitely seized the opportunity to finish him off. However, since he hadn't, Shen Fei didn't want to create any further complications and decided to leave Hisoka to gone. As for whether Hisoka posed a threat, Shen Fei didn't care at all. Hisoka was strong, but only about on par with Kuroro. He was a far cry from him, even if Hisoka later cultivated to Netero's level. The gap between their abilities was too vast. Not to mention Hisoka, Shen Fei was confident that even the 4 emperors, Garp, and would surpass them in time. The only difference was time. I'm really getting old. After Shen Fei left, Gino shook his head softly, clasping his hands behind his back as he slowly walked forward. He didn't go through the door, but instead walked towards the window Shen Fei had previously destroyed and jumped down. He reappeared atop a purple mine dragon. Following closely behind, Silva also jumped onto the mine dragon, and the two of them, along with the dragon, immediately soared upwards. Just as Nianlong reached aloft, Silva suddenly pulled a cell phone from his pocket, glanced at the screen, and immediately answered. I shouldn't be too late, am I? You didn't kill him, did you? Illumi's voice echoed down the line. It's over here. We'll get the details when we get back. Then I won't get my reward this time, Kurapika, forget it. Let's not meet now. Shen Fei, carrying Kuroro and Paknata, immediately dodged to the side when he sensed Kurapika appearing ahead. He was carrying Kuroro and Paknata, and if Kurapika saw him, he wouldn't let Kuroro go so easily. To avoid complications, it was best to avoid him. As expected of the gangsters who rule the 10 districts, even with such heavy losses and the death of the 10 old men, the auction is still going on. The next day, upon hearing this news, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. This information had been brought by Kurapika, who had learned of the 10 old men's deaths from his superior, Light Nasra of the Nasra clan. Light, at this time, relied heavily on Kurapika, which was exactly what Kurapika wanted. Light's reliance on Kurapika was mainly due to the disappearance of his daughter Nine's Angel's automatic notes ability. Without this support, Light was panicking, as his rise to power depended entirely on Nine's ability. So, the major gangs were in chaos due to the heavy losses and the death of the 10 old men. They were also busy with other matters, such as continuing the auction, and had no time to attend to this matter. Kurapika's advice was for Reno and Nyan to leave Raccoon City first and return to their base. This would, if nothing else, guarantee their safety. Kurapika had come to say goodbye and share this information with them. Despite the deaths of major Yakuza factions, including the 10 elders, the auction hadn't ceased. The reason was simple: the annual Raccoon City auction was a prime channel for money laundering. Unless the Yakuza were completely wiped out, no one would abandon it. As for the reshuffle of factions caused by this loss, the rise of the new 10 elders, and other issues, they would have to wait until the auction was over. By then, a desperate struggle would be unavoidable. Kurapika would also leave with Nine and the others. His purpose in coming here had been achieved. With the Phantom Troop nearly wiped out and the Scarlet Eyes in his possession, there was no need for him to remain in Raccoon City. As for the Greed Island game, Kurapika had, of course, heard about it from Gon and Killua, but unfortunately, he had no interest in it at the moment. At this moment, Kurapika only wanted to quickly recover all the Crimson Eyes. Wait a minute, now that the troop has disappeared, aren't you going to release your constraints and oath? Shen Fei called out to Kurapika just as he was about to leave. While constraints and oaths are certainly helpful in improving strength, they also come with side effects. Each of the 5 fingers on Kurapika's right hand possesses unique abilities, and they can only maximize their power when combined. However, due to the constraints and oaths, the chains on one finger cannot be used against anyone outside the troop. In fact, after learning Nen and carefully studying Kurapika's constraints and oaths, Shen Fei discovered a problem. He wondered if Kurapika's abilities would work on Hisoka, the fake troop member. Furthermore, if Kuroro and the others changed the Phantom Troop's name to something else, such as the Star Troop, would Kurapika's abilities no longer work on them? If it still works, then this so-called restriction and oath on the brigade is actually just an effect on the individual's Nen ability. The more he studies it, the more profound it seems. Unfortunately, there's no way to verify it. He couldn't use Kurapika as a test subject. No need. After hearing Shen Fei's words, Kurapika was silent for a moment, staring at the chain on his left hand, and shook his head slightly. Although Kurapika is a manifestation type, his chains have always appeared on the 5 fingers of his right hand, which can greatly mislead the enemy. He is a manipulation type. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least consider the feelings of your fellow tribesmen who have sacrificed. I'm sure there were friends of yours among them. If they knew your current situation, they wouldn't approve of your actions. Kurapika was a very kind person. The battle for the succession of the Kakin kingdom was behind him. For Kurapika, it would have been easy to simply kill the 4th prince. However, to protect the so-called prince, Kurapika not only refrained from attacking the 4th prince directly, but also used his Nen to protect the prince under his charge. This protection wouldn't have been a big deal, but Kurapika chose to use his Nen to help the other person. Remember, maintaining that Nen for every second costs an hour of his life. Anyone else would hardly do such a thing. At least Shen Fei would never sacrifice his life to help a stranger. Pyro. Upon hearing Shen Fei mention his fellow tribesman, Kurapika suddenly murmured a name. Pyro, is he your friend? Shen Fei immediately demanded. Yes, he was my best friend. Perhaps remembering this friend, Kurapika suddenly smiled warmly. If you were alive now, I don't think he'd want you to help him fulfill his dream. Dream. At the mention of the word dream, Kurapika's expression immediately changed, one of deep nostalgia. To fulfill your dream, staying alive is the most important thing. You're disregarding your own life like this. I think they'll definitely object. The restrictions and oaths Kurapika had established revealed a tendency towards self-destruction. Perhaps, in his heart, his ultimate demise, along with the rest of the group, was his ultimate wish. With all his clansmen dead and only himself left alive, if it weren't for his desire for revenge, Kurapika might have committed suicide to follow them. Of course, this was largely Shen Fei's speculation, but regardless, as long as he helped him break the restrictions and oaths, things should work out for the better. Constraints and vows ultimately come down to the manipulation of thoughts. If there's thought, a mind-dispelling master has a way to remove it. The only difference is the difficulty. You have a way to remove the constraints and vows. After a long moment of contemplation, Kurapika's expression finally regained its composure. Have you heard of a mind-dispelling master? I'm actually one. If you trust me, I can remove the constraints and vows bound around your heart. I, too, have a grudge against the troop, but now it's gone. Regardless of the past, the focus is on moving forward. If Pyro knew about this, dwelling on past hatreds, he'd probably be very unhappy. To persuade Kurapika, he could only use Pyro, as he'd mentioned, as a tool. Then thank you, Kurapika said, after another long silence. He nodded solemnly. What do you need me to do? Nothing from you. Just trust me and control your thoughts. Tell me when you're ready, Shen Fei said, walking to Kurapika's side and raising his right hand. I'm ready, Kurapika nodded after taking a few deep breaths. Then I'll begin, Shen Fei said, and with a single slash, he knocked Kurapika unconscious. Room, slaughterhouse, the operation fruit unfolded, slicing Kurapika's heart into pieces. Seeing the chains bound to his heart and the dagger of telekinesis to one side, Shen Fei began to analyze Kurapika's telekinesis. How ruthless. He'll stop at nothing for revenge. While the chains and dagger were formed from telekinesis, how could they be bound to his heart without any effect? Luckily, I have the Philosopher's Stone. Even if something goes wrong and my heart is shattered, I can still save it. But the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D is still better. The Philosopher's Stone consumes soul energy, but the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D can be activated with telekinesis. The difference is significant. This way, Shen Fei can rely less on the Philosopher's Stone for cultivation. Shen Fei had obtained a great deal of information about Greed Island from Bartra, primarily a limited set of 100 cards. After clearing the game, one could choose any 3 of them and bring them out. In other words, these 100 cards could actually exist. This led Shen Fei to speculate that the vast majority of these limited cards were actually Nen abilities. This meant that if Shen Fei entered Greed Island, relying on his special abilities, he might be able to master nearly 100 Nen abilities. Even if there were significant limitations and he couldn't master all 100, a dozen or so would be enough. These 100 limited cards contained quite a few very useful auxiliary abilities, including Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems there's no problem. Eliminating Nen is much easier than replicating it. After analyzing Kurapika's Nen attributes, Shen Fei quickly used his own to dispel the Nen bound to his heart. For another Nen dispeller, removing Kurapika's constraints and oath would be extremely difficult, given their location within the heart. However, for Shen Fei, with the help of the surgery fruit, he could simply extract the heart, making it much simpler. Okay, how do you feel? After restoring Kurapika's body to its original state and waking him up, Shen Fei immediately asked with a look of concern. I feel a lot more relaxed, thank you. Kurapika immediately sensed the condition of his heart, and his face was much more relaxed than before. You're welcome. In fact, this is also an opportunity for me to exercise. Okay, you have something to deal with, and I won't keep you away. If you need help, call me. Kurapika was fine, which made Shen Fei feel relieved. After all, this was his first time to remove thoughts from someone, and it was Kurapika, a character he liked. If it weren't for the protection of the Philosopher's Stone, he would definitely not choose Kurapika as his first target. If you need help, please contact me. Chapter 249 Greed Island, End. As time passed, the 10-day Awakens City auction finally entered its final day. Strictly speaking, the Awakens City auction was actually divided into two parts. The first 5 days of the auction primarily targeted those from the underground, and many of the items were considered shameful. For example, items like the Crimson Eye, the Three-Eyed Tribe's eyes, and the Two-Horned Tribe's skulls were among them. Even in the hunter world, where assassin organizations were subject to taxation, these items were considered shameful and could not be publicly displayed. The final 5 days were the official auction, which could be shown on television and online. Some precious items were not actually delivered to the auction site until this day. The treasures stolen by the Phantom Troop were not actually the entire auction. For example, the Greed Island game console only appeared on this day, and the Greed Island console was something QB couldn't replicate. QB's left hand of the god and right hand of the devil couldn't replicate telepathic items. There are only 100 Greed Island consoles in existence, all protected by Nen. With their numerous divine characters, the Greed Island consoles are difficult for even a Nen expert to destroy. The Greed Island console auction is now open, the host announced, and a steady stream of bids erupted from the audience. While there were many bidders, their increments were modest. Kilo's brother, Mickey, was also among those bidding. With Bartra's withdrawal, no one was determined to secure the console, so the bids naturally didn't rise too high. In the original story, the average price of the 7 Greed Island consoles at auction was around 35 billion, but this time, it hasn't yet surpassed 10 billion. Judging by the situation at the scene, even if it does, it's unlikely to exceed 15 billion. Even some people who wanted the Greed Island consoles didn't bid this time. Rather than competing with others at the auction, it was better to contact Bartra. Once his girlfriend recovers, he'll need to sell the dozens of Greed Island consoles. Of course, he wouldn't sell them all. He'd definitely keep some for himself. After all, the items within Greed Island were incredibly tempting. Previously, Bartra had only wanted the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, regardless of the consequences. Now that his girlfriend had awakened, he no longer needed the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, but he needed other items. For example, the Witch's Rejuvenating Potion, said to restore youth. Each pill reduced 1 year of age, affecting only the body, not knowledge or memory. A bottle contained 100 pills. This item was far more appealing than the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, especially for the aging rich. If Shen Fei sold even one of these pills in the Marvel Universe, it would fetch 100 billion. Then there were the eggs of various top-tier professions. Once obtained, hatching them yourself would instantly grant you that profession. There were eggs for top-tier writers, top-tier pilots, top-tier musicians, and so on. They would be incredibly valuable if sold. Of course, most people probably wouldn't choose this option. Since they could clear the level, they'd definitely choose something more valuable. Not to mention, the incubation period for these eggs is variable, ranging from 1 to 10 years. 15 billion, this gentleman bids 15 billion. Deal, soon, the first Greed Island console was sold to Miji. With no competition. He secured the console without a hitch. Gun and Killua were also at the auction, as was Shen Fei. Would the trip be wasted if he didn't attend one? This was Shen Fei's first time at an auction, and it wasn't that he didn't have the opportunity. If he'd been a nobody before, he wouldn't have been qualified for something as grand as an auction. But his status was different now, a wealthy man. He received countless invitations to charities and various auctions, but Shen Fei simply wasn't interested and sent people from the company to attend on his behalf. Some things were unavoidable, even for Stark, but most of the time, Pepper handled such matters for him. Although it sounds boring, the cocktail parties of the upper class are indeed indispensable. Gun and Killua had wanted to enter the game a long time ago, but like Shen Fei, it was a rare opportunity for them to come to Awakens City, so of course they would travel around. For Killua, traveling around with Gon was the happiest time. It must be said that Killua and Gon in suits and ties were still very handsome, and fortunately they had hunter licenses, otherwise they really couldn't enter this place. Bisky, long time no see. After the auction, when Shen Fei returned to the hotel, he unexpectedly saw Bisky with Gon and Killua. I didn't expect you to have a game console here. That's great. Bisky came here and met Killua and Gon outside. She was not going to come here originally, But after hearing Kilo and Gon say that Shen Fei had the Greed Island game console, she immediately changed her mind and came over. Biscuit came to Awakens City primarily for the Greed Island game, not to buy a console. Although Biscuit was a 2-star hunter, her wealth was undoubtedly substantial due to her status as a gem hunter. Unfortunately, her cash flow was limited. Over 10 billion in cash wasn't a lot for Biscuit, but unfortunately, she'd spent a considerable amount to obtain a single gem, leaving her with insufficient funds. She had originally intended to be hired by Bartra, but Shen Fei intervened and saved Bartra's girlfriend, freeing her from the need to hire anyone to enter the game. Of course, this might only be superficial. Bartra might continue to hire people behind the scenes. After all, while Greed Island's treasures might be unknown, knowing them would surely tempt anyone. However, this time, she certainly wouldn't make a big fuss. Bartra's previous publicity was primarily intended to spread the word about his story. If that information could even increase his chances of saving his girlfriend, Bartra would do it. Now that his girlfriend had woken up, if Bartra wanted to spend as much time with her as possible, he couldn't help but be tempted by the witch's rejuvenation potion. Even if he didn't get it, it would only cost him a little more money. For a wealthy man like him, money was the least of his worries. You guys go in first. I need to find a place to put these game consoles. After some discussion, Biscuit, Kilo, and Gon decided to enter the game first. Shen Fei would wait until he finished his business outside before entering. After Kurapika and Liario left, Kilo and Liario had nothing to do outside. Liario left earlier than Kurapika. He had come to Awakens City mainly for their original meeting. He had no interest in the auction and no money to buy anything, so he quickly boarded the airship back to medical school. Since no one knew when they would come out of the game once they entered, it would be inappropriate to stay in the hotel. Furthermore, the game consoles were so expensive, leaving them in the hotel was a big risk. Is this the ultimate thief's skill? I can learn it, but it'll take quite a while. I guess we'll have to wait. After Biscuit, Kilo, and Gon entered the game, Shen Fei quickly left Awakens City by airship and arrived at Saba City, a city near Whale Island, the site of the first hunter exam. After purchasing a house there, Shen Fei put the Greed Island console in the basement and focused on studying the special type known as Krallo and Paknota. Paknota was very cooperative, as Shen Fei had the leader under his control. Unfortunately, Shen Fei couldn't learn Paknota's known, a result that left him deeply depressed. If this ability to analyze characters couldn't be used to learn special type characters, it wouldn't be as helpful to Shen Fei. Even without this ability, most other known types could be developed if Shen Fei was willing to invest the time and practice. With a deeper understanding of known, even if there were significant differences from the originals, simply imitating them wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't until Shen Fei approached Kuroro's ability system and discovered it could be analyzed that he found this strange. Ultimately, he concluded that even within ability systems, there were significant differences. Kuroro's Nen ability was a manipulation of Nen, something Shen Fei could clearly sense. However, Paknota's ability was more of a unique gift, allowing her to access the deepest memories of others simply by touching them, somewhat similar to the memory fruit. The only difference was that the memory fruit could process both her own and others' memories, while Paknota's could only process her own, not those of others. It seems I can only analyze released aura. It seems Kurapika's ability system can't analyze it either. Finally, Shen Fei concluded that his own analysis ability was weak. It couldn't analyze an opponent's Nen without releasing it. Paknota and Kurapika's ability systems were more like direct changes to their constitutions. If that's the case, then that guy's Nen ability seems to be in the same boat. Doesn't that mean it can't be analyzed or learned? Is that a limitation? There are several Nen abilities in the hunter world that Shen Fei covets. The incredible convenient wrap is one, Knob's four-dimensional space is one, and there's an even more powerful Nen ability, proof of God's absence. The person who possesses this Nen ability is a very weak individual, or rather, a chimera ant, weaker than both Knob and Owl, yet their power is God level, perhaps a reward for their weakness. If Shen Fei were to acquire this Nen ability, with his strength and the breathing techniques he learned from Demon Slayer, he would be a symbol of invincibility. He could easily defeat the four emperors with a surprise attack. What a shame. With deep regret in his heart, Shen Fei opened the secret door and stepped through, arriving once again in Awakens City. I'll leave the bodies of these two men to you. You're the only one left alive in the entire brigade, the others are dead. If you seek revenge, you can come find me, but I won't show any mercy then. I also hope you won't continue to kill innocent people. Otherwise, I won't have to find you outside Raccoon City. Shen Fei released Maki and handed the bodies of Kuroro and Paknoda to Maki. After a few words, he left. Shen Fei had no idea what Maki would do next. He wasn't Maki's master, but as he'd said, if Maki continued to kill innocent people, he would come after him. As for handing over Kuroro and Paknoda's bodies, Shen Fei didn't care. Although this world possessed amplified thoughts after death, achieving this required an extremely strong sense of resentment. Without sufficient resentment, it was impossible. Hisoka's resurrection from the dead after his duel with Kuroro in the Sky Arena was fueled by a deep sense of resentment. This deep resentment and resentment were ultimately caused by Captain Kuroro. The reason was simple: Hisoka longed for a passionate, exhilarating duel with Captain Kuroro, but the fight was completely orchestrated from start to finish, completely targeted by Kuroro's nen ability. It was this intense resentment that led to Hisoka's resurrection. Had the captain engaged Hisoka head-on, this wouldn't have happened. Just like the brigade at the scene, they'd killed countless people, so they didn't care much about their own lives, and naturally, they didn't harbor such resentment. Maki is truly ruthless. Shen Fei shook his head slightly, having learned about recent gang-related incidents from the Hunter official website. After Shen Fei's departure, Maki raided several gangs, perhaps venting his inner rage, killing a large number of people and causing the collapse of many gangs. The reason for Maki's actions was simple: to retrieve the bodies of members of the brigades like Finks and Uzumaki, who had been taken by the mafia. Neither Shen Fei nor Kurapika were in the habit of collecting the bodies of the brigades, so the bodies naturally fell into the hands of the mafia. Shen Fei didn't mind this situation. As a Yakuza, killing and being killed was inevitable. Kurapika now controlled the entire Nasra family. Their leader, Leno Nasra, had been assassinated. Nyan was now in power, and Kurapika was the captain of her bodyguards. Finally done, Shen Fei smiled happily as he saw the 1-meter-long scarf appear in his hand. He had no interest in developing the captain's ultimate thief skills, but this convenient large scarf was different. Its owner, Aurel, had died tragically on the night of the brigade's massacre. It was said that his death was tragic, and the captain had personally done it. Now, Shen Fei alone possessed this ability. It's time to go to Greed Island. Shen Fei, returning to Saba City, immediately put on the ring with the word God on it and used the sense spell on the game console. The next moment, his figure appeared in a large, but very empty room. This effect, if used well, is also very powerful. Chapter 250, Divine Words and Thoughts, Part 1. Glancing around the vast, empty room, Shen Fei spotted a tall table about 10 meters ahead, behind which sat a very lovely girl. He didn't immediately log into the game, but closed his eyes in contemplation, reflecting on the spatial shift he had just experienced. Using the Greed Island console, one could instantly transport anyone from any of the 6 continents to Greed Island without delay. This ability was incredibly powerful, and with such an effect, selling the Greed Island console for tens of billions would be a mere trifle. Unfortunately, many people hadn't discovered the Greed Island console's purpose, perhaps because they were too confused to consider it a game. However, Shen Fei had noticed something: if one possessed the Greed Island console, they could easily evade an overwhelming enemy with it. If the Greed Island console could be miniaturized and fashioned into a wristband, bracelet, or even a ring, it would be like carrying an unlimited scroll of Return to Town. If you add in the in-game abilities of companions and magnetism, you can essentially create a safe base. In case of danger, you can simply return to the city and then use companions and magnetism to travel elsewhere. Perhaps Jin already has equipment for this, Shen Fei muttered to himself. If he could think of something, Jin and his team couldn't have missed it. After all, they were the ones who created this game. Sure enough, compared to Netero, Jin is even more secretive. As both of the 5 great Nen users, Netero's strength lies in his individual abilities, while Jin's is more reserved. Even though Shen Fei admitted that he couldn't rival the 5 great Nen in terms of individual strength, he didn't dare to show off too much. Not to mention Aluka of the Zeldic family, that buggy existence, even the poor man's rose alone made Shen Fei wary. Unlike the world Shen Fei traveled to before, the poor man's rose in Hunter World has been used far more frequently, at least dozens of times to date. While the damage isn't particularly large, the devastating effect is astonishing, having killed countless people tragically. The reason V5 dared to deploy such a weapon of mass destruction was simple: they possessed the technology to eliminate its after effects. This was a world of noon, and normal technology couldn't eliminate those after effects. That didn't mean there weren't those with such abilities. Under normal circumstances, V5 wouldn't resort to such weapons of mass destruction, but if necessary, they would show no mercy. As for casualties, as long as they didn't affect themselves, they didn't care. Under these circumstances, Shen Fei couldn't act too unconventionally, let alone recklessly relying on his strength. Hadn't he seen Jin's immense power? Didn't he have to abide by the rules set by V5 to enter the Dark Continent? Permissions, means, qualifications, contracts. He looks quite young. Another biscuit-like character, Shen Fei thought to himself as he approached Elena, the commentator entering the game for the first time, and listened to her introduction. Judging from their ages, since Elena and Jin are companions, they certainly can't look as young as they do now. Of course, this doesn't mean they possess the same true form as Biscuit. Among the many Nen users, Biscuit is an anomaly. It's also possible that Elena's appearance is related to the witch's rejuvenation potion in the game. As the developer, it's impossible for them to not have such a drug. There must be some limit, like an upper limit or something. Otherwise, if there were enough witch's rejuvenation potion, wouldn't it be possible to live forever? With this thought in mind, Shen Fei logged into the game using a ring with the word God on it, then exited the room via the stairs leading down to the side. It doesn't look very big from the outside. Is it the game's technology? Upon exiting the room, Shen Fei immediately noticed that the stairs had vanished, leaving only a lonely thatched hut standing on a vast prairie. There are no prompts at all, just basic controls. Everything needs to be learned in the game, Shen Fei thought, immediately opening the game settings. Greed Island is a collectible game, where cards are stored and used in battle. In Greed Island, combat relies not only on one's own Nen abilities but also on cards acquired in the game. However, only a designated 100 cards can be used in battle. Other cards, including spell cards, are for support purposes and have no direct combat power. According to the information I got from Bartra, it seems all spell cards are used to capture and protect cards. This is a game that encourages competition. This guy, Jin, is truly Gon's father. In other games, fighting and clearing the field are commonplace, and even if the loser feels resentful, they'll only curse inwardly or verbally. However, in Greed Island, the majority of losers die. Not every player is like Gon and Killua, who refrain from killing. It's common sense to resort to any means necessary to seize cards. A character like the Bomb Demon, who killed so many people, was forgiven by Zyuoji for his previous actions with just a few words, and he even healed all of his injuries. All those killed by the Bomb Demon before were in vain. Without a normal concept of good and evil, all he has is the curiosity of this world. That guy's evaluation is absolutely correct. Using fists to influence people, if this guy and Luffy met, they would definitely get along well. The so-called verbal persuasion is just a joke. Only fists and verbal persuasion are the correct methods. If you rely on verbal persuasion alone, you will die without knowing how you died. Why did you come now? Shen Fei met Biscuit at the Fountain Square in the Bounty City of Andonable. Where are Killua and Gon? They've already left. Biscuit recounted what had happened since they entered the game. Killua and Gon had originally planned to wait for Shen Fei to arrive before continuing their private time, but since Shen Fei hadn't come in, they grew impatient. After completing a few quests and obtaining some cards, they set off, planning to collect information about the cards and Jin while completing their quests. Biscuit's goals differed from theirs, and since they had already undergone Biscuit's special training, she didn't leave with him. Okay, I should be leaving too. Call me if you need anything, Biscuit said, waving her hand and leaving. In reality, Biscuit hadn't stayed in the Bounty City of Andonable just to wait for Shen Fei's arrival. She had also taken the opportunity to complete numerous quests, earning a wealth of cards and game coins. Greed Island was both a game and a reality. Without the ability to log off at will, people needed to eat, and that meant money. The Bounty City of Andonable can be considered a beginner's village, offering a wide range of quests, from low level to high level. These include tasks like delivering messages for NPCs, performing odd jobs, and subduing bandits, robbers, and monsters. However, completing these quests requires careful consideration. After all, you only have one life, and being killed by another player or a monster results in the same outcome, true death. The game's return cards, which allow players to leave Greed Island, aren't very expensive, So why are so many players still stuck here, unable to leave? This is the reason. For the most skilled, in-game currency is easily earned, allowing players to purchase return cards at will in the magic city of Macedora. In the original story, when Kilo takes the hunter exam for the second time, he can leave at will. However, for some, leaving the bounty city is simply impossible. Reaching the bounty city on foot requires a certain level of skill. Unless you form a group, find a guide, or acquire a flight card, making it difficult to reach. Furthermore, even once you reach the magic city, you might not have enough money to buy a return card, which is quite expensive. In the original story, Kilo and Gon used return cards to exchange for a wealth of information. The Greed Island game vividly demonstrates the meaning of the poor dying poor and the rich dying rich. Interesting, is this the application of the word God and Nen? After Biscuit left, Shen Fei didn't immediately return to his quest. Instead, he picked up a stone, transformed it into a card, then materialized it, and repeated this process. An outsider observing Shen Fei's actions would undoubtedly have thought something was wrong. Stones, for example, have no limit to how many cards they can materialize. No one would care. Even if they wanted weapons, they couldn't find stones, let alone constantly transform into cards and then stone like a psychopath. Soon, the huge stone around Shen Fei was reduced to a pile of rubble. Cardization has a limit. An item can only be cardized once. After materializing, it cannot be carded again. Therefore, the 100 card types, especially those that are difficult to obtain, are rarely used in battle because they cannot be transformed into cards and must be collected again. That's right, no wonder only those with N can enter the game. In reality, Shen Fei wasn't playing, but rather using his abilities to analyze the reasons why items materialized and transformed. This process, commonplace for other players, was a rare learning opportunity for him. Through this analysis, Shen Fei confirmed and understood several things. Greed Island cards require Nen to activate. Only by using Nen, one of the 4 major Nen abilities, can the card's ability be activated. This Nen is merely a trigger, a game command, so it doesn't depend on individual skill. Anyone with Nen, regardless of strength, can activate a card. The same goes for item materialization and transformation. Once the command is activated, the game system will automatically complete the next step. While this step is handled by the game system, it's also a matter of Nen. For Shen Fei, as long as he has Nen energy, everything is possible. It's safe to say that Greed Island is a treasure trove for Shen Fei. When Jin and his team created the game, they probably didn't anticipate someone like Shen Fei entering the game. Let's try other objects. After throwing the stone, Shen Fei immediately began carding other objects. He chose very common items, soil, river water, branches, and so on. Through analysis, he found that the flow of telekinesis in the carding process was the same. It seems that carding might be someone's telekinesis ability. Is this telekinesis ability inferior to that of the convenient large wrap? Through a series of experiments, combined with his own understanding of telekinesis and some intelligence, Shen Fei deduced this conclusion. Telekinesis abilities are diverse, and such a possibility is not impossible. After all, the convenient large wrap has one, and even Knob's 4-dimensional apartment has someone with similar abilities. The difference is probably the size of the space. Those with spatial abilities are most common among gourmet hunters. To store ingredients, these gourmet hunters use their telekinesis like a refrigerator, as if someone has materialized a large, 3-door refrigerator. People like Nyan, who possess inexplicable innate telekinesis abilities, are not uncommon in this world. There's no need to rush. What's most needed right now is obtaining the 100 designated cards, especially the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. This magical healing skill naturally needs to be learned first. Besides the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D., there are also various witch medicines and other magical items. The 100 designated cards possess a plethora of bizarre abilities. The creatures within them are probably mind beasts. Speaking of which, when Gon was injured, Jin wasn't worried at all. He just sat there, nonchalant, letting Killa save his son. Why didn't he use the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or is it that the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. can't cure Gon's condition? Every energy has its limits, just like he's using the Philosopher's Stone to extend Odin's life. It's definitely not going to work. The Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't omnipotent either. According to the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D., it's very effective for injuries and illnesses, but it might not be effective against resentment. Gon's injuries were caused by resentment. I don't know if the witch's rejuvenation potion will work after I take it in-game. Remember, Archangel's second heal players in-game, probably not. If it did, whoever got it would definitely take it immediately. They weren't fools. Of course, such a magical item wouldn't be left for Shen Fei to discover its effects. They're really not fools. There were only 10 bottles of rejuvenation potion, and they've all been taken. Checking the number of designated cards through the game system, Shen Fei immediately discovered that all the cards with such magical effects, except those that hadn't yet been obtained, were already owned. The rejuvenation potion is S level in difficulty, with only 10 bottles. Once the maximum number of cards reaches 10, it can no longer be obtained unless it's snatched from someone else. There are several types of Witch series medicines, and the difficulty of obtaining them is directly proportional to their effectiveness. For example, the Witch's aphrodisiac and the Witch's weight loss pill are B level in difficulty. The drugs corresponding to the Witch series are the Elder series and the Mad Doctor series, but neither of these is as effective as the rejuvenation potion, which is understandable. Sure enough, the fastest way to get rich is through plunder. Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh as he watched the books, which had been empty at first, suddenly become filled with a lot of cards. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.